Our protagonist is thrown into a world where women rule and are strong, while men are weak and passive. Here the girls keep what they want. They chase the boys shamelessly and do not accept a no, and Sanjo tries to maintain its position. But it's complicated when your stepsister, she's hot and she's caught by you, and everything gets worse when he goes to school, and his classmates are crazy about him. It seems that they all want one thing of him, but he is determined to preserve it at all costs. You might think that at work it would be different. But not. Your boss is the same as the others. Want it because it is not like the others. Is the most manly type in this world of women. The who him into this mess tells him something clear. If you want to return to Earth, has to become a real man. In this extreme feminist world sounds easy. Except that here masculinity is almost extinct. So your mission is to change this world. Chaos, and demonstrate how a real man behaves. Our protagonist, used to be just an office worker who was trampled on by everyone, and one night after his turn he sees a moon of blood in the sky, and suddenly everything turns black. When he wakes up he is in a totally different place. And to top it off, he's now a cute guy in pink pajamas. While trying to understand who he is, and what the hell happened, the door opens suddenly and a man enters who seems to be his father, ordering him to hurry up. Go shopping with a friend named Jialong. That name punches him like a punch. Jialong used to be a muscular and tattooed toy, so panic-stricken, our main character takes off his pajamas and comes out, fired, because the last thing he wants is to keep that guy waiting. But when he approaches Jialong he is shocked. The man in front of him doesn't even look like a man anymore. It is even more painful than the how itself. When their father sees them together he keeps praising Jialong, saying that it is exactly as a man should be. For real. Then Chan House goes on the internet and discovers the truth. The history of the great leaders is full of female conquests, while men here are only used for household chores. In this world the body, masculine, is not so strong, such as iron, and its physical resistance is low. Men are expected to raise children, and that women do all the physical work. For some reason, preference for women has created an enormous imbalance between the two, and all men are treated like babies by the grow up dog. Hobbies that were once considered women's, as makeup at the same time, have to defend themselves against crooks with bad intentions. Sang Hao has only been in this new world for a few hours, and he's had enough. Continues, just a few hours after landing in this strange world. Sen Hao is already up to his limit. He takes his friend Elon and says that they will regain their manhood. Elon thinks he has gone crazy but still follows him. Upon arriving at a tattoo studio, they see that there are only girls, and they all judge both of them for having tattoos on their delicate male bodies. Senj can't stand it anymore. Try take a picture to prove he is a real man. And as soon as it shows a strip of skin, they all go crazy and get excited. On returning home, realizes that his home, nor has his sister escaped this new torture. Shun Chiangqing is an absolute hottie, and even he is confused without understanding how such a woman lives in her home. Then discovers that his father's new wife has an older daughter who recovers quickly, thinking that I had surely forgotten it, and Haoji comments naturally that his brother is a bit shy, but she gives him a strange look that makes him uncomfortable. When San Hao returns to his room, realizes that the day has been exhausting. He was dressed elegant. He was forced to put on makeup and harassed by thugs, and to top it off his father and Yilong have become effeminate. Makes a tantrum, but before she can calm down her stepsister and she breaks down, she pushes him to mouth up to behave well and then hugs him tight. Glued to his chest, Shun Hao understands that even if this world is upside down, it still has its advantages. At night Shun Hao sleeps like a beautiful sleeper. When he hears something whispering his name to him when he wakes up, sees a girl in her room, and starts screaming instantly. The girl calmly asks him to remember her, because it was she who brought him here. San Hao suddenly realizes that she is the moon of blood that had called her. That night he suddenly approaches his face and demands to know why he brought it into this world, and the girl introduces herself as the of the blood moon, telling him that he was just following his own words. He once said he wanted to stop being a virgin but could not. So she brought him here to solve that problem. He says that there are many girls in this world who already seem to have feelings for him, and Shun Hao panics as the Lunar goes on to explain. She tells him that she can return to her world, but only after completing a task. In his previous life always boasted of being a real man. I had only looked at the external beauty, and never made an effort to evolve. A real man must earn it. It's not that I can't open a faucet with my hands. So in this world, full of powerful women, we'll have to become a real man. And only then will there be a way to return. If you don't get it, we'll have to find a way to fit into this world. And this idea is unbearable for San. But before I can discuss it, the moon disappears and leaves him. Just with more questions you ask. What it really means to be a man, and what exactly should you do? The next morning, upon awakening, think at first it was all a strange dream. But when I saw her scarf lying in her room, understands that the mission is real, and must comply with it, starts to spin. What it means to be a man. In a world ruled by women. But he has no idea. He is only sure of one thing, it is somewhat hearted. So have the mission you have. Must learn about this new world. To meet the challenges later on. Opens a biology book, to study how this matter works, body in this place, and realizes that here women are so strong and dominant, that men have no choice but to submit to their. Sen Shanghai does not like this dynamic at all. Wants to return to his world where everything is normal for him, and at the same time wants to start his own research about the strange phenomenon, astronomer that happened that night. It may be just some kind of cognitive anomaly. But for that he knows that he can only trust himself. Will have to investigate and perhaps even hire a freelancer who works for him. Although the problem is that he is only one high school student, penniless, and no way that he has money to pay any expert. The only option for now is to get some money first. When you leave her room, finds her sexy stepsister in the kitchen. And for a few seconds, is limited to enjoying the view. As Shanhao gets dressed up he realizes that he is quite handsome. Is that his features are somewhat effeminate, but it still feels pretty good about how he looks. It's the first time he goes to school, since she came to this strange new world, and upon leaving, sees his father being a hero, groped by his stepmother while his stepbrother Chinkan waits for him at the door. Any other respect that Shanhao had for his father evaporates instantly and leaves the house quickly. Without wanting to stay one more minute of his plan, leaving the effeminate life behind does not turn out to be as expected, because as soon as he meets his best friend Yilong, realizes that Yilong is the embodiment of the effeminate Yilong, is busy recounting the new he bought, which happens to be the trend of the year. Shanhao asks you to have some decorum. And then he realizes that in reality, has hurt Yilong's feelings. Shanhao does quickly ignore his words. Because what he really wants is to be a man. Yilong doesn't even understand what he means by that. But before I can insist, sees something and warns Shanhao they should leave now, because some perverts are watching them. And indeed a girl. Plum hides behind the columns looking at gawking at all the kids with eyes like plates to sand. How everything seems to him funny, and thinks Yilong is overreacting, insisting that there is nothing to fear, that both are already men. They should not be scared for a girl hidden behind the columns, but Yilong disagrees and says they should not take any chances, pulls Shanhao's arm to take it away. And before Shanhao can protest, the pervert takes another step towards them, and Yilong shoots out. Runs so fast that Shanhao doesn't even have time to catch his breath. And it is already so far away. Trying to calm down, Yilong is stressed because she thinks her makeup will be ruined, but Shanhao is focused on something else entirely. Studies at Elliston Business School, and the girls around him are those who do physical work, sport and stuff. For a moment thinks his family must be quite wealthy, because that school is clearly expensive and is full of students with money. Shanhao begins to observe the dynamics of the class, and you soon notice how different men are. Here they are so weak that they cannot even open their own water bottles. Depend on the girls, and they do it without any effort. Sanjiao does not accept it. So he spoke confidently, and says he can open the bottle is seized, determined to prove it. But no matter how much the twist does not open. In the end, with pride already, wounded man returns the bottle to the girl and admits defeat. Humiliation is itchy, but it is not there. As soon as the girls see it, struggle more swirl on him, they insist, asking him to try to open his bottles as well, and in return they want the opportunity to talk to him. Sanjo feels asphyxiated. he drops to the ground, annoyed, and as the crowd of girls gets closer and closer to him, Elon runs beside him, signals to everyone, and tells them to leave alone Shanghao, who is sick and needs space. Finally, the darkness is beginning to recede, even though Shanghao doesn't even listen to most of it. His mind is elsewhere alone. Think about the advances he has made in becoming a man, for real, and now the answer seems to him to be unfortunately zero clear. Shanghao needs a moment alone, and goes to the bathroom alone. But Yahello yells at him from behind, asking if you can accompany him. Shanghao moves one step away, upset because he thinks he does not need a companion to go to the bathroom. Although in the end Yahello was right. When Senjo enters the bathroom, a group of girls follow him and begin to harass him. They clumsy up around them and talk to, screams about its most striking features, and every word makes him feel more cornered and uncomfortable. Thinks for his that he can no longer. If this continues like this, there will be no way for me to complete the mission. You know he's nice, but he also knows that it is too much, weak to find for real its place in this world. Shanghao decides he needs a new training site. So look for Kung Fu lessons. Thinks it will be good for him to pick up some muscle, and feels motivated. Moves with concentration, until suddenly realizes that a girl has approached him. Stealthily from behind is Joan, his partner who always sits by his side, and Shanghao is instantly frightened. Tells him not to approach from behind like this, but she laughs, and responds that he was so invested in the lesson that not even that saw nor heard it coming. Yuan bows his head and asks if you are sending messages to a girl you like. Before you can answer, approaches his face dangerously, and Shanghao starts blushing in shame. Asks him to step aside a little, but Yuan grabs his hand. Says his hands are very white, soft and silky, and Shanghao gets even more nervous. Everyone here knows that the girls are thrown and touch a boy's hand as if nothing had happened. He withdraws his hand and asks for a little education. His words hurt Yuan, who looks at him with sad eyes. She says he used to be something different before. But deep down Shanghao knows he has always been the same one. When Yun tries to change the environment and offers to give you a massage, if you are tired, Shanghao panics and tries to push her away. But then he discovers how strong he really is. Does not have the strength to resist. And that makes him feel even weaker. Fight a little until, by pure luck, the door to the classroom opens. The English teacher enters and tells them to return to their seats. Shanghao breathes with relief as he sits down and opens the book. The words on the page surprise you. Realizes that he can understand everything clearly. Long time no school. And before coming into this world, was always the worst in English. But here the content of the book turns out to be easy to understand. For the first time since Shanghao arrived, feels that he finally has found an advantage of living in this feminist world. Here he is intelligence, full of confidence. Suddenly, raises her hand and asks the teacher to choose him. Wants everyone to see what he knows and prove, which is not corn. But when it's finally his turn, his face stays as white as milk. Words do not come out. Even the teacher stops and comments on what it looks like, sick and should go to the infirmary. Shanghao looks around and realizes that the whole class is watching him. Every look sinks into him and feels the chest tight. The girls start whispering to each other, saying that he is behaving very differently. The more they talk, the more he is ashamed. He lowers his head and wants the earth to swallow it up, or wake up again at home. Later that day, Shanghao and Yahello walk together, and Yahello notices how tired Shanghao looks. Shanghao admits he did not sleep well, but the truth is that he is exhausted from everything, especially of the women around him every day. They keep asking him if he did something to them, and sometimes they even grope it in the corridors. To top it off, the least attractive outcast kids try to blaming Shanghao for harassment even though he has done nothing. Shanghao, school is more stressful than anything else, and secretly wishes to stay at home. While walking, a girl gets in front of him suddenly and says he has something to confess, gives him a gift, and tells him that he likes it for some time now and who wants to go out with him. Shanghao can't believe how bold women are here. Act like boys and confess first. He politely rejects it even though neither Yahello understands how Shanghai can resist such a tempting offer. Later, while thinking about what to eat, Shanghao notices something rare. All the other kids eat very little. Yahello tells her that boys have always been like this, and even asks for cucumber without rice, saying he is on a diet. Sanhao does not understand how men eat like birds. How he wants to gain muscle and become stronger. Decides to order a large ration when confident. Tells the lady that he will put the biggest plate, rice with pork. Yahello panics, warning me that he is going to get fat, but Shen Hao sees it as another step to become stronger. The guys around whisper that Shen Hao soon moves fat and ugly, while some thugs watch in the distance ready to mock. Shen Hao eats without manners like any normal guy, and yet Lon look at him in amazement, wondering what happened to his best friend then. Liu Fin of 3rd Class 5 approaches Shen Hao. At first Shen Hao does not recognize it, but Feng reminds him that they are in the same class, asks him why he is suddenly so chubby, and intends to demonstrate, which also belongs to the League of Popular Fence. Jacta calling himself the most, Ligo and mocks, smiling, saying that Senjo looks grr. Senjo is fed up, and immediately responds to him to check his eyes, that he is perfectly well thrown. Another insult which makes Feng release Crocodile Monster. And soon all the girls run to comfort him by calling for Shen Hao a bad boy for messing with poor Feng. Feng smiles amidst fake expressions, pleased when a daring girl takes a step forward. She declares that Feng will leave her beloved alone, Shen Hao, because he can eat whatever he wants. And no one has the right to control their customs. Shen Hao thinks another beautiful girl has come into his life and makes a mess. Feng still doesn't want to leave, so Shen Hao finally looks him in the eye, and with a firm and bossy tone says that the boss is eating, and that Feng must go. Words fall on the table like, and Yahello almost fell out of the chair, in shock because his friend talks so hard to another guy. But the new-haired girl, Violeta, only looks at Shen Hao with admiration, thinking it has become even more charming. Feng, however, leaves, slamming the door with his little group of bad girls behind it. Your followers run to comfort him, telling him not to get jealous or sad, reminding him that he is still more popular than Shen Hao, and that everyone thinks that Shen Hao is going to get fat on the other side anyway. Shen Hao turns his attention to the purple-haired girl. Seems kind but has no idea who he is. So he asks Yahello, and he says his name is Babylon, who is the captain, senior basketball team of the university, and he even sits next to him in class. That makes Shanghai notice something strange. All seats around you seem to be occupied by powerful girls. Xiaolin leans towards Yahello and asks him if he has already tried the game, Defenses Against Li, who gave him before. Yahello admits he finds it too difficult, and that he has failed to play well. Detected signal immediately, surprising everyone by saying that it is the game of 5 against 5, to destroy towers. Yahello almost dropped his chopsticks. Can't believe his best friend actually played. Because last time Shen Hao insisted that he was not interested in any of these so-called girl games. San Hao pauses and thinks. In this strange world, upside down, of course there would be a Li-type game. And of course it would be popular with girls. Talon encourages you to really try it. Even if there are no men competing at a high level. San Hao finishes his meal, stands up and with a carefree air says he has already tried it and finds it good to play. But now he wants to go back to class. Leaves without even thanking Shaolin. To disguise his bad education, Yahello quickly fills the silence while Shaolin secretly wonders when that handsome boy will be yours. Later in class, Tomu sits down in silence and begins to fit the pieces into his head. If the game costs his Li no high-ranking male players, that must mean that the true leaders of your world, guys like Dasher and Yuzi, are not playing here. That thought ignites a new plan. You should find time to meet them in person. And as the idea grows, an even more serious question torments him. What it means to be a real man in this world. Twisted and upside down, Shen Hao's attention leaves and rests on a lonely girl by the window. Ended in silence when Yahello finally looks up from his cell phone. Tell Shen Hao she is Manhua, the new transfer student. San Hao asks immediately if Yahello is in love with her, and judging by how quickly Yahello gets defensive, San Hao is sure he hit the mark. Yahello babbles that Yahello does not like to talk, but then admits that he thinks it's pretty cute, and who already knows a lot about it. For San Hao, that's all the proof you need. Is convinced that Yahello is in love with this idea. Stands up suddenly and declares that Yahello should go talk to her. Heads to the Yahello death with complete confidence and announces that Yahello has to be launched. Yahello tries to stop it, but it is too late. Sun Hao is in front of Yihua presenting himself with a smile. Yihua responds in a low voice that he has just transferred here, and Sun Hao immediately notices that there is something different about it. Unlike the other girls that are practically thrown at him, in this strange world, Yihua seems withdrawn, almost lost in her thoughts. Sun Hao introduces Yahello, but Yahello babbles nervously that Yihua probably doesn't want to talk. He gets tangled up as he speaks and presses Shen Hao to leave. Shen Hao yet refuses to give up so easily. Approaches and asks if Yihua is reading an English book, or if he just doesn't feel like talking to them. Yihua looks down and responds with sincerity. Says he simply does not know what to say. Shen Hao instantly realizes that she is not disinterested, is terribly shy. So he does what comes naturally to him, extends his hand and tells him that they should be friends, wants him to feel comfortable enough to talk to him whenever he wants. The moment seems small, but for Shen Hao it is a victory. Real men never think. Ignore a girl who feels, who has to face everything alone. Yuan bursts in at full volume, demanding to know what Shen does. With the new transfer. Shen Hao almost sighs. Yuan always talks too much. But that gives you an idea. Smiles and says she should befriend Yihua. Use your energy and her social gifts to make her feel more inexhaustible. Welcomes without hesitation. Pushes a little to bring them closer and asks him to do it for him. Yuan smiles radiantly and accepts while Shangfu returns to his side. Yihua looks up and says thank you with his lips. Silent, soft but full of meaning. Shangfu walks away, and for the first time admits something to itself. Maybe, just maybe, it's already 50% closer to becoming a real man. And to get out of this world. A while later, Shen Hao was in her room listening to heavy metal, and it is repeated that a real man must always remain faithful to rock and roll. Suddenly his sister, Qin comes in and asks him what he is doing. Shen Hao almost fell out of the chair because she saw almost nothing, and the sight leaves it totally out of action. So respond quickly that you are just listening to music. Qin approaches with a soft and deliberate movement and says she also wants to listen to Shen Hao. Can't help but think that there are advantages to having a sister, too, and admits to himself that he really loves them. Each of them, Qin sits right next to him, so close that their bodies almost touch. Takes one of the headphones, and it causes him to like it. A lot of rock and roll, which is different from the other guys. And those words please Shen Hao more than he wants to admit. Then Qin adds something else. Tells him that it is very attractive. Sanjo is paralyzed and does not know how to respond, and wonders if something is wrong with his new stepsister. While convinced that it must be a test. A challenge to see if he has true manhood in his mind. A boy whispers that a real man, he must resist temptation or he will fall into sin. But a devil replies that a real man does what it has to do when the time comes. Especially if it is a lady who asks you to do so. That would not even be done by a sinner. The internal conflict eats it up until Shen Hao finally pushes Qin. But in doing so he stumbles and falls on top of her. And for a moment they come face to face, so close that Shen Hao wonders if that's what it feels like to be a real man. His sanity, the temptation, is unbearable, and he feels ready to give in. Then a flash floods his mind with the image of a girl from another place, telling him that it belongs to him, that he is not going anywhere. Zen is incorporated in a confused tug separating from Qin. His face turns pale, and even Qin notices it, asking him if he is sick, if he may have Zen anemia. Forces a weak smile and lies that he just wants to rest. Inside you know that you can barely breathe. Without losing a second, Qin hugs him, leaning his head delicately on his chest, and telling him to take care of himself for his sister's sake. And Shen Hao admits that Qin is kind. Although he also suspects that under this hidden kindness, resentments. I would like to change the subject. Shen Hao lose who wants to cut his hair shorter, and asks him what he thinks. Qin smiles and responds that he will love him no matter what happens and let him do what makes him happy. His words stay. Shen Hao once again notices how strange that closeness to his sister, but leave the thought aside. The important thing is tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll get a haircut. Tomorrow will change its appearance, because tomorrow begins a new era. Shen Hao enters the hairdresser's, and a woman greets him with a radiant smile. She asks if she has come to find her inner beauty. Shen Hao denies with his head he is not interested in such things. The hairdresser sees her in the head and asks what design she is looking for. Jane how she replies that she just wants a hairstyle that is comfortable to wear. The answer surprises her, because you have never heard such a request. And it in his mind, decides that today's kids do not say what they really want. If you ask for something simple, I'm sure she secretly wants something fantastic, she thinks. With this idea we get to work. The sisters fly and after a while, ends with a proud smile. Sanjo looks in the mirror, and for a moment doesn't believe it. The cut is clear and clean and enhances his face better than he ever imagined. Admits to himself that it is the best cut he has ever had. The hairdresser looks at him and blushes. Says he doesn't even want me to pay. Instead of charging her, she proposes that she be a model for her salon. San House is about the offer. Does not want to accept a goodness that has not been earned. She keeps saying. And before he leaves he slips. Your card telling you to come back whenever you want, Senhozal. I was incredulous, thinking he must be really handsome, if he does not even succeed in preventing a woman from falling in love with him. Back home he keeps looking in the mirror, he can't deny it. The cut is perfect and feels like a man new in this world. Opens the closet looking for clothes that go with their new style. But what he sees frowns on him. Everything is striking and colorful with dyes in almost all garments. Nothing seems to you appropriate for a man who wants to show confidence. Sanjo denies with his head. If it is really going to enter a new stage, know what to do. Those clothes have to disappear, and soon. His father arrives with the purchases and his stepmother asks him for help. But as soon as he sees the new look and feel of his precious son, explodes. Shouts at Shanghai demanding to know why he cut his hair so short. Insists that men do not wear hair like this. Threatens to go to the hairdressers to put on weeds and complains that now no one will want to marry Shanghai-san. How can't believe he has to ask permission from his father, only for haircuts. The scolding does not end there. His father. He even removes his shoe and starts hitting it, and San Hao runs around the room screaming that this is violence, domestic, and that his father cannot touch his pretty face. At that moment Chin Chin bursts in asking what is going on. Stumbles and crashes into his chest. She grabs him with a rope and turns to her father, calmly asking him to calm down. Because your health will only get worse if you get stressed about. Approaches to look at the kata, Chen Hao, and feels a little restless, because the hair is too short. But to protect his little brother, lies to him and says it looks good on him, adds that he asked her permission yesterday. So his father has no reason to be angry. Cheng's father, Hao, still does not calm down. He is leaving, grumbling that he is going to prepare dinner. But it is clear that it is still boiling inside Cheng. Hao thanks his sister for intervening and saving him from the father's beating. Chin Chin smiles and literally says she is his sister. And of course will always protect you. Then asks him to go to his room. Because he wants to show you something, and Chen Hao gets excited thinking that finally, we'll see the typical teenage room. Full of girl decorations. But upon entering, the kinking room is paralyzed. It's nothing feminine, it's cold and neat, almost like an operating room. Chin Chin approaches the desk and picks up a small box, explaining that when they moved, did not have time to prepare a gift, but now she is finally ready to give it to him. She opens the box and reveals 2 diamond earrings. Sanjo gawks and says they must be very expensive. Chin Chin denies, with the head, and assures him that he will do anything to see him happy. And for the first time, Sanjo feels what it's like to have a sister, and tells himself that he loves this new life. But back in his room thoughts hover around him. Wonders how much those diamonds will cost. That if she gave him something so valuable he must return the favor with a gift of your own. But after paying for the haircut, it doesn't fit, not a penny. At that moment your phone lights up with a message of Yilong has just finished a new novel, and tells him that. Shen Hao suddenly comes up with an idea. If Yilong can write novels he can too. It could be his way of making money fast. He decides to write stories of the brave, male heroes, and powerful military queens. Sits down to work. Open a blank page and type. The title of his new book is called A Real Woman, in a World of Men. Lies down in the chair with a secure smile. Convinced that it will be the next best seller, and the next day at school his phone number vibrates with a notification from the site where the novel was uploaded. For your surprise, tell him that his story has already passed the request for signature and should now contact the publisher. Realizes that the review process was faster than expected, and that from now on, you may charge daily fees for each upgrade. Feels that his plan, it finally works and that he's going to get some money. So he decides to celebrate by buying himself an ice cream. The problem is that he only has $1 left. With that he can only afford a pallet. Goes to the store, but as soon as he sees her he is paralyzed. The place is familiar to you, and suddenly the memories come back strong. In his past life that was precisely the store, where he first met his sister. Emi was in her senior year of high school at the time. She was a small but strong daughter of Uncle Kim. That he had the store right next to Shangai's house. And that is why the families had always been very close to me. Was kind, he said, often told Zhang Hao who would buy the from him, and he thought that should be what it feels like, falling in love for the first time. So Shen Hao used to visit me, often after school. Sometimes he limited himself to watching her from afar, unable to look away. One day he finally gathered the courage to confess to her their feelings, but me. She just laughed nervously and told him she liked them, boys his age, not someone as young as him. That day Shen Hao suffered rejection. Yet he did not give up. He swore to train hard to become stronger. And someday, become a man capable of protecting me. That was his promise in his previous lie. But now things are different. In this new world they admire him, not for its strength, but for its beauty. With this idea Shen Hao decides that this time he will be successful. This time he is sure that he will be able to win the heart of. When Shen Hao comes to the store he hears voices raised to me. Is arguing with his father. She says she just wants to save enough to get married. But who does not want to make an effort? His father replies that life doesn't work like that. He reminds her that the daughters of other families are even older than her, and yet they continue to study and work harder than she does. Drowns her doubts. Think that perhaps it is best to avoid those who argue. But then it enters me. As soon as he sees his face, his heart accelerates. For him she is still just as beautiful. For a second he almost forgot the argument he heard. But when he looked at the rest of his body, he became paralyzed in me. Is much bigger than I remembered. The scare almost made him run away. Before she can turn away from me she notices it. She looks at it, fixed, and asks him if he has done something strange to his hair. Senjo collapses on the floor in fear. His body shakes and his pants fall off, while begging him to stay away. Still crying, his face attracts him, his beauty tempts him. And the only thing he can say is a plea for your beautiful Emi. Return the one from before the sister to me. Forces Shang Hao to sit in a chair. As if it were a retained mirror brings him pieces of watermelon and says he hasn't visited her in a long time. Asks him not to be shy, but Shanghai trembles inside and fears for his life. Nervously says he doesn't need to eat. And that he just wants to leave. Emi dies and starts to, by pushing it up and down in the chair. Does so with such force that the chair breaks under him. She gasps and asks in surprise if it's okay, as if she wasn't the one who hurt him. Sinjo quickly jumps out of his reach. Says he's fine and suddenly remembered something important. What to do? Without waiting a second longer, he flees. As Sammy yells at him asking for his number, Sanjo has already disappeared from the store. At home sits down to think. He finds it a pity that someone as beautiful as Emi also have the strength of a King Kong. But at the same time he admits that he would also like to be like that. That's the only way they would call him a real man. That's why he says to himself that Kung Fu lessons are due to start soon. The problem is that the last time he looked, those classes cost a lot of money. He still has to buy a gift for his sister. Chin Chin and ordering the mass in your closet. The to-do list continues to grow, and their mirrors are still empty. Thinks that if he won the lottery all your problems would be solved all at once. Just then he is interrupted. Sun Hao looks up and sees Chin Chin at home. She is face down, leaning against the wall making yoga. The scene surprises him and awakens his curiosity. Realizes that even girls in this world do yoga, although Chin clarifies that he only started because he got bored with the boy. She wanted to try exercises normally done by men. San Hao nods, and it seems logical to him. In this upside-down world, why something good would stay the same. Shinsen asks San how to do yoga with her. Because according to her, is a disadvantage of having a thin and weak body. Says that all the girls will end up bothering him. Sanjo freezes to death, an instant to realize that he is really weak in front of his sister. His pride takes a hit, and his male ego doesn't stay quiet, so grabs her wrist and challenges her to a test of strength, determined to prove him wrong. Chin laughs, amused at how strange his behavior is, yet accepts the challenge. Both remember that the loser will give something to the winner. The Chin contest begins. Chin hardly makes any effort, while Shan Hao gives everything he has. grits his teeth and declares that this is not just a pulse. His dignity is at stake in his mind, compared to men from another era, who endured worse. Die in silence, hiding parts of themselves, but they will put their honor as men to the end. But there it is, treated like a dead girl who can't do anything. His frustration grows when Chen Chen begins to mock, saying that for a child he is not doing badly at all. Chen's arm, Hao begins to hurt, but refuses to give up. His pride as a man demands that he keep fighting. However, to put an end to their suffering, Chen finally uses all his strength and defeats him in an instant, then smiles sweetly and tells him that he actually did very well. Senjo sighs and again accepts that he is weak in this world. Asks Chin if he wants to do something with him now that he has lost. Chin you take her hand against the cheek and says he wants to know how it feels to use someone's as a pillow. Sanao can't even imagine that, but seeing his strong legs, molded by yoga, and decides to play along with it. Sits down and says no problem. But instead of him lying on hers, Chin rests his head on his people. Senjolo looks stunned because in his mind, that should be the girl's position, not hers. Chin close your eyes and says his legs are as soft as he expected, and asks if he can stay like this for a while longer. To see how innocent he looks when he asks for it, Hao nods and tells him, who can stay as long as he wants to, because at the end of the day he is a man of his word. A man who will do whatever he is asked to do and expected of him. A few days later, Hao is in full mode, writing with glasses on when the cell phone rings. Looks up in surprise, thinking who would write to him one weekend is Yuan, inviting him to an park because he goes with Yuhua. She already asked her best friend, Ilan de, but as it is not exactly an invitation, Sun Hao knows he has no choice and must prepare himself. Just then, hey, Ilan's voice, and he is already at the door with his little sister San. Dao wanted a quiet day to keep his thoughts, but now he has to deal with company. When she goes out to greet them, the girl suddenly throws herself at him, and Hao is disconcerted, because I had never seen it before. Asks Ilan who he is, and Yelong almost bursts into tears, saying that his best friend has forgotten his own sister. Is Ilan Weiling's 6-year-old sister. Yelong the takeoff of Tenhao, as if it were Velcro, and explains that she only met him when he was 4 years old. Of course now Shan Hao does not remember it, but what Yelong ignores is that Shan Hao really doesn't remember her, because in his previous life Yelong did not have a sister. Shan Hao asks him to wait a moment in his room, but when he turns around, suddenly feels like someone is pinching him. No doubt it is Li linked. Sun Hao has no interest in going to the park, finds it boring. Yelong insists that this is not the case, and reminds him that Yuhual will go, and that she will help him to let go. In addition, San Hao has been working non-stop for days, and needs a break, while the two boys are liling. Explore the room by looking at everything with your eyes like plates. Already feels a little crush on San Hao at last. San Hao gets up, and says they will go to the house. But first it needs to be changed. Recalls the promise he made to Yuva to help her like a real man. And a man does not break his word. Puts on her more manly look while Ilong urges him to hurry up. Wants to keep Yufua and Yuan waiting. Soon arrive at the park. Yuan looks at Liling, and immediately asks whose child it is. Liling lies without hesitation, saying that he comes from the house of Shinhei. Again Yelong stops her and explains the truth. Is his sister, who begged him to come. And he only agreed to keep an eye on her. Jinwan praises Jan Hao for his style, and says it looks much better this way. Then nudges Yu Huo, waiting for him to say something. Jin Hao laughs nervously, without knowing what to expect. And at the end Yu Huo comments that he does look good and handsome. Sun Hao smiles, caresses him, his head in tears, and tells him that he has a voice charming, that he should talk more with that Yu Huo. Takes the lead, and leads everyone to the house, who turns out to be real lead. As expected, he along grabs Shan Hao, saying he is very scared, and to try best the children's attractions. Shan Hao can't believe a man is scared, both for a house, delighted, and tells him that it's no big deal until there he denies with his head, thinking his brother is a coward. When Yuan then suggests that since there are many, should be divided into 2 groups. She immediately says that she and Shang Hao will be in one group and the others in another, then turns to Liling and is responsible for protecting the children well. That this is the duty of a woman, and Liling mounts a tantrum insisting that he wants to stay with John Hao San. Hao and orders him firmly to behave well and go with his brother. Adds that he has nothing to worry about, which will be fine all the time, and when Yuan is disappointed because she wanted to stay with San Hao but he wins the game. Hao being in your group acts. It would only complicate his lie. Compared to that, lying is clearly the best option. San Hao sends Yuan group go ahead to recognize the path, and tells them that he and Liling will be behind in a few minutes. Good Juan is upset, and a little scared, but when Shanghai wonders, his pride also comes to the fore. Says quickly that women cannot be afraid, and that he will protect Yilong and his little sister. 10 minutes later, San Hao and Ling finally decide what their turn is. San Hao promises to protect her, because she is his sunflower, and Ling has no choice but to nod in silence. Upon entering the house, they are delighted to be welcomed by the shouts of others. When I heard so much screaming, Sanjo realizes that Juan is not as brave as he appears to be, then turns to Yu Yao and asks him if he is afraid. The girl feels shyly. Something strange in this world, where girls tend to be safer. San Hao tells him that it's okay to be afraid, and that if she feels scared she can always hug him. But so much contact is too much for her, so just reach out and lightly grasp his San's sleeve. Hao, in the manner of an angel, ignores to the monsters that try to scare them and continues to move forward. The house is bigger than expected. And after walking 10 minutes, San Hao notices that something is not right. When he turns, he notices that Yuhua is no longer behind it. Realizing that she has been lost, he quickly comes back to find her. After searching the site, finds it hidden inside a chest of drawers. He asks her why she is sitting there, and she admits who got lost and took refuge in the chest of drawers to protect herself. Sanjo can't help but laugh softly at his shyness. Calls her a little bird and tells her not to be afraid, because it has come to take it out. Bear feels relief and understands that she can trust him. Is the first person to treat her with kindness. Finally leaving the house, Yilong trembles with fear and swears that we will never enter it. To his 6-year-old sister, denies with his head and calls it a ridicule. When Shen Hao and Yuhua return, he is there in tears of joy, grateful that everyone is safe. When Yuan then asks why it took so long inside, and if they had fun, Shen Hao gives him a slight blow to the head to stop his jokes. As Yuhua approaches, Shen Hao notices that something is not going right. She is sweating and gasping, and before he can react, he collapses in his arms. Only then, Shen Hao realizes that Yuhua hates, and as always panics. Says they should call the police, but even Yuan can't find his phone. Yuan gets nervous and starts scoring to ask for an ambulance. Shen Hao tells them not to worry, he will take care of it. Lifts Yuhua carefully, takes it to a nearby bench and lies it down gently. Yilong nervous question what to do, saying that he may need it, then falls into the account that this would make San Hao his first kiss to Wen. Yuan does not like the idea at all, and lose that better move to 911 Sanjos. Keeps quiet and asks them to go get something to eat and water while trying something simple. To wake her up, he supports the head on her lap and gently pinches her cheek. After a moment, Yuga opens her eyes slowly and asks why he is pulling his ear. San Hao laughs and explains that he only wanted to try with a little trick to wake her up. Yuhua quietly admits that he was afraid, but he says he feels better now. San Hao tells him not to be forced to enter houses, if not comfortable. Yuhua nods but then murmurs that he just wants to sleep. Sanjo fears he will again, but when he hears her snore, he realizes that she has fallen asleep. Looks at her resting in peace, and thinks that with her quirks, is the calmest girl and kind that you have known in this world. A while later, Yuhua finally wakes up. Everyone swirls and asks how it feels. And San Hao, more worried than the others, asks her if anything is bothering her. Jun, who just wants to enjoy the park, impatient, question if they continue with the plan. San Hao denies with his head and says they've had enough emotion for today, proposes to go home for Yuhua to rest, but when he stands up, Yuhua suddenly takes his hand and in a low voice says that they can go together. He stops and lets her hold on, begin to walk holding hands, and Yuhua, still shy, sticks to it in its own way. When Yuan looks at them with envy, crying inside, because she also wants to know how it feels to hold a man's hand. Silky smooth is something he has always dreamed of. On the way to leaving Yuhua at home, the walk takes longer than expected. Yuan and Jilong comment that he seems to live far away, almost in rural areas, and wonder how uncomfortable it must be to come to school every day. Senjo fronts and tells them not to be so cunning. When they finally reach Yuan, his jaw drops. Not just any house is in front of them, but a huge mansion. As a butler contemplates it, he goes out. In haste bends down and announces that the lady of the house has returned, says that the lord of the house had expressly ordered him to. That did not come out of the thinker, and asks how he could have done it without permission. The rest of the group is petrified, without believing that her friend, quiet and shy, has lived in a mansion all this time. Sit inside the mansion. Wall and furniture styles that look like gold-plated. The same butler who minutes ago scolded Yuhua now serve tea and coffee, and it is by no means an ordinary thing. Everything looks luxurious, imported and carefully placed. The butler explains that the tea is infused with Tianshan water, and that the cakes were brought by a special chef for new guests. By serving them announces in a formal tone that Yuhua will go to her room to change so her friends will muster. Yuhua does not answer anything. He does not defend himself or protest, simply nods and leaves in silence. The others remain stunned, unable to believe that her quiet and shy friend come from such an influential family. No one would have imagined that Yuhua would be a millionaire somehow. Yet it remains as serene as ever and tells them to calm down, although deep down admits that he finds it. I miss that a student I meet by chance turns out to be so important. The butler keeps scolding Yuhua, says he behaved out of place, playing without permission, and he didn't even let his bodyguard, and adds that his father is very concerned and will not allow you to leave again. Yuhua stops in his tracks and asks if his father and how his mother is doing. The butler replies that his father did die, but I do not answer questions and is still busy. Yuhua grabs the smile hard and murmurs that he is always too busy to answer his calls. The butler tries to defend him, saying that the gentleman has too many matters to attend to, but that he sent her a gift that is on its way, a model of your favorite tank. Yuhua shows no emotion. What she wants, they are not expensive toys, but their father's toy. Even the butler, despite its formal tones, seems to pity her. A while later, Yilong look up at the stairs and see Yuhua leaving her room in a dress, and his eyes light up because the girl he likes looks even more beautiful at home. Even Zengen notices the change. He thinks that even though she looks pretty, compared to when I was with them now, looks like a lifeless doll. Zeng asks him if he is okay, and Yuhua responds quietly that his father did not return the call, but he does not have enough data to know what that means. Then she asks him to go up to her room, because he wants to give you something. How confused follows her anyway, and upon entering, is shocked. In a world where women tend to be very marked, her room is soft and feminine, even more than his sister's. Fei Senja asks if her father said anything that would bother her, or if she was punished for dating them. In this world, fathers are like mothers in male version. But it seems that in this village, the only people living with Yuhua are the nanny, the employees, and the housekeeper. There is no father or mother here. She admits that her dad used to be good to her, but now it is always busy. When Shan Bao asks about his mother, Yuhua explains that his mother is even busier, and that in this house she has always been alone. This shocks Sando. Realizes how lonely his mother's life has been, is the priestess, and never has time to go home, while his father travels constantly to earn money for the family. And although he loves her, he once told her that everyone wanted her for Yuhua. That sounds like a distant memory, as grown up without affection or attention from his parents. Sanhao caresses his head with tenderness, and tells him that he can call him whenever he wants, if he feel lonely, and reminds him that he can also turn to Yuan, and Yilong, because now everyone is friends. Yuhua smiles, takes his hand and drags it to his closet, insists on showing him something, and upon opening the door, a collection of models of pistols and tanks appears. Takes a scaled pistol and hands it to Shenhua, saying that she was his most precious model, but which is now yours. Senhao immediately rejects, saying that his father, he would be very angry if he ever took a gun home. But Yuhua insists, is the most valuable thing he has had, and even the butler reminds him that friends' gifts are made. She says she wants to be her friend for life. Sangda captures the meaning of his words and assures him that they do not need a weapon to be real friends, that his bond is real without that, and upon hearing it, Yuhua hugs him with emotion. says they will be together for the rest of their lives, and who will never be separated after passing. All afternoon at Yufua's house they all leave, and Shanghao says they will see each other soon at school, to which Yufua responds with enthusiasm. And while Shanghao and Yilong return home, Yilong never ceases to talk about how luxurious the house. Yufua continues, repeating how well she looked in her new dress, and that he would like to buy something too. Perhaps something foreign. Shanghao replies that Yilong already has enough hair to come and that I shouldn't waste any more money on it. Then Shanghao suddenly remembers that if your friend wants to buy clothes, is the perfect opportunity for him as well. Has long wanted to get rid of his pink garments with bows, and now you can finally replace them. Excited, he says they will go shopping first thing tomorrow morning. At the shopping center, Yilong asks what the occasion is, and Shanghao explains that she just wants to renew her closet a little bit, who has some extra money from part-time work, and wants to buy without time limit. Kadlong goes into shopping mode and helps Sam how to choose the best garments you can find. Shanghao leaves a fortune in his new closet, and think this must be what they feel, girls when they become crazy shopping. Yilong gets hungry and proposes that they eat. Go to the nearest restaurant. And while asking for, Shanghao notices someone murmuring about him, calling him handsome. Look at them, even Yilong seems confused. But Shanghao lets it go, and says it's nothing better to concentrate on the food. Yet he still does not manage to get rid of the feeling of being watched while eating. A girl, anyone can take a picture of him on the sly, and tells her excited friend, who has found a very handsome man in the restaurant, one who he would marry and have children. She uploads the photo to the internet. A little later, Shanhao's instincts tell him to wear a cap. When Yilong asks when, Shanghao replies that it should happen unnoticed because of his pretty face. Yilong does not get jealous of her beauty. Instead, they agree that Shanghao should be careful, because influencer Shen always says to be alert, that perverts are everywhere. Shanghao is right to be cautious. Without knowing it, it is already a trend on the net as the classic beauty of the restaurant. Many girls on the internet drool over him, begging for his number to talk. The interest Hanto, a brunette, sees the photo, and realizing that he uploaded it lingling, screams with emotion, because he knows the girl. That means who has an opportunity to get closer to Chang Hao. On returning home, Chang disploma from on the sofa and says he is tired of buying so much, even though he thinks it was worth it, because he'll finally be able to throw away those scary old clothes. Suddenly the phone rings. Is his best friend calling Shenji again? He wonders, why don't you leave him alone if they met a while ago? And by connecting the call to Yilong, shouts that Shenyo is famous and on the internet. Shanghao doesn't understand what he's talking about, so Yilong explains that the photo taken of him at the food restaurant quickly went viral and tells Shanghao to open a blog because it is already among the top 5 circles. His Ling sister is furious because she believes that these photos should have been for her. Shanghao finally opens the application and sees it in 4th place in the ranking and scrolls through comments. Endless where women call it beautiful and dazzling. Some of them even claim that it should enter the world of the show of how handsome he is. The restaurant itself left a comment saying that they feel honored that the most beautiful man in the world out to eat there. Chang Hao is dumbfounded. He can't believe what he sees. Yet it is repeated that this is an exaggeration, and that in a few days all that hype will fade away. Decides to relax, watching a game live but appear raised hands on the screen, and instantly erases them. Fortunately, the games section seems more normal. His favorite game is still there, although now the presenter is a girl, but he thinks it shouldn't matter, as long as she knows how to play well. Then he comes up with a brilliant idea. As he is of legal age, maybe you can start your own live broadcast. With their skills, would be easier than working as a writer. Just as his sister Chin thinks it. Enter and Count, who spent the day at the research institute, and who even heard that his little brother has become an internet sensation. Senjo is embarrassed to realize that she also knows it. Chin asks him if he talked to Yilong today. Fears she is angry but admits that they were together because they both wanted new clothes, so they decided to go shopping. She approaches dangerously, leaving him as nailed, and his expression gets serious. Asks him if anyone has bothered him. Senjiao hesitates, but in the end, responds that none of that happened, and that if it were to occur, is he sure he could defend himself? Shen thinks Shanghao is too naive. Tells him that the women of this world are far more fearsome than you might imagine. As he speaks, he caresses him gently, and reminds him that he is the only son his father has. If something happened to him, She could never explain it to her parents. Warns him that if any woman bothers him again, he must tell him immediately. And he also has to tell you when and where it is going to be released. Henshin is getting so close that if San Hao looked down, is sure he would end up glued to his chest. After a long pause, takes a step back and prepares to leave. But stops. And says there is one last thing. Without asking, she takes the phone away from him. And for some reason that makes Sean nervous. How? The next day, a group of women gather in front of Sean Hao's school. And he hiding in the bushes. Listen to them comment on where they have suddenly gone. They say it must be hidden nearby. And that they have to find it. That nowadays it is rare to see such a handsome man. San Hao. He hears every word, and his nerve shoots up, has no idea what's going on, and pulls out his cell phone to call Yahello for help. But before Sean Hao can say anything, Yahello orders him to stay at home and not go to school. There are too many people, because of yesterday. Now that everyone knows that Sean Hao studies there, the crowd has gathered on this side to surround him and to swing over him. Sanjo no longer knows whether to laugh or cry. All I wanted was peace of mind, escape from everything for a while, and instead, it seems that everyone wants to bite him. Yilong recommends taking the day off and avoiding chaos. There are already quite a few people in high school who do not have him sympathy, and now he has everyone's attention. Jum runs away as fast as possible and warns his sister Chin Chin, asking him to convince his father to allow you to miss. Even she tells him to come home and not to worry about anything else. At home he gets so bored that he doesn't know what to do. So he decides to take the opportunity to study and practice live broadcasts. Years old, thinks he should be able to make a living career instead of doing part-time work. In his past life he was also the king of the game. Enters his favorite title and sees that the characters have changed, that the rules are the same. So it's not a problem. In a few minutes, starts to get quadra kills and Benton kills against other players and thinks he still has it. The feeling of feeling powerful is not bad. He likes it. He quick and dexterous when viewing the icon. Small in the game, realizes that he has not lost his ability, and wants to play again and again. Spends the whole afternoon playing. And when he finally gets tired he understands that he is almost ready. Decides to attempt a live broadcast that night. After dinner, his parents are entertained on the sofa, and he excuses himself by saying that he goes to his room, while his sister, Qingjin, keeps a close eye on it. San Hao starts its first live broadcast, and admits he is a little nervous. Enter the game Beach Summer. And he notices something strange about the player with whom he was paired. Follows him everywhere. The player managed to catch it. Then asks him if he used the swordsman's lethal blow to finish it off. San Hao, tired of being stalked in the game, quickly deletes the character following him, and then receives a message from the same person, asking if he really used that blow to defeat her. On the other side is a girl is a nerd of the game and tries to excuse his defeat, saying he simply had poor visibility. Insists that a player of that level should not be able to beat him unless he uses hacks. Says she is a master of the game, and that if he can't win, should sell his computer and retire. Other players begin to investigate the character of San Hao to find out who he really is. But since the esports does not show the gender, no one knows if it is a boy or a girl. Yet the girl he defeated does not accept cheaters. Says that today, there are too many people who use false documents to impersonate, buy idols and sneak into the game. The group chat is full of complaints and San Hao read it all. Wonders why everyone speaks ill of him, when you have done nothing wrong. The players begin to send you applications to join their teams. But Shen Hao rejects all of them and says he only plays solo. Others brand him as at once. They say that as a boy, he is unbearable, and they swear that they will teach him a lesson, that next time he won't dare to enter a game. Female pretending to be a man. Even the player who defeated before challenges him again. San Hao accepts the challenge without hesitation. With its speed it knocks it down instantly, and this time, she realizes that she is facing someone from another level. So he soon asks his fans not to attack him, suggesting that he may just be a new kid who does not understand the serious, who take the hacks. In the meantime San Hao admits that maybe she is right and that the opponent could be good. But then he notices something that makes him stop. The little one, the icon at the top of the screen, indicates that its live broadcast has suddenly been filled with spectators. Flood the chat room asking him to show his face. Some even threaten to denounce him if he refuses. Many say they think he is a child and demand proof. San Hao turns on the microphone and speaks in his real voice. Clearly tells them that he is a man, and that he is the one who is playing. But girls don't believe him. Laugh at each other saying that no men could play like this San. Hao then asks them, "How did you find your live if you haven't used hacks?" Adds that if you don't believe him, you can confront him in the game. Face to face, suddenly the chat changes. Someone asks me to show my hands on camera. Everyone wants to see what kind of player he really is. San job as its viewer counter source. Up to 3,700,000 realizes that the moderators have already put their stream in the main broadcast. First time gets excited. So turn on the camera and show. Gans saying that there is nothing more to prove. The chat explodes instantly. Spectators start spamming garbage by their hands. And they say they are beautiful. The girl, which he defeated earlier, sighs and admits that if I had known I was playing against someone like that, she would have tried to befriend her instead of fighting. Rain comments on his Venice hands, and Manhwa can't believe how people find it attractive. The second round is about to begin. So close the chat because all messages slow down the game. At the same time, in a large business building, a dead girl watches her live show with a lot of interest. Soon understands that this new streamer already attracts massive attention, and that if the company signs it, will be a valuable asset and a stable source of income. After a while transmitting, Manhwa finally says goodbye to everyone. Thanks them by saying, which was his first, direct and grateful for everyone's support. But the girls in the stream refuse to let him go. They beg him to stay longer than 2 hours is not enough. Some even, they joke that he should ask his mother to look under the bed. That's how in love they are. Manhwa finds everything very strange and turn off the computer immediately. Decides to rebroadcast tomorrow at 8:00. Probably 2 hours. So you need to rest and get up early to be ready. As it was past 10 o'clock, goes to bed, thinking that tomorrow he will decide if it is safe to go back to school. The next day Manhwa meets his best friend Ji Long in an ice cream parlor and asks him if there are still girls following me around the institute. Elon says there is less than yesterday, but maybe because Manhwa didn't show up. So some got frustrated and left. He had a few are camping outside the school in the hope of seeing him. And Manhwa hopes they won't be there when she returns tomorrow. Then Yahello asks what he has been doing lately. Manhwa replies that he wrote some novels, and even made some broadcasts. And Yahello's eyes opened, he almost screams, demanding to know when he started streaming, and why he never even found out about it. Jokes that as Sanjo is good, everything, sure to also succeed as a streamer. Sanjo tells you quickly, shut up before anyone hears it. Pulls down his cap to high and explains that he started recently, and has not yet signed any contract. At that time Manhwa receives a message from a well-known streaming company. Invite you to contact your administrators to discuss sign a contract. Notice Chanjo's expression and ask what happened. Chanjo explains that the platform wants to sign him on because his live performances have become popular. Elon gets excited and says it's great news, and that he must sign because with his talent and presence, will succeed and become one of the most famous men in the country. Laughs imagining that one Manhwa is famous and blind, he can buy whatever he wants. For Yahello that dream is almost a feverish delirium. But Manhwa replies that for now he is only a student, and that if streaming costs, his studies will leave him without hesitation. Also comments that if it arrives to be an internet, we will lose privacy and will be harassed in networks and in the street, and that's the last thing Yahello wants. Tries to convince him, saying he could always wear a mask. According to him it would be a way fantastic to attract attention and fans would follow suit, and they would even send him gifts if he sang or danced. But Manhwa sets another limit. He make direct and entertain without showing your face, but refuses to sing or dance, only for asking for gifts. For now Manhwa says he has to leave, so they both separate. What they do not know is that a couple of girls have been following Manhwa from afar, and entering an alley. Manhwa notices that someone is following him. Suddenly tells Yahello what has to happen by the supermarket, and from there you can go by yourself. Yahello suspects nothing and leaves Manhwa behind. When Yahello disappears, Manhwa looks around in the empty alley. Calmly announces that it is no longer necessary to, and that whoever follows him can then show himself to be a. Webtoon comes out of the shadows, smiles at her with malice, and says he was lucky that someone like him has entered his area. Calling him a handsome boy, offers to take care of him. San Hao looks at her side and asks, who the hell is she to talk to him like that? The second in command comments and questions, how can San Hao not know who Liu Shen's sister it is? She states that Liu Shen is the owner of all the streets in the San Zone. Hao calmly responds that he does not know any of them, Liu Shen's street owner, and that even if it existed it is not of interest at all. So stop talking. The second one approaches and asks him if the boy wants to die, that no one is talked to like that Liu Shen. But before appears Liu Shen herself, instead of thanking him, punches him in the face, and tells her not to be rude to her beautiful pet. Liu Shen looks at Chen Hao, and says he has a lot of personality, and that he likes it, assures that the internet was right about him being a man. Attractive, and that he has already decided to do his thing later. Liu Shen clarifies that his people were not trying to offend him, and that perhaps he misinterpreted it. But what really matters is that she wants me to be her boyfriend. In exchange, he promises to give him 10,000 yen each month as a salary. Teacher instantly thinks that the figure is ridiculously low, although he knows that many men would dream of being cared for by a rich woman. Admits to himself that Liu Shen is beautiful and strong, with a toned body and even marked abs. But he wonders whether to be a man means depending on someone. That idea does not add up, so he declines the offer and tells him to leave. When San Hao turns around to leave Liu Shen returns to date. It is normal boys to be adopted by older women, and she can raise the money if she doesn't like it. The first price, to think well before refusing. Because if he says again that he will not have to use force, pulls out a razor and spins it between his fingers, and says he would hate to spoil such a beautiful face. Approaches the leaf as a threat, inches from its skin. But Shen Hao doesn't flinch. How does Kung Fu know? Grabs the wrist by a movement, and twists it. The razor escapes and falls to the ground with moist. Shen Hao strengthens the position, and thinks that finally has found someone to practice his arts with. Shen Hao sticks his elbow in Liu Shen's chest, making her wobble as she grabs the heart. Curses between teeth. But before he regains his breath, a kick flies to your face. Shen Hao crouches just in time, and shoots out across the ground. Picks the razor off the ground and turns, this time pointing the blade at the bullies. Warns them to leave him alone. One of Liu Shen's henchmen takes a step and says that the boy is looking for a fight, but Liu Shen raises his hand and orders them to stay behind. Says she wants to tame this cat herself. Sanchez rolls up his sleeve and moves forward with a safe smile. San Hao controls breathing, thinking that the women of this world have a natural advantage. So if he wants to win, he will have to look for another way. Wields the razor and wiggles it again and again, forcing Liu Shen to retreat. With his free hand he pulls out his cell phone and dials the police, warning him that if not to give them his name. Liu Shen is paralyzed when she realizes that Shen Hao is not only skilled, but also ready. Lowers his guard and steps aside, deciding to let it pass. Her followers look at her, stunned to see their fierce leader let the boy go, but Liu Shen sketches a smile and tells them that sometimes it is necessary to patience, especially with the handsome. Ask Shen Hao his name. He responds by introducing himself, but remembers him quickly, to be kept at a distance, because the call is still active. Liu Shen bites his lip and says she will remember him, with a look full of temptation, while Shanghai fight. One of Liu Shen's henchmen takes a picture of her, in secret in the midst of action, and the F go up to the internet. The image begins to spread rapidly. Far away inside a powerful corporation, a woman presides over the table. She is known as Miss Qi, and his mere presence fills the tension room. Employees under his or her command exhibit their ambitions and claim to have found a powerful candidate. The president listens with attention and orders him to be signed instantly, convinced that the boy will be an overwhelming success. Miss Qi is in his office with a cigarette in his hand, and wonders why it is his turn to do recruiting. For her, bringing in new people is the job of a talent, not his own. Then questioned in a low voice, "Why am I going to have to worry about this his second?" The commander nods but reminds him that it is an order, direct from the president. The president wants to introduce the new guy and even asks to see him in person. Qi frowns and asks if his mother is not running out. Though with new faces, musita that if his mother for real intends to find a younger man to play the role of father, to do so and ask to see the photos. The assistant delivers them to you. And of course it is the photo of Shen Hao in the middle of the fight. Miss Qi studies it calmly. Note that still seems high school student, but that his demeanor and personality stand out. thinks well molded, can become a huge asset for the company. Orders his assistant to investigate Shanghai and bring you a full report that same afternoon. When Miss Gu Ai leaves, walks to the window and contemplates the city. For a moment it stays, thinking about the guy who has managed to get their attention. That boy of course is Shanghao. In the schoolyard, Shanghao plays basketball. Yilong is nearby, clearly upset when Shanghao sneezes. Yilong tells him that if he has a cold he should not play. He says he'd better stay and cheer from the stands. That basketball is a girl thing. Shanghao denies with his head and says he does not have a cold, that it was just a sneeze, and that basketball is not exclusive to girls. Takes the ball and releases a direct shot into the basket. A piece of his shirt is lifted when he jumps up, and a girl watching him from afar runs out of breath, as if I had just seen something beautiful dreaming. Lands and makes it clear that the kids can also show off on the court. Yilong sighs, because he is not the only one who animates. The princess of girls shouts Shanhao's name. Their voices are raised by the best player on the field. Later Yilong talks to Yufu and comments that he finds it strange that Shanhao has become famous overnight. Mayor agrees that it is strange, but adds that as long as Shanhao is happy, that's what matters. Yilong nods and admits that Shanhao is so cool that even Shinshin, the shyest girl in school, is in love with him. Not far away, Feng sits down with his minion Mox and says that Shanhao just enjoys getting girls' attention, wonders why no one sees its true nature, and claims that he is nothing more than a boy, pretending to be pure his sidekick. Responds that the girls are blinded by his face, and do not understand what it really looks like. Warns Fee that they should not let their guard down. At the same time, a girl hides behind one of the columns. She takes secret photos of Chang'e, whispering that the sister, Lucian, promised her money even for blurry photos. Believes that these shots will serve his plan. San Hao suddenly turns his head and looks in his direction. But seeing nothing, he shrugs his shoulder. He thinks he imagines it and returns to the game. The stalker lowers the camera and smiles. Is sure that you will be able to take out $200 for these photos, and in his head to deceive the only friends of San Hao will be worth it. At the school entrance, Shan Hao and Yufua say goodbye. Shan Hao pats him on the head and tells him that they will see each other very soon. Yufua smiles and the moment is tender and warm. Yilong, without wanting to stay out, he grabs the arm of Shan Hao and asks to also give him a farewell as his Du Sanjia laughs, pushes it away with a push, and treats it naturally as a friend. But suddenly it stops. His eyes are directed towards the bushes and he notices the slight camera lens brightness. Someone is taking pictures of him. Yilong does not see it, but the senses of Shan Hao are already sharp on alert around the eyes and murmurs that it's probably nothing. Although it does not manage to get rid of the disturbing feeling of being watched. For a moment a thought crosses him. Could the one behind the camera be his own sister? Jiantian Sidao finally follows it and approaches the tree where a girl is hiding. She panics and starts babbling that he wasn't doing anything wrong. Senhaf seems angry, his voice is cutting. But at the same time he feels some relief that the one hiding is not his sister. Chinchin demands the phone from you, because he wants to check if he was recording it or not. The girl defends herself, insists that he was just taking a picture of the landscape, but Shan Hao is not fooled. Shows him the video he had been secretly recording. Cornered at last, admits that she was inspired by her sister, Liu Shen, who convinced them. According to her, they can sell the photos for $200 each, as long as the face is clear too. Shan Hao found it hard to believe that Liu Shen keep moving threads from the shadows. And the nervous girl explains that Liu Shen is the real boss of the area. Shan Hao tells you that he understands, but if you delete the photos it can go away. She erases them quickly and runs away, thinking that will already be Liu Shen's problem, and that she will have to manage on her own. Saturday, Shan Hao goes to the mall with Yilong. Yilong called, asks him if he has already signed with a streaming platform, and Shun replies that yes, meets D as trying to impose his conditions, and to the surprise of the company accepted. The first thing he asked for was to recover the gifts from their previous live performances. Now it needs the help of Yilong to decide which to stay and which to return. And Yilong moves. After all, who doesn't like free gifts? Even spends a Shan Hao, asking him if any special girls sent him anything. At the same time he feels a bit betrayed for not having studied it before. But when Shang Hao explains Yilong to him, understands that he just wants to buy a gift for his sister, to return the favor for the earring she gave him. Yahello insists on knowing the details of the conditions that Shang Hao made an agreement with the company. Shang Hao explains it clearly. You won't have to show your face if you don't want to, and you will be able to create other types of content. Besides, but only if he decides to. Will not attend face-to-face events unless he accepts it. Their live performances will be 2 hours a day, and will be extended to 5 hours on weekends, with at least 1 day off per week. And the most important thing, you will always know in advance if the company expects it to do anything out of the world. Game above all his face pride at Yahello. Impressed tells Shun Hao, who is an incredible engraver, believes that the company gave itself a loan because Shun Hao is already one of his most famous streamers when he hears it. Shun Hao blushes embarrassed by flattery. But as always, wherever Shun Hao goes he stands out among the people. Even in the shopping center, Thing and his group of bad girls watch him. Mock him. They call it #1 beauty of the institute and at the same time label it as Mochi Geta, who always ends up tangled up with perverted girls. For them it looks like a bobalicon. One of Feng's lackeys mocks. If they were as beautiful as San, how they would never waste their image on impure things. Complain that they hate those who use their skirts to afford shame and other lackey. Wanting to remove the hornet's nest suggests to Feng taking everyone to the perfumery next door to try news. But Feng looks at her with derision and dismisses the idea. Explains that his father recently gave him a good amount of money for expenses, so she could buy it herself from her followers. Total for her, I don't understand anything. Girls victimize her by hanging on every word. Then Feng gets closer, her voice gets colder. As proof of loyalty orders them to teach a lesson to San. How excited the lackeys promise to make him cry. His brilliant plan. Catch the unawares. Take unflattering pictures of them, and post them on the internet, for the whole institute to see how ugly it is. Feng warns they must look for a private site away from attention. If they do not run the risk of being caught, she smiles, imagining humiliation. Her plan is sinister, designed to ruin his reputation. The irony is clear that no matter how hard they try, it is impossible for Shane Hao to look ugly. Is too handsome without effort. Sun Hao buys something very expensive from his sister, and Yahello comments that he must be an exemplary brother. Spending more than $1,000 on a belt demonstrates how much he cares. Sun Hao admits that since it registered on the streaming platform, their daily income has been more than sufficient. Account that Chin even gave her earrings of real diamonds. So it made sense to give him back something of equal value. Yahello can't believe what he hears. Authentic diamond earrings, insists on seeing them now. The two talk while head to the bathroom, unaware that Feng and his henchmen are secretly following them. Girls see the perfect opportunity to harass Shun Hao, and taking compromising photos though. Fiend steps away from the situation, and tells his henchmen to follow the boys inside. While she watches outside, is actually concerned that if Chang Hao sees her in the bathroom, start rumors that he is being followed by his henchmen. Are too clumsy to understand their hesitation. So they continue with the plan in place. Sengu comes out of the cubicle, while Dolong gets fixed. Sengu releases him in form, unconcerned about her leaving that perfume behind, who smells like he wants to advertise. At that precise moment, two of the Theng henchmen break into the men's room. One tries to collide with San Hao, but he stumbles and almost falls flat on his face. San Hao reacts quickly, holds her by the neck and asks her what she is doing. The other immediately shouts that Shan Hao pushed her on purpose and demands that she look where she is going. Hilam, already irritated, playing to defend his friend, says that it is clear that the girl stumbled alone, and that Shan Hao did not push anyone. But instead, to admit it, the fall rushed furiously towards Yahello. Senjo anticipates at the last moment the stops in his tracks, and warns him to keep his hands to himself. Says that if anyone dares to touch his friend, then he is looking for death. The henchwoman tries to defend herself, but her voice trembles, insists that he did not hit anyone, and repeats that death is not being sought. But his words sound weak because Shan Hao seems completely fearless. Senjo orders them to turn away. But instead of going backwards, the henchman tries to provoke him once again. Spits on Sanjo and calls him disgusting. San Hao dodges saliva at the last moment. His patience is finally exhausted. He retreats the fist and punches the henchman all over the face, warning him not to believe that he will be contented with just because they are girls. The second is Birchilla that San Hao hit her friend. Yahello, already annoyed, rolls up his sleeves and advances in seconds. The two followers pounce on each other in a messy tug-of-war fight that even makes Chan Hao shudder. Watch them scratch and squeal. It is so embarrassing that Chan Hao decides to intervene and show them how to really fight. He teaches them a quick lesson. The blows come fast, dry and controlled. As an update, perfect software that no one can follow. When Chan Hao ends, tells them to mind their own business next time. One of the followers covers her face and shouts that San Hao will regret hitting her, threatens with calling her boyfriend to settle the score, but San Hao stands upright impassively, making it clear that he is not afraid of empty threats. Outside the San Hao and Ji Mall long walk when Shuki returns accompanied by her partner. She begins to complain instantly, pointing to San Hao and accusing him of being the aggressor. Shuki's partner, a tall, muscular girl, looks at San Hao with clarity. I despise the follower also lies, saying that cornered in the bathroom and could not escape Fen, as it always detaches itself from the matter. Says he goes to the bathroom first and orders his girls to continue with the beating. One of them suggests that he should stay and take pictures of Chen Hao, but Feng is not stupid, decides to keep a safe distance. Take out your cell phone and prepare to catch every cell phone. Your plan is simple. We'll upload the photos to the school forum and show the face of Shanghai when it becomes the center of attention. In the worst way, Chucky continues his performance, throwing crocodile foam to play the victim. San Hao, however, no doubt. Without fear in his eyes, he asks them, what are those cowards doing going back along more? Cautiously reminds him that they were the ones who started, and that he and San Hao only defended themselves. Sanja still does not get defensive. On the contrary, he seems delighted, almost excited, and tells them that if they have something to say it now instead of wasting time. But then something unexpected happens. The muscular couple looks at Shan Hao for the first time, and its expression changes completely. At that moment he falls in love with him, and his girlfriend Shuki notices it and explodes in anger, screaming at him for looking so brazenly. The muscular girl, however, remains calm. Admits that no matter what happened, because she was his girlfriend who hit Chang Hao first, and no matter what the guilt, it's his. The muscular girl turns to Chan Hao and without hesitation apologizes on behalf of his girlfriend, says they should forget the incident and move on. Your partner can't believe what he hears. Being betrayed like this, and in such a humiliating way, infuriates her. Asks if his girlfriend is in love with Shang Hao. But the muscular girl avoids answer and leave the question in the air. Finally Shang Hao spoke with his usual forcefulness. Tells them that if they have problems, marriage is to be solved elsewhere. Asks them to stand aside so that he and Yelong can go on their way without more drama. Chucky can't believe it from what he hears of his own girlfriend. But his first girlfriend reacts instantly and threatens her. If he doesn't shut up, he will put it in a bag and throw it into the river. After that harsh warning, it suddenly changes its tone and heads to Sam, saying that perhaps there was a misunderstanding and proposing to exchange numbers. Even offers to give her a gift as a Then watching from the side, is already filming the whole scene, plans to upload the video to the internet, presenting Shanghai as a homebreaker to ruin his reputation. Zooms in and then zooms out, looking for the perfect angle to get it wrong. At the same time, not far away a luxury car will be in front of the shopping center. Inside is Miss Ui, reviewing the profits of the second quarter with its usual concentration. But when you look up, an instant he sees someone standing right in front of his car. Is Chang Hao Feng. Is so busy recording that he does not realize that a gang of thugs is approaching behind her. Out of nowhere, Liu Xun puts his hand on Feng's chest and asks who is filming. Feng starts stuttering, saying that it is nothing important. But when Liu Xun looks at the phone, he immediately realizes what he was doing. Feng had been photographing her beloved boyfriend. Liu Xun stays cool, but his words are cutting. Asks Feng if he has the desire to die for daring to film his man with another woman. Without hesitation lifts her by the neck. Feng responds weakly, saying that he made a mistake and never meant to hurt. Knows that Liu Xun rules the area, and understands that Shen Hao would not dare to face someone like that. So Liu Xun tells him that it is true. You better accompany her to see her boyfriend, while Liu Xun advances with Feng, holding on to even the muscular one begins to sweat, wondering why Feng would be with someone so dangerous. Liu Xun goes straight to San Hao and talks to him head on. Says that although only 2 days have passed, missed him more than he can admit. Sanhao, however, does not react, even yet. Long is uncomfortable with Liu Xin, but Shenhao just wants it all to end. Because one after another, his admirers, obsessive, continue to appear outside the mall. Senjosei turns around to Li, but Lucian stops him with what he calls a test of goodwill. To earn it, reveals that it was Fang who filmed it and pushes Fang to the ground, saying he has a gift for him, to do with him what he wants. Senjo doesn't believe it, and asks, "No way, what does Liu Xin really want her?" Snaps his fingers and his henchmen throw themselves outwards, making Shanjo imagine another fight, but returns ordering a huge bouquet of flowers. Liu Xin offers it to you, and with a soft voice, asks him if he would date her, because he likes her very much. Promises he gives Sanhao everything he wants if he agrees to be her boyfriend. Sanhao thinks for himself, who is nothing more than a pervert who proposes the same thing to her. Again and again. Again he politely tells her that he is not interested in it, who does not want to go out with her, and you better leave, because you're in a hurry. Yet Lucian asks him to at least accept the flowers. Shenhao finds it ironic. The first time they met, she pulled out a knife, and now offers her flowers with a friendly smile. Is manipulation at its best. Shenhao repeats that if he doesn't want to be her boyfriend, he doesn't want the flowers either. Reminds him that before in the alley, she threatened him with death. So it's better than both. Forget everything, pretend not to know each other, and leave. Otherwise you will have no choice but to call the police. Lucian's thugs are gawking at each other because Shenhao dares to speak to him so directly, but Lucian tells them to stand back and not to interrupt the conversation with her man. Yahello nervously asks if Lucian plans to kill someone. And then, she finally directs her attention to him. She looks at him, unfortunately, and recognizes him as Shanghao's best friend, and Shanhao immediately asks whether Lucian has also been investigating his friends. She calmly responds that it is natural, caring about people close to her boyfriend, adds that some of her friends seem to be infatuated with San Dao and his friends, and that not even she can keep those girls from becoming with him. Senjo understands that his words hide a warning. After that innocent tone is threatening her through Yahello. Its tone suddenly changes, and tells Li Xin that they can always forget everything. He asks what else he might want from him, but Liu Xin refuses to give up his love. Says he wants to hear that word that begins with, and proposes that he go out for drinks at the bar, and San Hao reaches out and asks for Liu Xin's address. Smiles, and tells her to wait for her at 70 in the illuminated restaurant on the east side, promises it will be there, and even calls it, which makes Shanhao shudders, though he assures he will arrive on time. Later Yahello pushes Shanghai aside and tells him that the woman clearly looked like a bully. All those who accompanied her had tattoos. Really wants to be left alone with someone like that. Warns him that he would be vulnerable even if Yahello insists that they can always call the police. Sanhao explains that it is not so simple. None of them has a criminal record, so the police couldn't do much. And if they provoke and enrage her, she could make their lives impossible. Without finally saying that as a sacrifice, he will go to see Liu Xin tonight, he asks. Yahello, don't worry, because he has been practicing for some time. Kung Fu, and they can't hurt you. And let Yahello be the one to be more careful. When I hear these words, Yahello begins to cry, as if his best friend was going to sacrifice himself at a stake. At that moment another person arrives, who tells Sanhao that the CEO wants to see him, and that it would be better if he accompanied her for her own good. Senjo also realizes, again from how uncomfortable this inverted Saiyan has become, is up to his neck that the girls chase him, and he harass the 24 hours, and ask who the hell is the CEO. Just as he is surrounded by bodyguards, and does not know what to say. Thinks he never imagined that so many people wait him at the same time he sends to. Yahello comes home and tells him to call him if he needs anything. Then Sanhao follows the assistant to the headquarters. And upon arrival he is greeted by a very powerful and dominant woman. The atmosphere becomes tense even for Shanhao. She introduces herself as Weinan, CEO of the Fenhom Media Group, is moving directly towards it. And in fact tells him that his first live broadcast was a resounding success. According to her, there is no one in the world who transmits like him. Weinan then delivers a contract to him, asks him to sign it, and promises to turn him into a star. But it is not so simple, and the petition leaves Shanhao in shock. Upon reviewing the contract, he realizes that the one who already has is much better as in tile, and says it's all a misunderstanding, and explains that he does not want to be a star, nor does he want to be famous at all. Adds that he is in a hurry to get home for dinner, so he will leave now. Just as he turns around, the assistant stops him and asks him not to be rude, reminding him that someone like this you rarely takes the trouble to see a person in person, and that Wayne asked to speak with him as a courtesy. Saying Ano accepts that, calmly use his kung fu to take his hand off his arm, and repeats that he does not need a contract, is heading towards the exit, but then throw of the woman forward and she falls face down to the ground. Wayne sees this and realizes that Shen Hao can defend himself, then launches himself against him quickly to give a blow. But Shen Hao blocks his punches and even tries to respond with one of her own that she quickly dodges. She comments that it looks like unreal that a high school boy knows kung fu to this level, and admits it is impressive. San Hao replies that while he is grateful for his words, still cannot accept Wayne's offer. She tells him not to rush to say no, because there is nothing in the world that she cannot get, assures him that he will give him more time to think about it. Having said that, Wayne orders his assistant to take him home, and San Hao understands that it will not be easy to deal with her. Back home, Shan Hao sends a message, prepares a voice recorder, a razor and gas pepper for your big date. Then write to Yahello if he doesn't call before 8 o'clock, and we ask that you notify the San Hao knows that tonight he has to set the record straight with Lu Shen, otherwise your peace of mind will be at risk. Arrives at the bar, and as soon as he enters, a girl greets him, saying that his boss has been waiting for him, asks him to take him with her, and soon sees Liu Shen sitting on a sofa like a queen, with two assistants at his side. The receptionist introduces Shang Hao and him without wasting time. Says he only came tonight to set the record straight. Tells Liu Shen that from now on, act as if you have never met before, that it is in the interest of both of them not to know each other. Liu Shen is not funny and thinks her request is difficult. She, with a glass of wine in her hand, makes him a proposal. If he satisfies her for only one night, it will stop bothering him. The receptionist even spends a little, asking him what he think of the offer. San Hao only denies with its head, and says he knew he would say something like that, so he's going to call the police. Liu Chen laughs and tells him that calling the police is immature, and that it's okay if something comes up between them. Even his assistant joins in and tells him not to resist, warns you that if you do, we'll hold it for Liu Shen and then post photos of him on the internet. She smiles sufficiently and asks him to stop behaving like a spoiled brat. Sun Hao can't believe his brazenness. She keeps talking, thinking he must be scared, and repeats to him to obey the orders of Sister Liu Shen. Sun Hao just thinks he has never heard anyone saying such twisted thing. Luckily the recorder in his pocket is still recording. Liu Shen then reveals that the assistant is actually his sister, Menor, and she smiles, asking Shen Hao if you can spend the night alone with her, or if you want to join someone else. Suddenly Liu Shen's sister pulls a knife against Shang Hao. He glares with his eyes and asks him how he dares. If they really plan to kill him if he resists, but he came prepared. Takes the pepper spray out of the jar and sprays it in his eyes. All the girls, they start crying because of the scozer, and one tries to attack, but while the sister of Liu Shen twists by his eyes, Sun Hao snatches the knife from him, puts him in the dark, and threatens her. That does not move or will be cut by San Hao. Then turns to Liu Shen and repeats to release it, otherwise she will be the one in trouble. Liu Shen just laughs and calls him a brave boy, while San Hao uses the sister as bait and makes his way outside the bar, warns them that if Liu Shen dares to send another woman after him, we'll see blood in the streets, and that calling the police won't do you any good. Liu Shen looks like fun, convinced that she has time to play with him, until he gets a message on his sister's phone number. Hao already asked to be sent the photo, reminds them of Liu Shen, who recorded it all, and warns them that if they provoke or harm their friend, we'll send everything to the police. What infuriates Liu Shen, because he never thought San Hao could be so cunning. On the other hand, one of Gu Ainan's workers has been closely monitoring Shang Hao and informs Gu Ainan that he is well. A few days later, Shang Hao is at school still thinking about what happened 2 days ago. Threatened Liu Shen and his gang, but doesn't know if it worked out. If she continues to behave like a psychopath, he will have to come up with something else, and while lost in his thoughts, hear a group of girls talking nearby. Whisper about Liu Shen. They say it looks like it's been fixed. The atmosphere in the area is noticeable, different, and everyone says that this afternoon will be introduced to the new boss. And one of the girls asks how a power grab can occur so sudden without warning. Another girl replies that she heard that the group, Fenhan, intervened because there was a serious harassment problem in the area, decided that Liu Shen no longer fit the group's objectives. So they asked to replace it. Sen Hao listen and frown. Does not understand what the group has to do with Fenhan with this. The name rings a bell and suddenly it comes to mind. Is Nan's company, although it has not yet been able to assemble the parts. What relationship Nan might have with Liu Shen? Later that day after school, Zhan Hao returns home and upon entering finds his sister, Qin Qin, waiting for it, all dressed up, smiling and telling him that he has cooked for him San. Hao instantly asks about his parents, wants to know if they are the only ones at home. Qin Qin replies that they both had to work late and won't be back until late at night. So San Hao and Qin Qin will be on their own. For some reason that is him. In his previous life in the world before, a man and a woman alone at home were always synonymous with Qin Qin problem, gets him out of his dirty thoughts. Asking him what's wrong with him, Sen goes, gets nervous and says quickly that it's nothing, they'd better eat. But inside he knows that those thoughts are wrong, is forced to come to its senses. She is his sister even if there is no blood relationship. On the other hand, Qin Qin seems to know exactly what he thinks behind dinner asks Shen Hao to go up to her room to do homework, reminding him that later, we'll have to stream for hours. She says she will take care of the dishes. Sen Hao asks if she is sure she does not need his help. And then she touches his hand with tenderness and tells him, who does not want the hands of his precious. Sen Hao get irritated with detergent. Sen Hao gets nervous at so much attention but nods, saying that he understands, knows that his sister is beautiful and virtuous, the very image of the perfect woman. And in his previous world he would have wanted such a wife. Never realized how difficult, what it would be like to have a sister, older than her, around 70. Enters its live broadcast, greets everyone warmly, and remembers the rules, making it clear again that he will not show his face. It took 2 hours until Qin Qin return tells him to turn off the computer and rest, but Shen Hao had already finished the stream, demonstrating that Qin Qin had been responsible, smiles and comments that he must be exhausted after the broadcast. She offers to give him a massage to relax, but the way he sits in his bed suggests otherwise. San Hao gets nervous and says there is no need to. May she rest, but Qin Qin approaches him and tells him he's sweet because he cares. That is why they should rest together. She bends down and starts nibbling on his head in the shape of a playful. San Hao notices how soft and delicate she is, but he reminds himself that this is wrong. Our family and the family cares does not go beyond certain limits. For some reason that instant makes Qin remember the girl who was first time he saw Shanghai as a baby. Her eyes get wet and tears escape. Nervous Sen Hao starts babbling, trying to justify himself. Although deep down he knows he has done nothing wrong, yet he still can't get rid of the doubt. Qin comforts him with sweetness, telling her to cry with happiness. Says it is an honor to be her sister and be part of his family. Say it'll love the one full of satisfaction San House. His sister is moved and loves him so much that she even feels grateful to her tears. For him it is something new, something I didn't have before. Finally feels he has a family, and that his father is no longer alone. San House is consoled, and at that instant, swears to himself that as long as he lives he will protect his family, and will do whatever it takes to see them happy. Then assures Qin Qin that they still have a long time together, and that their family will always be happy. Qin Qin blushes at his words and admits that he does not usually cry, that this time it was a lapse. She turns her head, embarrassed, but Qin Hao calmly tells him, who has nothing to be ashamed of, and thanks him for treating him like a real Qin brother. Qin thinks in silence that perhaps they were always destined to be a real family. Qin Qin then asks San Hao to sleep with her, and soon they are so glued that San Hao nervously asks him if he wants them to sleep together. Qin Qin smiles and clarifies that he just thought maybe he was scared of it. Sleep alone now that your parents are away. So I wanted to keep him company as well. Admits that he has always wanted the opportunity to sleep right next to you. So she is glad that she has finally been introduced to that. Yan Hao doubts and asks what he means by that. but his thoughts betray him at the sight of what has happened. Who is next to you? Chin Chin changes the subject and asks him what kind of girls Yan Gao likes. He nervously responds that he only likes pretty girls. Chin Chin insists and asks if he prefers girls, rude or affectionate, and if there are female students in your class. This is how San House is left thinking, and Yuhua comes to his mind. Maybe it would be someone who could lie. Is kind and pretty, although quiet and not very talkative. Chin Chin sees him corrupted and gets impatient. Tells him that he is still in high school, so better not to fall in love so soon, because it will only bring disappointment. Cares about him, because with that physique, girls could do all kinds of crazy things to him. Sena responds in a low voice and do not worry so much. His embrace is so warm and comforting that it feels like to fall asleep. Upon up, however, he realizes that in reality, is not lying on Chin Chin. Is on his own pillow, and everything seems to him a strange dream. Confused San Paolo calling and asking if Chin Chin is. For a moment he even confuses his name with Liishan, and then with Yufuo, until he thinks back to Chin Chin. But when he opened his door, understands that he must have gone to the lab again. His shelf of novels and thinks he wouldn't mind. Take one to read. His eyes are fixed on a book about an Empress entitled The Strongest Empress and the Invincible. And then another book catches his attention. Tells the story of a boy and his sister in a secret relationship, full of scenes that are too intimate to overlook them. San House blushes, stunned by the guy in the book, and wonders if Chin Chin I could really think that way of him. But immediately denies the idea, and it is said that his sister is not like that. Suddenly his head starts to hammer. Another vision appears before his eyes, the same brunette with glasses standing in front of him and two boys crying by his side. She shouts something to Shan Hao, but the voice sounds muted and does not understand, not a word. Stares, confused and shocked, having no idea what those visions will mean. The next day, as always, San Hao's dreaming. But this time it cuts the transmission ahead of time. He's weird, and even he knows that the live show was lousy. Fails to concentrate, because his mind never stops returning to the novel he found, wondering if Chin really feels something romantic about him. Visions keep coming back, and they leave it confused and When it ends, Liv shows that their followers have dropped. The energy of the public is no longer the same, and the enthusiasm has died down. Frustrates him. Making money like this is already exhausting, and now the pressure feels. Shortly thereafter, a message appears on your screen. His last live performances begin to stabilize, but the growth rate has slowed. The system recommends contact that admin who can advise you on how to increase your popularity. Sanjo frowns. You know that meeting with the admin may not be convenient for you. The next day the same message reappears. And the other, the notification does not fail day after day. Sanhao ends up getting tired, but no matter how much he does, the system does not leave it alone. Then receive a message from your admin, asking him why you have not yet signed in for Live. He responds angrily that he doesn't want to do it, period. The admin replies quickly not to say that, because his followers are waiting for his return and would be pleased to see him perform again. When she suggests that he dance or show his face to please them, Senhao firmly reminds him that when he signed, he made it clear that he would only do direct if he wanted the admin. Claims that he is not forcing it, only by offering suggestions. Promises send you more proposals, not to worry and to take his time. Yet it reminds him that in 2 days' time, we'll have a meeting. San Hao the dispatch saying it will do many things, but who will never reveal his identity. The admin is in a good mood. Excited because she's going on a date with a handsome guy. And San Hao just sees everything as a nuisance. When he sees other men on the platform, begging for gifts from spectators, promises himself, which came out, lose all his savings before it comes to that. He decides. Then review the document sent to you by your administrator. The first option suggests making short videos, preferably dancing. The second one, dressing up as God, costs. The third, recording yourself while training as a Chan. How I expected everything sounds ridiculous and does not intend to sell his dignity. 3 days later, Shan Hao goes to a coffee shop with Yan Yan. Comments that Shan Hao has become so popular that even the administrator came in person to see him, and Shan Hao shrinks on his shoulders. He doesn't care much. The Songqing administrator greets him warmly when Shanghai introduces Yahello. Then he tells her that he reviewed the 3 options, but the truth is that he is not interested in any of them. Song Qing smiles and says, who already imagined that he would not like the first two. But the last one is worth it. He leaves the cup. He approaches a few steps and points out that he has seen it. Chess training. As she refuses to show her face, she proposes, broadcast their workouts with a mask, so he would not reveal his identity, and the audience would continue to enjoy the physique. Adds that viewers would love to, and would distinguish it from other streamers. Explains that training live is not only practical and easy, but would also allow him to earn money while keeping in shape until they're long. Acknowledges that his idea sounds reasonable, and Sanhao thinks that this way he wouldn't have to teach. Delegate skin. Could also inspire other men to get in shape, regain strength, and perhaps changing the perception of women not. And says that as of tomorrow, we'll start broadcasting 2 or 3 days a week, half an hour each time, training with the mask on. Back home, Sanhao's fathers his anger, who will in no way allow his son to stream with your shoulder or face uncovered. His tone is so harsh and authoritarian that it seems a tyrant when the Lord warns him. Chen Changhao's father starts struggling with him, saying that he was kind enough, letting him broadcast his games live, but now in no way will allow you to wear tight training clothes and show it off. Refuses to allow it. Father and son are entangled in the fight when Chen arrives. Chen whom interrupts them and says he thinks Shen Hao is right to be left first, try, and that she will supervise him to do nothing inappropriate. If something happens, she will tell him to cut the transmission. Mr. Sane, grumbling that Chen pampers him too much and that his son is already busy enough, still leaves the room. Sanhao turns to Chen and thanks him. Admits that if she had not intervened, would have ended in a tremendous argument with his father Chen. Chen says his thanks with a gesture, and tells him to keep it for himself, affirms that he will guard you no matter what. Because there are people on the internet who is a real hero, and does not want his younger brother to be harassed later on. Chen Hao mounts his streaming equipment in his room, greets its viewers, and says that today they have a special program. As he has been asked many times to show his face, he will do so. But its main objective is to talk about the importance of exercise. Explains that improving the capacity, cardiovascular training, is something everyone should try. He recommends, start with trotting and add, who must also work the joints carefully to avoid injury. Says he has been practicing before he started this program and that it is now ready to begin. Sanhao starts running and immediately the chat is flooded with tears. Spectators go crazy for him. They call him their god and sigh, because every muscle you move looks like a work of art. Chunho notices that the broadcast is filled at every minute. Realizes that people are not just looking for fitness but also to see him act. The chat girls think he is perhaps the most attractive man they have ever seen in your life. Some women even begin to desire it through the screen, to the point that their marriages are beginning to resent each other. Aisha, watching from the barrier, smiles and us. She always knew that someday, Shanao would conquer the entire platform. During transmission, a spectator launches a challenge. If Sanhao runs 15 minutes in a row, she will send you 2 rocket launchers. Sanhao accepts without hesitation, laughs thinking that's nothing, and promises, show them what a real man does in his world. 30 minutes later, San House is still at its best, and said Chen, who admires his live performance with mixed feelings. See how many people are watching, training, and feels a pinch of envy. Tells herself that she is no longer a child, is growing, and will soon leave his side. After a while, Zhenghe finishes his training session. Asks everyone to follow him, to teach them more about how he trains. And says he is going to take a shower, and then return for another live performance. At that instant, Chen enters the room and asks him if he is tired. Reminds him that it must have been very hard to train in addition to, and suggests that from now on, do these training live streams less frequently. At the sight of his concern, Senka seems anguished for a moment, but reassures her by saying that she usually trains alone, so that was nothing new. At least now he gets paid for attention. Pass him a towel, suddenly smacks his ass on the shoulder, and tells him to hurry to take a shower before catching a cold, without being paralyzed by surprise. Can't believe what just happened, and wonders if she'd been drinking fast drowns. Dirty thoughts, and is convinced that he was just trying to be nice. In the evening, Chen visits Chang Hao again in his sleep. Sits silently by the bed, with a loaded mind, and thinks that if they had failed before, something bad could have happened. Their memory returns to when they were children. Remember the times I found flowers for him, small moments that seemed innocent at the time, but now they feel far away. Studies his face while resting and Shin bends with his eyes fixed on his lips. The moment is prolonged. His heart races, but Sanjio stirs in his sleep. Turn your head. His expression changes, slightly as if dreaming, and Chenjin stands still, watching closely, and realizing what he was about to do. A few years ago when San Hao was just a baby, someone approached him and asked him if he had no one to play with. She said they could play together, and that girl turned out to be Shin, and since that day the two have been inseparable. Shin fought with the bullies over him, always on his side. Was so strong that San Hao was sometimes afraid of him, even if she only fought to protect him. But Chenkin was also a child and couldn't stand the boy. She him by the flat, and reminded him that they had arranged to be together forever. I told him not to be afraid, and demanded that he come to his house later when he San Hao wakes up suddenly. He is no longer a child. Does not even remember the dream. Thinks it must have been something silly. Since it's a school day, you better hit up or be late again. But then, notices someone nearby and turned his head and realized that his sister is literally sleeping by his side. And I hadn't even noticed it. Senjo screams. Shin's eyes, Shin flapping open, and she greets him with a quiet, good morning, telling him to get ready for school or he will be late. Senjo nervously asks if he really slept in his bed. Shin stretches out and says he came to see him last night. He was so cute in his sleep that he could not help but crawl beside her. San Hao wants to tell you that it's a rare thing, but he swallows it and says he is going to get ready before becoming late. Shin tells you not to worry, because you will soon be buying a new car, and she will take him to school herself later. Shen Hao looks at a composter on his phone. Q of his class. Yihua sees it naturally. Says she knows how to do that too. Senjo asks when he learned something like this, and she explains that she saw him as a child. Adds that he fights very well. Senjo is impressed because Yihua already handles weapons like a professional. And now he also reveals that he knows Kung Fu. Yihua confesses that his grandfather was a soldier, and that it inspired her to want to be one in the future, in order to protect your country. Sun Hao tells him he believes in her, and is sure to make it, and then asks if he can teach him some fighting techniques to learn as well. Since it is still early in the morning, they decide to go behind the courtyard. Yihua smiles, and says yes, it's just the two of them. She will gladly accept even if Jane Hao secretly think that it may be inappropriate. San Hao proposes that they first spread to see their style. Both are placed in position, and with lightning speed, Yihua strikes first. Before Shen Hao can understand, she grabs him and pushes him to the ground. Has no defense against its force. Yihua immobilizes it easily, and sitting on it, Sen Hao realizes that he is completely lost. Without resistance, Sen Hao says he surrenders, and Yihua asks if you can receive a reward. Before Shen Hao understands what he means, she bends down and sucks his ear. A strange sensation runs through it, moans its name, and when taking awareness of what is happening makes his face red. Wonders how someone so shy can act with so much disfacets. When Yihua walks away, he asks if he liked it. Sen Hao can't believe I asked. Of course he liked, who would paint something like this, but does not understand why he did it suddenly. She is shy, and yet what she did was overwhelming. Sen Hao covers his face with his palm while Yihua will be nervous. I thought I had done something wrong. As she is still sitting on it, Sen Hao asks you to get off. Does not want to touch her in such a close and uncomfortable position. Once seated correctly, he asks why he did it, and who taught him something like this. Sen Hao refuses to believe that someone so pure. I could think of that. But Yujo clarifies that no one showed it directly to him. She only learned from the videos that Anastasia has been sending you. Sen Hao immediately suspects that they are inappropriate, and upon asking to see them, their suspicion is confirmed. Anastasia is a pervert, and if he continues like this, he will also turn Yihua. Yihua says Anastasia told him that such things are fine, because this is how men and women communicate. Then, nervous, asks if he did something wrong, and Shen Hao, without wanting to discourage or embarrass her, explains, softly, which is not the normal way people talk. Couples do things like this, but they cannot. He makes it clear that she should not do it with him or anyone else, because they are just friends. Reminds him that these things are only for couples and asks him not to kiss him like that anymore. As they prepare for class, Yufua suddenly stops him and asks when they will be able to become a couple. Sen Hao asks him if he even knows what it means to have a girlfriend, and from her absent-minded look it is clear that she is not. Sen Hao tells him that they will only talk about it when he understands really what does it imply. But his response sticks in his head spinning. Yufua keeps thinking about what he did, and how much he liked it. So it continues to appear around Shang Hao, asking if they can now communicate. Shang Hao spends all day dodging it, and soon even asks San, "Oh, what's up?" Since Yufua has been acting weird, San Hao minimizes it and says it is becoming like the other girls who bother him just because he is handsome. As Leo watches from the balcony, wonders why someone like Yufua from family wealthy would fall for Chang Hao. But before I can give it any more thought, another Asian-looking girl approaches Chang Hao and pushes him away. The camera captures the moment and she sketches a rating of sufficient. In his mind, a new plan is already being formed, and believes he finally has proof to choose Yan Hao like a cretin and a womanizer. Yan Hao, and Nan's assistant, wait near the site where couples usually gather, and Yan Hao tells him to hurry up because it is embarrassing to stand there. She apologizes and admits that last time he had a bad attitude, says he came to apologize in person, and also because Nan wants to see it, but Shen Hao denies with his head and assures that because of a lot of pressure from Nan, your answer will not change. He tells her not to waste her time and to turn the page. The assistant explains that she only follows orders and that it will be very difficult to return to the office without him. Almost begged him to reconsider and at least take care of it. The call on your phone. Sanjo softens a little and accepts. Knows that the CEO has power and now it cannot beat him. So Nan's voice takes the call. Sounds and Sanjo's doesn't waste a second. Tells him that he thinks the same as before. Will not work for her, and its time is too much valuable to waste on it, but Nan also does not lose its own. She assures him that she knows exactly what she wants. Sun Hao wishes to be as powerful as a woman. Sun Hao is silent before his words. Nan continues he hates being seen has seen many looks in his life, but when he looked at him during the fight, saw a fighting spirit, tells him that he likes that spirit and warns him to reflect, because that could decide their future. Then she hangs up. Sensha or stands still for a few moments, realizing that Nan is not only powerful but also cunning, knows how to hit the point, weak and hide their real game. Decides to meet with her and sets the day and time. On the other hand, Nan is satisfied his was correct. Predicted that San house would be seen. The next day an elegant car stops at the school door and attracts all eyes. Students crowd in, clap and watch it. Then Shan Hao gets out of the car, quiet thinking about the sunny day. Chen Qian was the one who bought it and is now in charge of quitting it. Even fixes his hair on the door before leaving. Tells him that he will come back later to pick him up as San Hao's eyes note that Chen is increasingly worried about him. And if this goes on, you don't know how much more it will be able to hold. After school lunch, rumor mills, students look at their cell phones and when Shan Hao walks down the hallway whispers multiply. All the girls say they break hearts everywhere, and that it is the maintenance of the majority. Yililong begins to notice that something is wrong. Since yesterday people have been whispering about Chang Hao. All seem to avoid both. But neither Chang Hao nor Yahello understand why. The sensation follows him to class, where a boy passes by picking up homework. When you stop at the desk of Shen Hao and finds it empty, sketches a grimace, makes fun of Shen Hao, unsure he didn't have time to do his homework, because he was busy with his racy little novels, and that people like him only assemble the little number for the pretty girls to keep them. Tan Hao takes a notebook out of the backpack and leaves it on the desk, looks at the boy and tells him that if he is alone, jealous of his pretty face, to admit it. The visibly irritated boy denies it, claims that he could never do what San Hao and ends with a sharp insult. Insinuates that Chan Hao is nothing more than a maintained, claiming that he surpasses him in everything, both in class and with the girls. The tension rises until Yilong takes a step forward, stands next to Chan Hao, and orders the boy to stop bothering his best friend. Instead of being intimidated, the other smiles with sufficiency and reveals the real reason for his mockery. Account that they run rumors that Chan Hao has a secret relationship with a woman who often visits him at the university entrance, and that there are even photos circulating showing with different women at different times try. Enough to say that it is a continuation of all of them. Yelong responds immediately that no one in their right mind would believe this. But he pulls out his cell phone and enters the school forum. Your eyes get bigger. Dozens of students are already talking about Shanghai. The girls are calling it openly, maintained, and the photos are there in plain sight. In one of them, San Hao simply talks to his Tianjin sister, but the image is completely out of context and Yelong gets defensive instantly. Says it is clear that they are only trying to sink San Hao because they can't stand it. Insists that the truth will come to light. But things change when someone from the secretary enters the classroom. They chant Hao's name and ask him to accompany them. He follows him and is taken to the administrator's office. That makes Yusa and tells him that at this point, you should already know what is being said about him in the forums. Explains that rumors are spreading fast, and they are already starting to damage the school's facade. Warns Shan Hao that it is not a minor matter, because the images he stories also involve several women, whose viability is now in question. Advises Shan Hao to resolve his disputes soon. Because if this continues, it will be very difficult for the school. Protect your image or maximize impact. Send Hao that you don't hang out with. Calls for an investigation to be open, to pressure those who published the information. While managers prepare, that he decides to wait for his sister to arrive soon. He enters Tankin and its chaos against the administration. With a voice so powerful that the students outside the classroom are grouped together to listen to. The administrator insists that it was all a misunderstanding, but Chen is furious. His brother endured relentless harassment for this alleged mistake. Turns to Shan Hao is pronounced, and promises to tell his colleagues everything to clarify whether he will. Turns on his head, and tells him to return to work. Asks him not to worry about him, that he himself will solve it, and that he has already done enough. When I return to my classroom, she asks him if everything is okay. She explains that as soon as he left Yelong, got nervous, and went out looking for it after, receive a call from the Feng group. Shen Hao suddenly feels concern in realizing that Yelong has been out for a while, and has not returned. The poor Yelong is trapped in an empty and abandoned bathroom. No cell phone coverage. Feels as if he has been kidnapped. Fang and his henchmen tricked him and locked him up. And now you can only wait for help to arrive. At the same time, Shen Hao and his friends search the whole school, asking everyone if they have seen Yelong. One of the girls returns with news. Spoke to a classmate in class 3 who said they have seen it near the bathrooms at the back of the yard. Fang and some boys were also there. Shen Hao understands it instantly. Feng's grudge is so great, who now attacks his friends. With that, Shen Hao goes to the bathrooms and inside Yelong. Loses hope until he hears the voice. Serena from his best friend. Screams of relief with tears running down his face. Because he really believed he would not come out. Just wants to go home, and then Yahello tells him to step aside. And with a single powerful kick he smashes the door to pieces. Even the surrounding kids stay, gaping with their strength. Senjo throws himself into hugging his best friend and asks him if Fang and his henchmen are the culprits, and the other explains at length that he was not only locked up, but even milk was poured on top of it. He says they should tell a teacher. But Senjo disagrees. Assures him not to worry, because when classes are over, he will help you take revenge, and faithful to his word after school. Lo Yu, Horner Fen, in a desperate attempt to save Fen, turns to Shan Hao and demands to know how it can be lowered enough to glue to their own colleagues, despite all of Fen's pleas. Shan Hao knows Sin Yid, tells him that he has nothing to worry about, just himself. Because his sister already came to school and denied the rumors he posted on the forum. The boy he harassed and locked in the bathroom is also here, and Fen is probably too clumsy to realize that the cameras at the back of the courtyard recorded everything. For that, and only for mercy, Shan Hao proposes 2 options. The first one, admit the lies he published. If Shan Hao refuses, he will show the videos to everyone. The second is to ignore the offer, in which case Shan Hao will deliver the videos to management, and Feng will face the misfortune. Feng is paralyzed, divided among the options, and quickly decides that the first one is safer. Gets used to it weakly, but Shan Hao cuts it and tells him that there is one last thing you must remember. If you dare to bother him again, Shan Hao will kill him. After a while, Yelong asks how much it costs. Shan Hao, in which Feng does not betray them and cause them more problems in the future. And Shan Hao replies that Feng is not that stupid. is an older student, and if you try something new, San Hao will take the videos to the teacher, which will result in severe punishment, and perhaps their expulsion. With that, San Hao ends the day and says it's time to go home. Dilon literally leaves for Cheng Hao and Yu Hua alone. Cheng Hao suddenly remembers something and asks Yu Hua if he has heard of Nan. And she replies that Nan is the head of the family. Do I? And that it is very powerful. San Hao then asks if Nan is stronger than his own family. Yu Hua admits he doesn't know it and says they probably have the same power, and San Hao remains silent, realizing the wealth and influence they should have. Yu Hua and his family, although he knows that Nan does not give up easily. If she notices him, sooner or later you will have to face it. So he decides to take control now and make an appointment. Nan wakes up in her luxurious home but is not satisfied. 3 days have passed since he last dated Shang Hao, and can't believe he hasn't contacted her yet. Felt a spark the last time they talked on the phone, and I was sure I would call. Is now deeply disappointed and remains into his thoughts. His assistant enters the office and tells him that a customer wants to set up a meeting at the wise man's house. Nana accepts and asks him to prepare everything. Mientras tanto, Chen also carries her stepbrother Shang Hai to the house of the sage. The elegant atmosphere makes him nervous, but Chen explains that he has had a hard day at school, so he wants to invite him and remind him that he is always by his side. Yan Hao is moved by his kindness. Chen blushes and says they should come in. Today she is dazzling, but Chen Hao is so distracted by luxury that he doesn't know it. When the room is painted, it distinguishes a well-known figure. Thinks he sees Nan waiting by the bathroom, but she disappears before I can secure it. Confused follows Tan. Keen to her table, she encourages him to ask for whatever he wants. Zheng Hao instantly asks if you can order a drink with alcohol, reminding him that he is of legal age. Has not really tasted a glass of wine since it came into this world, and craving as one who has been private for a long time. Shenchen agrees and says that since his parents are out, can afford some wine. Serves it, and Sun Hao gives a great drink, laughs because it tastes as is cold water. Chen looks at him, smiling, amused by his reaction, and lets you enjoy it calmly. As expected, Sun Hao suddenly notices the effect of the wine. Remember that he used to be a good drinker, but now with just one glass Chen feels dizzy. Tells him to go slowly and to eat first, that if it won't hurt your stomach. Sun Hao nods and listens, but the wine takes effect quickly, and Chen begins to fear that his brother is already drunk. Signal wobbles, and gets up saying that he will go to the bathroom to cool off. Wonders how he got drunk with just one drink. When in his village he endured alcohol like a champion, lost in their thoughts, does not realize that he has entered the women's bathroom, goes to the sink, and is his face with water, and then turns around. To your surprise, Nan is by your side. For a moment they cross each other's eyes, both of them bewildered. Yan Hao panics, wondering why there's a girl in the men's room, and Nan immediately corrects it. This is the women's bathroom. Yan Hao finally looks around and understands his mistake. Shame floods him with the realization that he has entered where it should not. Now feels like a sheep among wolves. Not knowing what to do, Sun Hao runs into a cubicle to avoid women's attention outside. In his panic makes a fatal mistake and drags Nan with him. He does not think clearly, and Nan also does not understand why she has to hide next to him. Has more remedy than to admit the truth. He drank a few drinks, he is dizzy and not at his best. Nan smiles suddenly. As a slayer prowling his prey, he shoves it against the door and approaches. Sanjo pales, uncomfortable because of how close she is, but Nan whispers that who should be afraid. He is a helpless man in the face of a strong woman. Independent and beautiful. Sanjo cannot answer. Is too stunned, nothing. Costs more and demands to know why I don't understand her. Pushes the boy forward and Sanjo blushes. Stutters that we will be able to see her tomorrow, and that he did not expect to cross it tonight. Nan is amused by his reaction. He sees that he avoids. His gaze grabs his chin and forces him to look at her. Then tells him that he has changed his mind. No longer wants him as an employee, he wants him as his sandman. Bao replies that they have only been seen twice, and that the last woman who told him something like this disappeared from the world. Yan reacts instantly. Question if you are referring to Lu's Chen, and adds that Lu's Chen was charged with illegal trade and banished by its Chen show. Is confused if Nen knew about Lu's crimes, Chen why he did not report her to the police. But Nan despises their concern, saying that men care too much. Manhwa insists on releasing it, but Nan ignores it and demands an answer about becoming his man. Senjo leans as if to respond, but suddenly it tickles. She loses her grip, and at that instant he slips away. Senjo shoots out of the bathroom door, thinking she was stupid for falling into his trick, and that he is now safe. However, Jathwon Sunhao comes out of the bathroom, meets his sister, Tanjin, waiting for her with a worried face. She asks him why it took him so long, and if he is feeling well. Hidden sign. The truth of having been in the cubicle with another woman, and says it was just a little drunk and lost track of time. Chen Shen suggests that they should go home, and supports softly head on his chest to comfort him. Back home to Chen. How he has no strength left to get out of bed. Chen brings him a cup of tea, but he alone, used to incoherences due to drunkenness. She frowns but can't help but think that when drawn, looks like a helpless bunny when he sees it out of his mind. Chen bends over and gives him a little kiss on the lips. Knows that sooner or later he will be yours. After promising it would be just a kiss, Chen can't stop. Takes the hand of Chen Hao, attracts him to her, and puts her lips on her neck. Chen's eyes Hao are entrenched in his daze. He thinks he is dreaming. When I saw Chen's face, so close and full of desire, is convinced that everything is a dream, turns and takes control. Convinced that it must respond to this shared vision. In front of him, Chen is paralyzed for a moment, stunned and blushing by her sudden. Sunhao fights inside your mind. One part urges him to give in, because if it is a dream, nothing matters. The other party reminds him that Chai and Chin is a family, who has always been good to him, and that taking advantage of it would be wrong. The two positions argue until Shanhao leans over. Instead of following, kisses her on the forehead and whispers that not even in his sleep, a man must take advantage of a vulnerable woman. Exhaustion overcomes him and collapses on his chest. Taeyangjing is shocked for a moment. Then his face softens and blushes as he watches him sleep, tucked him in bed, still smiling for his. Suddenly Chang Hao's phone rings. The screen shows the name of a girl, Sao Yin. Tangjin answers. Before I can say anything, a voice and breaks Sao Yin. Shan Hao classmate. Says he is pleased that he has finally responded. Complains that he has been distant, and then nervous. Asks if he did anything to upset him. Words run over him until at the end. Confesses that she likes him, and wants to be with him. Chen, the short one, tells Xiao Jin that she is Cao Hao's sister. The other girl stutters and assures quickly that she is just a friend. Chen does not believe it, and affirms, know that Xiao Jin has been following him for 2 years, and that his must stop. Shan Hao will never love someone like her, and Chen Kain warns her to stop bothering him once and for all. That's what Chen Kain ends the call. Look at Shang Hao, who sleeps peacefully. A dark thought runs through his head. Why it cannot belong to you. Bends down, gives him a soft kiss on the forehead and whispers, that will wait, is sure that her moment with him will come soon. The next day he dies. How he wakes up in a daze and hungover. Doesn't remember what happened last night, but he knows he was embarrassed in front of his half-sister. Came home and dead. A strange tingling removes his stomach, and is convinced that it was nothing more than a dream. Staggers into the bathroom, and looks in the mirror. Sight speeds up the heart. There are bite marks on the neck. Panic and begins to get upset. At that time Chen appears on the threshold and asks if he is okay. Then it all fits in Chang Hao's head. The dream, weird sensation and skin marks are related. Realizes that there is a real possibility that they will Chen had something to do with what happened last night. Before Chang Hao rides in anger, Chen walks in and says Chang Hao must be allergic to alcohol. Yan Hao can't believe it's true that he's so fat. But since Chen is a doctor, insists on checking it well to check it out. When she approaches, Yan Hao gets frustrated. Chen calmly tells him that some swelling will show, so be careful when going to school. Then dispatches him, saying to start preparing San. Hao remains on until he talks to his half-sister, so for now accept every single thing Chen says. Later at Chang's school, Hao is the only one who carries turtleneck to hide your hickeys, and even Yilong asks him if you will be so cold that you have already switched to winter clothes. Hao lies by saying that real men like him withstand a temperature in reality. Hao feels like burning in an oven. And as they speak, someone grabs him by the neck and warns him to stay put, away from the leader's girl. The boy is talking about the same girl who dies last night while Shang Hao was sleeping. But Shang Hao has no idea. So you are confused. Still does not like the tone. It's not like anyone would put their hands on him. With a San Hao grabs his wrist and pushes him, making him fall and hit his head in the midst of humiliation. The bully remains, wounded with a broken ear and trembles because San Hao is much stronger than I expected. Lin Chong the leader just smiles at the scene. Fun for the fight and thinking that Shang Hao must be the guy his girlfriend likes. Yahello quickly explains that Shang is captain of the basketball and goes in the same class as Shang Yan. But Shang Hao is not interested in that cheap drama. Is limited to moving away, saying he's not in the mood to mess with them. If they really care about Ain's feelings, to talk to her directly. And do not drag others into your mess. And as expected, the supposed alpha takes his words as good advice. In the interest Antu, Shang Hao notices Yahello watching. She suggests beating them up for bothering him, but Shang Hao discards it with a gesture, and tells him that it would be too much to be students who best teach you boxing, that a man must be strong. Yulong is surprised and asks if they are really going to take extra classes after school. San Hao says yes, and even invites Yulong to sign up to learn how to fight and defend himself, that no one intimidates him again. On the other side of the city in his luxurious apartment, nothing to clear the mind. But no matter how hard he tries, he keeps thinking about what happened in the bathroom with Shen Hao the other day. The pressure is growing, and he knows he has to put an end to it. So he calls his assistant and orders him to bring in Shen Hao as soon as I leave school. When the Shang Hao date ends, Yulong and Yuva meet at the gym to practice boxing, and Shang Hao says that today they are going to work the strength of the core because his body is still too weak, and dreams of the day when he will have abs. Mayor hears that and asks if you mean abs. Pulls up his shirt and shows him his belly marked, and Sanjo instantly covers his eyes and accuses himself of being indecent, a shy boy trying to protect his. But even with his eyes closed he sees her in his mind, and admits that's just the physique he wants. Approaches and touches his chest, saying that it is very thin, but that he has a strong and well-toned body. Yihua blushes with the touch, and says it will take time for him to reach his level. Yulong observing points out the obvious. Shen Hao is playing a Yihua, and she does not turn away, and Shen Hao suddenly realizes that he never asked permission, and wonders why Yihua did not resist. But Yihua shrugs his shoulders and says it's no big deal. If Shen Hao wants to, can even show him more of his body to make him happy. Which Shen Hao finds a bit strange, and Yulong warns that the situation looks bad, and that they should avoid problems then. Chang Hao suddenly changes the subject and asks Yihua how much money he has, and tells him to give it to him. Yulong is dumbfounded by the request, but Yihua gives him all cash without hesitation, even comments that the rest is in his account bank, and start giving him the password. Senjola stops immediately, telling him to never reveal such things, because bad people could use it to hurt you. Asks him why he obeys him so easily, and Mare calmly responds that they are friends, and that a friend should never refuse another friend. At that time, Shen Hao understands the truth due to family abandonment. Yihua never dies, healthy social ties, and believes that being a friend means giving up everything just to maintain the relationship. Shen Hao explains to Yihua that friendship does not work like that friends must be the same, and that in the future, must use its own criteria, instead of blindly doing whatever you are asked to do. After a while the training ends, and remain to be seen again the following day. On the way home, San House is happy because the practice went well. What you don't know is that some Secret Service agents are hidden just around the corner, and his instinct tells him that something is wrong, so change roads. Then a girl stops him suddenly and asks him if he wants candy. Sun Hao asks her why she is alone at that time of day, which is dangerously late for a child, and she replies that it is a school activity, has to distribute, sometimes sweet. The teacher told him to hand out all the candy in the package, and that if he did not do so, he would not receive the reward. San Hao admires that even students make such an effort. So he takes the candy, and says he'll take it home, but when you taste it, you notice a strange taste. Little by little, your body weakens and begins to lose consciousness. Wakes up all at once and only sees several men in suits around. Is tied to a bed, like a sacrificed lamb. Can Hao struggles against ties but is held tightly. Panic rises when you realize that he doesn't even know where he is. To see men dressed as CIA agents, His mind speeds up, and he doesn't know what to do. Until a woman turns to Nan and tells her that her beautiful boy has woken up San. Hao is horrified, understands that Nan is behind all this, and his thoughts spin around crazed trying to figure out how he could do it. The more so when Nan coldly orders others to retire, because he doesn't like San Allegrita while she calmly returns to work. After a while he leaves the pen, stares at him and asks him how they could have escaped him last time, and is now at home and in his bed, daring to insult her. And if it had been too much, believing that I would not punish him for revealing himself, San Hao sighs with relief when he realizes that this is a punishment for fleeing, and not because his organs are going to be snatched. Asks what he wants from him and if he really does, feels something romantic about him. He explains that he has investigated, is the executive director of the group, Fang, and the head of his family. His clan was involved in obscure and illegal deals, but after forging their empire were dedicated to business and wealth. Today the group prospers, and Nan is revered as a national. Although the crimes of the past can never be erased, San Hao tells him that she is powerful and admired, surrounded by men who would do anything for her. But he is not one of them. He just wants to live a quiet, ordinary life, so he should let it go. For him it's just a deal, but Nan doesn't like it. Instead of getting angry, smiles and says he is more than he expected. Although that's because it's not the real Shanghai when you hear that. Senjo feels his soul is about to leave of the body, because it hits the nail on the head. Finally, after a while, Nan frees Gao from his bonds. And the confused and somewhat shy boy asks him what he means. With that he is not the real hero. Gao Nam calmly returns to his chair and says he's smart, who has already researched him, points out that things have changed a lot in a very short time, and then asks him if he even knows what they used to be like. Senjo looks at her waiting for it to end, because he also knows that he is absolutely right, and breaks down his family history, and explains how he lived in a home, single parent, and was raised by his father, who worked hard to pull it off. His father gave him lessons on how to be a real man. San Hao was doing exceptionally well in school, and with his good looks he became the crush official of almost everyone, described him as kind, charming, sweet and thoughtful. But not long ago, everything in him changed, is now fierce, and is not willing to accept anything from anyone. In every way is another person, and Senjo realizes that he has been neglected. From the blood moon. Never thought something like this would happen. Was so busy in adapt to this world, who forgot to investigate the history of the body that inhabited, and yet he does not understand how she came to the conclusion that he is not the real Shen Hao. Feels somewhat offended and says he does not see why it should to get excited just because she has a certain fame, and replies that this is not the case, who should get excited because in reality he is her fan. And then San Hao understands how badly he did it for not investigating his own past. Nan tells him that the old man, San Hao, publicly confessed that he was crazy about her. If you don't believe it, you can check your San Hao checks his history and finds publications where his former self said how much I wanted to be with Nan, how perfect it was, and that he had to become a man worthy of her. Yet he feels ashamed of his former self. Was much wilder than I imagined. He never thought that no one would notice such a radical change, and shortens the distance between them, and tells him that he no longer thinks so, the same as before. Wonders if he suffers from dissociated personality, amnesia, or something else, because that would explain such a radical change in identity. But Nan also knows that no mental illness. Explains that San Hao has suddenly acquired physical abilities he never had. Notes that Shanghai reached the top 100 of his favorite game as a streamer in just over a month, despite the fact that his account showed that he had never played it before. I had never been in a fight before, and yet defeated gang leaders in direct confrontations. Something that not even a high school girl would achieve. That means that it is not a simple change of personality. What happened to him is real. Something much more powerful, like an exchange of souls. San Hao laughs nervously and calls her crazy for thinking about it. But deep down there is only one reason why Nan would draw that conclusion. Senjo understands it instantly. She must have experienced an exchange of souls. But Senjo doesn't confess everything at once to him, instead poses a scenario. If he changed his soul, what would she want to do with him? Nan says his dream is to study a phenomenon, centenary known as the blood moon. And Shanghai understands that he is on the right track. And adds that according to a previous survey on Shanghai, Sudden personality changes. Appear a few days after the blood moon. She thinks he has something to do with this phenomenon. Sanhao asks why she is so confident, and then replies that if he agrees to assist in his research, will tell you exactly why. Sanhao gets nervous and Nan asks him to calm down. His life is totally under Pearl's control. Assures him that he will not experiment with his brain, nor with his body, says there is a contract with all written terms and conditions, and that if you read it carefully, you will surely like your proposal. Tenhao asks, who else works in the Blood Moon studio? But Nan says that for now only she. Because the matter is confidential and very interesting. Senhao picks up the contract and tells him he will review it. In his mind, thinks he never imagined that anyone else in the world knew about the Blood Moon. But it is not yet clear what the mission really means, and feels that accepting is too risky. Knows that for now there is no way to discover their true intentions. So he decides to provisionally accept and see what happens. Tenhao says that if she has nothing more to add, will leave because it is late, and your family may be concerned. Tells her that he won't make her wait long, but then, Anne comments that James still has an outstanding account. Suddenly grabs him by the neck, and then by the hand, pushing it against the wall. Senhao panics and demands to know what he is doing. Approaches her by hitting her head against her and says, that's his answer because of what he did last time to her. Then, raises his hand and gives him a strong slap on the shoulder. Senhao screams in pain. The pain. And thinking that she is a complete pervert, runs home amid entrenched mob, saying that now the important thing is to come back. Your phone keeps ringing at home. Chen Hao announces that she is back, sees his half-sister putting on her shoes, and asks him if he plans to leave. Before she can respond, Kin runs out to him and hugs him, saying that I was very sick then. Shane House realizes that she was going out to look for him, and in silence he thanks God for arriving on time. Apologizes for having caused her concern, and asks where his parents are. Tianjin tells him that they have already gone to bed, but asks him where he had been at that time. Senhao is lying, saying he went out to buy something fast, and time went by. You know you sound weak, so quickly wants to shower, and tries to sneak away before Chen asks you more questions, but she stops his hand, rests gently on his arm, and with a low and innocent voice, asks him if he went shopping with a girl because he smells slightly a woman's perfume. Sen smells quickly to check if it really smells like a woman, instantly realizes that the perfume of Nan was too strong, and now it practically impregnates it. Tried to disguise, saying that he had been among many people while shopping, that it was nothing out of the ordinary. Chen does not seem convinced, worries and caresses his face tenderly, telling him to be more careful in the future, and not to let anyone take advantage of him. Then asks him to go to the bath and change, while she looks for something cool to wear. Him calls his assistant and slips a piece of paper into him, asking him to do more research on the girl. That girl is Chen Shan's half-sister. Hao and Nan finds it too much of a coincidence that Chen be in Shan Hao's life. Something about her is strange to her. Back home, Chen smells San's used clothes inside out. Hao's eyes darken with anger, and he says that he's going to snatch the shirt because he reeks of another woman. When San Hao comes out of the bathroom after showering, notice Chen crouching down taking something from the fridge. For a moment it stays. They're contemplating the scene without being able to avoid it. Then playing. Sonar casual asks him if he wants something to drink. But what a nervous child ends up saying he wants milk. At the same time his thoughts betray him. Can't help but think how incredible it is that shows off the body of his half-sister Chi-Chan. Gives him milk and tells him that go up to her room to help her dry out. And a while later they both end up in Chen's room. King Senjos sits in front of the computer while Chen dries his hair carefully. Suddenly jumps out a notification and your eyes open, seeing a message from a man, very attractive, but also completely naked. The message says that he fell in love with her as soon as he saw her, and wants to know if it will give you a chance. Sanjo is paralyzed. His first thought is that this man must be some kind of artist, foreigner, and even wonders if he should call the police. Shanky notices his expression, and rushes to explain himself, says he saw it by accident, and asks him to respond, telling the man that she is not interested, because she already has a boyfriend. Senhao takes the opportunity to give him some advice. He says that anyone who goes up photos like this are not worth your time, who should never waste his attention on people like this. Chen gets excited, smiles tenderly, and hugs him, says she likes that Sheng Hao cares so much about her, and promises that he will never accept another man. Then she goes to the shower, telling him to turn off the sunlight when he is finished. Hao go back to the computer and notice something strange. Her name is saved under the contact, separated and isolated from others as if Shin would like to make it special. Then his eyes rest on the shelf. Remember the book you saw before, a novel, romantic about a forbidden love between stepbrothers. His heart speeds up, and he starts to panic. I had never seen Shin like that before. She is his half-sister, and he wants to behave well. But something inside him starts to stir, and it terrifies him. The next day at school, Shen Hao sits calmly, enjoying a quiet morning break. Lies down lost in his thoughts, wondering what he should do. His mind wanders, and admits to himself that in the romantic, Shin did not resist much, though he had been bold with her. But just when he sinks deeper into his thoughts, interrupts it, their little moment of peace is suddenly cut short, turns and sees saying, this time only Chang'e addresses Zhang Hao, a threatening but in whose tone tempting, saying that he also streams on the platform. Demon Fish challenges him to a popularity battle. That same night challenging him to see who earns the most money. But Shen Hao has no interest in competing with Shen rookies. Laughs believing Shen Hao is just being rude. But Shen Hao throws insult after insult. He is called by a one-eyed, short-headed fool, who hardly remembers his own name every day. Words hit him, and Sean stutters in anger. Shen Hao smiles smugly and suggests that if he stutters, better go to the nearest hospital for treatment. Furious Chong swears Shen Hao will lose that night. Before Shen Hao can refuse the challenge, He Long appears. Suddenly Vishiting from behind the bench encourages him to. That will crush that low-level streamer as at Chun, because Shen Hao is more popular, and much more handsome. Sang leaves slamming the door, but not without throwing one last threat while He Long keeps pushing Shen Hao into the fight. Shen Hao, however, does not want anything. Yet amidst so much pressure, ends up screaming in frustration and removes his mask because of the heat. Dives into the games and hour after hour. Victory falls on his lap. His team dominates duel after duel, and the chat, bursting with praise. Spectators, they sigh about how handsome he is without a mask and call him a god. Then a notification pops up. Someone has just sent you to Chun Hao a yak, luxurious stratospheric gift to show off its wealth. But Chun Hao knows it's not just is a reminder, a push to respond to a certain proposal. Upon reviewing the terms of Nan's contract, it is realized that they are too dangerous to accept them. When Shan Hao remembers the details, his anger grows. He must let all registrations move to a test center designated and cancel any collaboration outside this contract. The food and lodging are included in the monthly salary. But for Sanjuan this seems less a contract and more conviction. Throws him aside in frustration. Does not seem sensible. Except it when the Blood Moon mission remains a mystery. For now San Hao decides that he must first discover what is the real mission before siding with Nan. Plans to find the right time to reject his offer. And as for the Yachi sent knows she will have to return the money. Although he has no way to pay for it right now, Sinjo overcomes the fights and secures himself first place in the competition. At Linson's house, Seng says goodbye to his followers. But as soon as the transmission ends, his face hardens and begins to show anger. Murmurs angrily about San Hao, the new opponent in his sights, swearing to rip his head off because he can't bear to lose. Lin picks up the phone and calls. Has a new mission for her, and tells him not to worry about the money. Just make sure that a certain guy has moved off the streets, because that's how he wants Shan Hao to lose his friendship. The next day, Shan Hao goes out to buy flowers, remembering that Chen said he wanted lilies. At the same time, two women approach him ready to fulfill the mission. Is then when the acknowledges and thinks the boy is familiar to her, and as soon as he identifies Saint, Hao hastily tells her friend that she prefers to. Anan back at Nan headquarters, is sitting in her director's chair. When your assistant enters, running to report something about Shang Vainim pays attention to you right away. And the assistant explains that a moment ago, someone reported that such a Lin had problems with Shan Hao and that he even paid to get a picture of himself. Nate, but he did not refuse to know that Shan Hao was under Nan's protection. An coldly orders the man to be fired, and says that the rest is in the hands of Mo, to do whatever he wants to make amends, and to deal with Tan and Fao. Sheng Hao returns home with a bucket of lilies for Chen Chen, although his mind keeps returning to Nan's yacht. Wonders how much it will cost, because he knows he must return the money as soon as possible. Suddenly the phone rings his Nan. And before I can answer properly Chen appears behind him asking who he is talking to Chen. Hao panics and says it's just someone from the insurance company, but he forgets to mute the call and now he hears he got himself into a big mess on the other side. Nan listens and his expression becomes more gloomy. She yells at her assistant to prepare the car because he needs to teach that brat a lesson. Sinja or hangs up but later sitting in his room feels guilty for cutting the call so abruptly and thinking that it would be better to talk about the payment of the yacht in person, calls Nan again. But Nan is already in a very bad mood, orders him to go out threatening to send his men to enter by force and drag him out of his home. Sun Hao yells at him asking if he can even do that. And then he hears noises outside. Looking out the window sees rows of cars blocking the entrance to his home, and even the street. Threatens to call the police for harassment but M laughs and challenges him to do it, reminding him that parking on public roads is illegal, and that the police will eventually go looking for him. Senja realizes he has no choice. Agrees to leave, but insists that the cars be removed first. Only then will it come out lies to Chen. Shin telling him that he is going out to buy something at the store. She immediately offers to accompany him, but he rejects him, saying he will be back soon. Is about to come back and forth when the tone of Shin suddenly changes, stares at him, and asks him with whom else he has been, because he feels there is always someone following him. San Hao is on call with Nan, who tells you to stay in line, while walking, warns him that about 30 meters ahead, on the right there is a dead end. Quite dark where there is a woman standing, and could be armed. San Hao says he does not like this method of confronting her alone, and asks Nan if he really is sure she wants me to do something so dangerous, because that woman will surely attack it if you see him as a helpless high school student. Chen then reminds you that you should fear more for the safety of your family, and that he has to take care of the culprit as soon as possible for their own goods. And Hao takes it seriously and walks straight into danger, but Nan tells him quickly to stay away from the threat and to stay where it is until she arrives. Turns to his assistant and orders men to surround the area and ensure that the culprit does not escape. The assistant seems worried about her but Nan rules it out and says no problem, go on back, and Sun Hao tells Nan to hurry up because he begins to feel without peace of mind. He notices that the silhouette moves, comes out of hiding and walks straight towards him. Realizes that he no longer has time. The figure is wearing a hoodie with a mask, hiding his identity. Sun Hao nervously asks who is it, because for him it already seems unhinged. Without saying a word, the figure swings over him without giving him time to flee. Sun Hao has no choice but to dodge. But even that happened because the boy is trained. When the hooded attacker sees that, Shan Hao is also fast curses. Shan Hao thinks the blow was strong, but not fast enough to get it right. The man again attacks him with a punch, but San Hao dodges it at the last second, stumbles, and sends him to the floor facing San Hao immobilizes it, tells him not to move, and demands to know why he attacked him for no reason. The attacker spits on him that it is all his fault, of Shen Hao that he is the reason that his life has ended up like this. Shen Hao confused question how it could have ruined his life, and asks him to remove his mask and speak face to face. Suddenly the hooded figure punches San Hao escapes from its grip and recedes. Then San Hao realizes that he is not a man. In front of him there is a woman, with exorbitant eyes, and the crooked face of, he will be screaming that he wants to kill him, pulls a knife out of his sleeve, and advances on San Hao, who is too stunned and frightened to move. Just as the attacker is about to stab him, he throws a punch that stops her in her tracks. The knife falls out of his hand as he falls backwards. The mask flies away and Nan recognizes the face underneath, and murmurs that she is hurt. Because not even she. I expected that this gang member came all the way here just to make a mess. Sun Hao finally sees who he is none other than Liu Xian, the streak expander who once wanted Shen Hao was her boyfriend. Shen Hao says he rejected it, and that it's no big deal that she tried to kill him for it. But Shen grunted that if Shen Hao I wouldn't have seduced Nan, she would never have been rejected and back on the street. Like a rabid bitch she spits curses, saying that all the kids are gold diggers, and that as soon as they see a girl, beautiful and charming, run after her. Sun Hao is out there saying that she is the problem not him. And you have heard enough of your discussions. She takes a step forward and tells Shin, who has crossed the line. Shin was forbidden to pursue San Hao, and now I understand the name of the Nin company. Through the mud, intimidates the weak, and extorts in exchange for protection. Nan says that vile the rules she imposed from the beginning, and that there is no room for scum like Shin and his staff. Hair is collected in a ponytail, and look at Shin, as if I were going to leave her unconscious for daring to disobey. Shin grits his teeth and mocks. She is a street fighter, what? A spoiled girl raised in a golden will know about fighting. Throws himself against Nan, but Nan remains calm and warns him not to underestimate her. With hardly any effort, Nan blocks the attack, and at that instant, Shin understands that he has made a terrible mistake. Gains his strength by hitting her again, and again by giving her punches in the face until he falls to the ground in blood springing from his mouth. Sun Hao is stunned now, understand why Nan had been benevolent before, because the way he just fought leaves him speechless. Soon the police arrive and the criminal is taken away. Sun Hao finally breathes, relieved, believing that it is all over. Turns to Nan and asks him to take him home, because his sister will begin to worry, but Nan reminds him that it seems to have forgotten why he came to see him in the first place. Sun Hao assumes it is because of the contract, but Nan says that will be discussed later. The important thing now, someone tried to take a picture of him. Ached, and that's dangerous enough. Sun Hao prone and asks, who in the world is bored enough to do that? But Nan avoids answering. Instead, with a tone wounded, she says that what really bothers her is that San Hao hung up on him before he could say what he wanted to say. If he refuses to talk to you, maybe I should leave him alone. Shan Hao realizes his mistake, lowers his head and gets used to it, saying that he is sorry to have hung up on him at a time like this, and accepts but adds that it still costs him a punishment. Before Shan Hao can react, Nan approaches, closes the distance, and kisses him on the mouth. Shan Hao's brain starts working after impact, but he is still confused and wonders if all this will not be a dream. That a woman as attractive as Nan may be kissing him seems unreal to him. Thinks of pushing her aside, but when she brushes her lips, discovers that they are soft and warm, and Nan is beautiful. Most kids would beg for such an opportunity. In the end, he's just a normal guy of a certain age. So let it happen. But suddenly Chen's face goes through his head. Chen Hao senses that something is wrong, pushes Nan quickly, and demands to know if there was any special reason for that alleged gift. Why I would cheat on her as often to a high school student as he does, just to steal her first kiss. Nan cleans his lips calmly and asks him if he is still a student. Sam Hao doesn't know if that was also his first kiss, or if he hid any intention. Denies with his head and says that they should not give it any more thought. Tonight, she replied. So for now they are on hand. Also sent him gifts on his live feed, and he plans to return them to her. She asks how much they cost. Nan minimizes it by saying it was little money, but he takes his words as an insult. She asks him if that means she doesn't think. Sign your contract. Sun Hao admits that he cannot yet sign, but by asking him for reasons, he gets nervous and says he can't explain it now. Adds that he is tired and turns around to leave. Nancy stays there, mortified and somewhat sad to have left her hanging, but Jua in silence that she will not give up until she has it to herself. At home, Sam House collapses on bed, completely exhausted. His head spins at the thought of the kiss and how Chen's face Shin appeared in his mind. That confuses him, and wonders if she might have feelings for her half-sister. The idea disgusts him so much that he laughs at himself. She takes care of him too, and he thinks too many barbaries. It is said that he must forget it completely and concentrate on studies. The next day, Shanghai meets Yuhua and greets her with joy. Hua is always shy and shows herself sweet with Shanghai, and he breathes relief after spending time with a bully like Nan. It is refreshing to be around someone the same age as you. With her, everything seems easier. Then Shen Hao notices something different. Yihua carries black silk, and it is the first time he has seen her like this. She usually wears white. Senjo gets distracted, and even gets to the point. She nudges him to get him out of his thoughts. Smiling softly, Sen Hao tells the instructor that he has a gift for her, takes out a keychain in the shape, and explains that it is a gift of gratitude for teaching him to fight. Before, when he visited her at her home, noticed that he liked guns. So when I saw it while shopping, bought it for her in the hope that she would like it. Yihua looks at the keychain closely, smiles, and squeezes it against his chest, saying he loves it. Senjo is overcome by a wave of frustration, but his thoughts soon return to his. Never ceases to wonder why the shows today and if there will be any special reason. Yahello perceives his gaze in his legs and asks him if something happens with them without. Who knows nothing is wrong. In fact, today they are especially seductive and can't get that thought out of her head. During lunch break, Yuhua and Shanghao eat together in the music room. And suddenly Yuhua asks him why. Shanghao keeps looking at her legs. She admits that today he has been looking at them and that it has her a little frustrated. Then asks him bluntly if he likes his legs, saying, "How almost on the coffee." Nervously asks if it is so noticeable and in the end, admits that he does have very nice legs. Yuhua turns to him with a calm smile and tells him that he can touch them if he wants to. Shanghao goes out of his mind just thinking about it, but Yuhua clarifies that after spending time with him, is happy to have someone to share with. Suicide, as a small gesture, is willing to let someone she trusts touch so closely. Then asks Shanghao if he wants to do it in his head. Shanghao debate. There is no reason to refuse such a sweet girl, with an offer as tempting but afraid of looking like a pervert. Decides to change tactics and proposes a deal. Asks him if he would sit on his lap right now. Without hesitation, Mare gets up and sits on him, asking in a low voice if it is O. Sinjao sketches a smile, thinking that an authentic jewel in this complicated world. Then asks him if he likes it at all. Yuhua admits that she feels a bit self, but also comfortable. No one has ever hugged her like this before. Shanghao then realizes that Yuhua must be orphaned of affection, probably by his family, and for how humble they have been in their lives. Then looks at the keychain in Yuhua's hand and asks him why she wears it as if it were a Yuhua bracelet. Admits in a low voice, which is the first time she has received a gift from a friend, and that I wanted to have it around. Signal falls, stunned that no one has given him anything before. She explains that her old angels only asked him for money, and that few gave him anything in return. Shanghao is furious to hear that and tells him that those who ask for money, they are not real friends. Warns him that I do not waste time with people like this, because they only take advantage of their. Yuhua nods but adds that Yoon once gave him a pile of strange books and movies. Although following Shanhao's advice, he never opened them. Shanghao is instantly suspicious that his classmate could be a pervert, but changed the subject quickly. Says the keychain should hang from the backpack and promises to buy a real bracelet that fits you well. Recess is over and back to class. While Shen Hao walked to his desk, see something lying to the side. Before the person can pick it up, Delegate snatches it and shouts to everyone that Shen Hao is a pervert, bringing adult toys to school. The class explodes in amazement and Chan Hao is paralyzed, looking into the void, totally confused. Is yet another misunderstanding in the long list of problems who keep on giving him a headache. The delegate states that Chan Hao has desecrated the sanctity of the school, bringing dirty toys to the classroom. Before this, he was already accused of falling in love, girls to fight over him. So the thing was coming from far away. All the kids, clearly they are jealous of Chan Hao. So it's rumored that it is nothing more than a bad character, under a pretty face in house. Wonders why his life has become so hard, who now has to defend himself against constant rumors. Stands up and tells the delegate to take care of his or her own business, and to stop projecting its insecurities, because it is full of envy. Shanghao warns that if he puts together a little number like this again, will teach you exactly what he learned in his art training. Marshal the room remains silent and everyone notices that Shanghai is not joking with his anger. People just as they arrive in Yuhua and asks what happened because Shanghai seems furious. Yilan is also irritated, wondering who is the real culprit, while the friends of Shanghai vow to find the person responsible for this. But Senhouse asks them to calm down, it's no big deal, and probably another misunderstanding. Just when he thinks it's all over, the next day, finds the same reflections on his desk again. Throws them in the trash, but the same is true for 4 to 5 days in a row. Senhao becomes a bundle of rage, wondering why someone is so determined to ruin their friendship. At recess, Yilong tells her that he heard some kids talk about him in the hallway. They say Senhao is the one who keeps bringing all those toys to school. Senhao insists he doesn't know what's going on, because every time he opens his drawer, a new one appears. It's been 5 days now, and who is behind it is spending a lot of money just to tarnish his name. And Adlan asks what they are going to do. Sen Hao says he already has a plan, and that he even needs Yuhua. A while later he calls her and whispers something in her ear. Yuhua agrees, and says he can ask his assistant to drop him off at school later. That night Shanghai, Yuhua and Yilong set up a small undercover operation, stay overnight at school, determined to catch the pervert at once in the wee hours of the morning. With the building in silence and everyone still asleep, a boy sneaks into the classroom. Just as he is about to open the Shanghai drawer, a laser beam crosses, and the alarm goes off, and at that very instant, Shanghai shoots camera, and captures culprit turned out to be Dong, the same one who had fought with Shanghai. Because the girl who likes is interested in Shanghai, and not in it. Shanghai says Chan has been around for 8 days, pawning and spending money on those toys, only to damage his reputation. With half a smile, Sun Hao brings the back to his face, upright and completely victorious. Chan demands to know how he discovered it, but Sun Hao shrugs his shoulders and says it was thanks to systems, high-tech anti that. With that he turns around to Li, saying that they will be seen in the office. San shouts to his bullies not to let Sun Hao escape. And this soon realizes that these guys are not amateurs, know how to fight, and he is alone. Chan ordered them to Shen Hao to the bathroom, and give it there. Men pounce on her, but Shen Hao responds strongly. Hits one, dodges another attack, and counterattacks. Although it can only do one at a time. A third bully kicks him, and even though Shen Hao covers his face, the blow knocks him down, and he falls to the ground. Then comes Yuhua and sees a guy kicking his best friend, and furiously launches an attack. The bully warns him not to get involved, but she ignores it. Sun Hao tries to stop her before she messes it up, but it's too late. Yuhua, his fury, pushes the guy, kicks him in the face, and crushes it with terrifying force. Looks like another person. The gang panics and tries to flee. But when one begs for clemency, Yuhua does not stop. Sun Hao has to hold her by force, warning me that if he keeps hitting, will only make your situation worse. Suddenly there are teachers and students and fine Yuhua and bruised thugs. Sang Hao knows that this looks very bad for both of them. And later the school announces that it was Sang who planted the forbidden objects to ruin Chang Hao's reputation. The evidence is strong and San will be punished. But also, Yuhua sanctioned for fighting with his teammates. San Hao and Yilong see her escorted out of school, and San Hao wonders if he will be okay. Learn that she left 2 boys in the hospital, and Shanghai admits she doesn't know what will happen to her guardian, and her parents are very severe and could take her home, although he hopes it won't get too serious. And somehow she gets ahead. It's raining, so Shan Hao runs back home. Upon arrival, his father passes him a towel, visibly angry and concerned for having had to get wet. He scolds him for not giving notice and tells him that he may catch a cold, but Shan Hao cares little now. Takes the towel and rushes to his room, together with his father, wondering why his son is so sick today. After switching to dry clothes, San Hao instantly calls Yuhua, and when she answers, hears his weak voice and understands that he has been crying. His concern soars and asks in haste, what happens, and if someone hurt him? Yuhua explains in a low voice that where she is there is a lot of sadness. San Hao frowns and asks exactly where, because she thought her family had already taken her home. Mare tells him that at home her mother has locked her up in confinement. Sin is stunned that such a place exists. She explains that every time she makes a mistake, her mother punishes her, locking her in an isolation room for you to reflect. Now he has to stay inside for 2 whole days. The room is dark, cold and scary to Zen. His chest is tight, says that the least he can do is to stay up with her, and asks him if he wants to talk about something in particular. Mayor whispers that he will do anything to distract her, but then weakly begs, if you can promise you won't get sick tonight, San Hao reassures her, no school tomorrow, so we'll accompany you, and will even tell him about the novel he has been working on. He breathes, realizing that he may also have caught a cold, but forces a smile, and explains that if he stays in silence it will only be because he has fallen asleep. Please do not hang up, and leave the phone nearby if it happens. Then begins to narrate. Its history is called The World of Real Men. In it men are strong and powerful with abdominals and muscles, while the women are in charge of the tasks of the men's home, face dangerous jobs, and women admire them. His grandfather is a reborn immortal cultivator, the strongest man in the world, destined to save him from evil. On his way he meets many beautiful women, kind and charming. All praise him for his skills, unrivaled to defeat countless villains. And in Chan Hao's story, there are always a lot of villains waiting to be destroyed. Yihua comments that the story of Shen Hao is exactly the opposite of its real world. Says it seems unreal, because men can't even stand to carry a brick, while women are stronger and just enough would be for them to protect men and save the world. The idea is so ridiculous that Yufua bursts out laughing. Sunhao does not get angry about his mockery, instead smiles while listening to her laugh, enjoying the sound, and calmly says that the world has changed. Yufua is still funny. Promises that he will read his novel anyway. Even asks if he can give it a new volume. To leave you some comments, Chen Hao accepts and says that if he wants to, he will send it to him the next day. Then asks him gently if he is still afraid, and continues to ask him what he likes to do in his spare time. The night elapses between fuck and talk and the next morning. Chen Hao wakes up with a heavy head and notices something cold just on the forehead. Sin sees Chen Shin sitting next to her with a glass of water. She says she came to wake him up for breakfast. But when he saw that he had a fever, Senj brought him medicine, murmurs that he feels weak, and understands that in this world, his body is a monster that moves with minimal effort. Confesses that he has no strength left. Jin Kyan leans towards him and suggests that if he cannot eat alone, she will have to feed it herself, without having to prepare mentally, because he thinks he is going to kiss her. But the kiss does not come. It was just a dream. In the dream it resists a little, saying they are like brother and sister, and that they should not do those things until Chen Shin looks puzzled and asks what happens to him if he is so sick that he needs to go to the doctor. Then, Senka realizes that he had just been talking. Asleep can't believe he said that out loud, and even less in front of his sister. Embarrassed, admits he needs help to get up, even if he is ashamed to be so weak. His face turns on, and he blushes, and Chen notices his blush instantly, turns to him and calmly tells him to eat the while is hot because it will be good for the stomach. San wonders if other sisters take care of their siblings like this. But the truth is that she is not even his blood sister. Yet he treats it as if he were. Finally ask him directly why she is so good to him. He feels like a real brother. Chen smiles and says he is worth every effort, and that while John Hao will gladly take care of him for the rest of his life. With that he asks you to open your mouth, defeated by hand. Senjo gets nervous, thinking that this deal does not seem normal between siblings and sounds more like a marriage proposal, so he quickly removes the bowl from his hand, saying that he will eat alone. However, inside he feels that Chen likes to put them in such situations. Maybe he thinks too much, but his care is warmer than a simple ribbon. Fraternal, and tells him to return to his work and not to worry, that with a little sleep it will be fine. Even though Chen insists that Shanghai is not right, she says she is not ready for anything else, and to stand by him while he rests. A while later when Shanghai wakes up feels better, but warns that Chen is still sitting next to him, reading a book quietly. She radiates an aura that always seems control it, and Sanjo thinks he won't be able to sleep with her that close, because their senses remain alert. However, barely 5 minutes pass, and he falls asleep again. Hearing his soft snoring, Chen Shin looks at him sideways and wonders silently why it was so reserved before, if he doesn't like it, while Nan on her luxurious sofa is lost in her thoughts about Shanghai, their fiery temperament, and the kiss they shared. Remember how adorable she looked when she apologized and thanked him for the first time, for someone with such confidence and hotness in their bones. Yet he managed to look almost tender to her. Chang Hao is the most peculiar boy he has ever met. Lights a cigarette in the mind 1,000 times, and in that silence he realizes that maybe she just fell in love with that boy. Sun Hao wakes up by the buzzing of the cell phone, and instantly suspect it may be an unknown number. When he answers, there is only silence on the other side, and he says that if they are not going to talk he will hang up. Then Nan finally responds, and Shan Hao understands that his suspicion was true, so he asks him what happens and if he is trying to pull her hair again. Nan says he couldn't sleep, and San Hao look at the time, pointing out that calling to a high school boy at 2 o'clock in the morning makes no sense. If you are not sleepy, wants me to sing him a nana or to tell him a story to put him to sleep. Nan tells him to take care of what he says, and Shangho replies that she is the one asking for manners while him up at 2 o'clock in the morning. Asks him directly what he wants, and Nan explains that he heard that he learned all his fighting skills from Yu. Sun Hao asks you right away if you are investigating it again. Nan tells him that Yu Fuat is only at an intermediate level, but that A should come to train with her. has a team of professional instructors, and Manhwa with its base, if you could think of, could easily become world-class. She says that no ordinary boy, a man like him, could be forged, but Manhwa is not impressed. Remembers that she asked him to be a star before, and now wants to convert it in a cheap and bloody fighter. No, she's just winning time for their own reasons, so he tells her that he doesn't want to be washed the brain or being manipulated, who also managed to keep his distance. He and Ifu train casually after school and enjoy those sessions. Warns him that if he calls him back, may have to block your number. Nan change the subject quickly and ask if he is dating someone, to which Shanghao responds sharply. She sighs, relieved, thinking that with Yuhua just practice for fun. What she has not yet seen is how close they have come, Shanghao and Yuhua, and how natural their friendship grows. The next morning, Shanghao still wakes up with his outfit. Shanghao and sees a note from his sister, reminding him to wear a coat. Then note that Chen has already left him another one in case he woke up during the night. Shanghao thinks Chen treats him like a child. But I wouldn't trade it for anything. Shortly after, Chen knocks on his door and enters asking for help to choose a dress for your party. She shows him two options. But Shanhao's attention goes out. Is not in her dresses, but in her nightgown, revealing what brings him back to the present at once. In the end they opt for a dress, and Chen accepts his choice. By turning around to leave, Thao sees a tattoo in his area. Lumbar finds it strange because Chen had never mentioned it before. The next day, Chen says goodbye to Sanhao, telling him that because of his flu, should stay at home and rest. Sanhao accepts immediately, but only at home does his mind think of your friends and family, and how much he misses his original world. Although this one has also treated him well. Remembers the promise he made to himself. Earn money, and then find a way to get back. But so far from more things he has tried, has not found a quick way to make money. And suddenly an idea lights up in his head. If he denounces the gangster, Liu Shen may collect a reward of 50,000 yen. Sanhao goes straight to the police station and asks to be paid. The sooner people smile at him, they give him compliments. And says he does remember it, but how is it? Student cannot deliver the money immediately. Has to happen, and that will take more than a month to complete. Sanhao protests that he is older and takes out his DNA. But people insist that the rules must be followed. Frustrated, Sanhao asks where he can get paid right now. People doubt. Explains that in order to protect the privacy of the person who placed the reward, cannot reveal its name, but suggests that he go to the Fenhong group and speak it there. Sanhao knows it will be a role, but accepts. At Nan headquarters, receives a call from people telling him that Shanghai came to collect, and sent it to his office. In smiles, remembers Shanghai hung up on him the night before. And now he has no choice but to return, crawling for the money he needs. Everything seems to be going well for her. Out of office, House feels how its pride receives a strong blow. Is ashamed, come to ask for money as if to beg, and your ego resists. Sighs and finally asks it. Asks her by how to get to the top floor. Because he comes to see someone. The girl asks him if he is going to see a relative or his father, because he claims he knows everyone in the building. What Shanhao does not know is that she is secretly in love and just wants to spend more time with him. Stuck in the elevator, he imposes himself and leaves Shanhao confused and somewhat startled. Fully tells him that he may not know the person who comes to see him or her, but she insists that she knows to everyone in the building. Then it corner her and start asking her invasive questions, passing fast of the dar to direct compliments on his body and face. Stanjo realizes that he is being stalked and quietly, I wish the earth would swallow it. When they finally reach the top floor, politely asks him to leave. But she grabs his hand and tells him that he believes in love at first sight. She swears that she is already in love with him and is sure she will never meet anyone like him. At that moment the doors of the Nanter open and appears Nan with the fulminating look. The girl's expression is petrified when House greets Nan without hesitation. Nan orders his employee to leave the building, accusing her of disturbing others during working hours. And the girl panics, begging to be allowed to keep her position. Sanhao dies and says maybe Nan they've been too hard. The girl did nothing unforgivable, but Nan answers him in a dry way. You are really going to defend anyone you have just met? The girl is in tears. That if it is run, the voice that she was fired from this company. No one else will hire her. That's how big Nan's influence is in the market, and no longer has the patience for this drama. She grabs Shanghai away from the girl clinging to the ground in despair. Shanghai protests by asking what's wrong with him, but no. Slams the door and leaves it trapped between her and the frame. His eyes burn with fury while he demands to know, how dare she with others in front of her? Signal answers you. What an eye of yours thought I wasting with that girl. If in reality it was the other way around. He was the one who felt uncomfortable and harassed. Says the girl was just trying to be nice, although he used strange words, and even gave him a hand. Sanhao pushes Nan away and enters the office. It makes no sense to fire someone for something so nice. Nan follows him and asks again if the girl was really just guiding him. Sanhao replies that he was a bit pushy. But it's no matter what they talked about. Sits on the sofa, and Nan realizes that there is little he can do anymore. Sits right in front of him. His tone is cutting when he says Shen. Hao really knows how to get on her nerves. Sanhao noticed that she also wears black. One of its weaknesses. And it is granted that even if his character is not the most docile, your body is well formed by training. But then another thought crosses him. The dress is so short, and having into account that he can get into fights at any time, he is not worried about overteaching and making a fuss. Nan tapped his lost look and realizes that he is looking at him. Sanhao looks away quickly. But she loves it. Reclines, opens his legs a little more and provokes him to, that if you want it so much you can have it. Then add another condition if Shanghai. He really wants me to save in that girl's position. She proposes a challenge. Nan says he will drop the cigarette with his left hand, and Shanghai will have to use the right hand. If she catches him before her, the girl will keep her job. Sanhao accepts without hesitation, confident in his smiles. Nan outlines a smile, thinking that maybe he gave her just what she wanted. Suddenly release the cigarette. 50 years ago, and Sanhao doesn't even have time to argue. He throws himself just as Nan also moves, and his hand closes the cigarette before she reaches it. Wayne's is wobbled by the abrupt movement and falls on him. And the two of them collapse on the sofa. Sanmo does not fully understand what just happened. But Nan admits defeat. She lost San. Hao thinks for himself that he doesn't seem to know how to do anything else, to look for excuses to touch it. Yet he can't complain, because he likes his hand. Instinctively brushes her a mixture of daring and lack of control. And pushes him instantly with his red face, calling him a pervert and telling him to behave well. She demands to know how she dares to touch such a woman. San Hao minimizes it by saying that he only defended himself. Almost forget that if Nan I would have slapped him on the head, perhaps they would have a couple of teeth blown up. Quickly changes the subject of reminding him that he caught the cigarette, so he can't fire the girl. Then asks him to get out of his lap, if it couldn't end up believing that he is really bored by him. Nan says that's not the point. The truth is that I could be the man most attractive she has ever known. Admits that he has never met anyone like this before. Seems strong to you, brave, responsible, and capable, and that makes it different. Sanhao sketches a mocking princess, and says that if he likes it so much, to deliver the 50,000, so that everyone goes on their own way. Nan suddenly gets up and runs to the bathroom, saying he needs a moment. Hao thinks he may just need time to regain control, when his phone vibrates. It's his steps. Sister Chenjin asks if he is behaving well and resting at home, because it came out before and no one answered. Hao lies in a hurry, saying that he went to the house of Heilong to ask for help with the task and that he will be right back. Chen sounds great. Reminds him that he is still sick and tells him to come home as soon as possible. Adds that he has a party at work and will be late. Now Kenshin is standing in front of a club. Her friend greets her and together they enter. Friend points to Kenshin's back and asks what tattoo Chen has there. Chen smiles and confesses that it is a person's name, very important. While looking at the cell phone screen, still on call with Sanhao, it is clear the name tattooed on his back is that of his brother. On the other hand, Chen does not realize that the call is still active. Unfortunately, Sanhao does not hear the last part about the tattoo, because the place is too yet. You hear when someone asks Chen for his tattoo. Hao puts the phone down and sees the cigarette in his hand, turns it on, and to his surprise he instantly likes the taste. Smoke is soft, and for an instant you feel hard enough to look like it. Then look up Nan. Comes out of the bathroom and is changed. The socks are gone and most of their clothing is also Sen. House realizes that she is not one of those contained in her appearance. Is bold and secure, and her beauty is an impact. In fact, it could rival. No problem with her stepsister in and figure no. Notice the cigarette on his hand frown. And with a sharp voice over concern for his health, tells him that children should not smoke. Shen Hao realizes that her need for control has returned, and quickly responds that he was not actually smoking, just looking at the flame and smelling the smoke, then looks at her head and asks why he changed in the bathroom, and if he did something else while I was there. Nan does not deny it, she just says she is a normal woman, and to stop tempting her again and again. But you may need repeated cold showers to calm down. Shanghai's thoughts get dirty. Wonders if she has given herself a moment, thinking of him inside that bathroom, and how far his perverse imagination could go. He shakes himself, murmuring he'd better forget it. Everything that is there just to collect Nan. Smiles with an outburst and tells him he prefers silver, points to the cigarette and claims it is worth 60,000. Chun Hall is paralyzed. Has the feeling that the earth swallowed him up. How it can cost 60,000 a single mirror, and on top of that, who knows, if it is not even properly loaded. It is repeated that she must be lying to keep the money, but Nen calmly tells him to look at the price on the internet. If you don't believe Shen Fuo, he will go out of his mind. After all he endured, ended with nothing, all because of the about laying the match. Just to smell it, all of a sudden Nan laughs. Sun Tao frowns and tells him it's not funny. She assures that the price of iron is real, but that it is not so much cane, and that it will still pay him. He gives him an envelope, and San Tao takes it, saying that she can be grumpy and controlling. But who is a woman of the word? San Tao admits that he may have exaggerated a bit, but that she deserved it for pushing her and provoking her so much. With that he says that his past can be erased, and that from now on they should see very little of each other, because this way she will also be more productive. Finally says goodbye forever, and asks him to take care of himself in the rain, reminding him that he too was cold a while ago. Thinks about how all the fictional bosses are so possessive and do not know how to speak naturally. Begins to wonder if he really likes Nan or not. Me interest Hanto N is on a call with someone who stood her up. Instead of getting angry, takes it as a joke and says he will catch up with them soon. At home, Shen Chen shows a friend adorable photos of his stepbrother San Hao. Says that they have known each other since they were children, and that it has taken so many pictures of him when he did not look or simply enjoyed. Who has ended up putting together an entire album since childhood until adulthood. Almost looks like an album playing Chen Chen. Insists that it is normal to collect photos of someone so cute as Shanghai, and promises that more will come. The best thing is that now he no longer has to take them on the sly. She can take a picture of San Hao at any time, and even ask him to pose for the camera soon. San Hao arrives and asks why he is home so early, when he said he was going to a party, and then note Chen's guest. Chan and greets her Chen Chen Di, soon realizes that it is about to be discovered and branded as a stalker who is, at heart, a stalker. Shen Jen can't let Shen Hao get his hands on the album. But her friend, he keeps drooling, talking about how cute and handsome he is. Chen Hao Chen Shen. Pink is his stomach. To warn you to behave. Because if you're not going to spoil it all, Shen Hao does not perceive the look, cutting that Chen Shen throws at his friend and Chen. Shen tells Shen quickly how it's nothing, that they were just looking at a bibliography. Try signal your friend to hide the album, and then the other one. The hint hides the book and lies without blushing, but Shanghai is also curious and asks what kind of literature they were looking for, saying that he does like to read Chen Kayanta. A step forward, but stumbles and falls right over Shan Hao. He catches just in time, and Chen Ki asks him why he does not rest, and why does it come home so late. Shan Hao lies, says he was bored at home and went out for some air, because he cannot tell her the truth that he went to see Nan. Kim Shin suspects he may be lying, so he asks her why she has that pitiful face. Wonders if there are women on the streets stalking him and if he's afraid, but Chen He says no need worry, that you know martial arts and can always defend himself against the. Walks away from the work desk and heads to his room. Shen Chen's friend asks why you can't leave that his stepbrother see the album he made for her with so much love, and Chen Chen replies to take care of his own and warns him not to even think of San How so, because her friend will cut the rope without hesitation. Immediately assured that he would never cross this line and that Shen Chen has nothing to worry about. The interest Tanto Sunhouse sits in his room, thinking about how exhausted you feel every time he crosses paths with Nan. And then look out the window and sees a man out there looking up. Stares home. Wonders if they are following him again, and this time it worries him more because he is a man. Realizes that it looks like attracts stalkers of all genders. And begins to think that perhaps it would be wise to talk to Chen Chen. He does not want any mishap to occur, especially now that his parents are traveling for work. Chen Chen's friend leaves soon and Chen turns to Shen Hao telling him he has things to do, and asking why he does not rest. Shen Hao says he was upstairs and saw a ghostly man outside the house. Warns you to be careful when going out, because you never know what kind of people are out there stalking Chen Chen today. Shrinks on his shoulders and gives him some miraculous pats on the head, saying that you told him to care so much about her. She tells him not to worry. The man outside is just one of his suitors, the same one who sent him a very explicit photo in the chat room the other night, and that Chen Hao reads Sen. Hao remembers the lunatic instantly and asks if Chen Chen also sees him as a perverted stalker, because he considers it dangerous. Chen Chen sighs, says they cannot do nothing, and admits to being angry about all this. Sen Hao insists that he can help her in whatever she wants, and Chen Chen smiles at him and takes the opportunity to lie down on his chest, saying she is tired and needs support. Sen Hao thinks she never misses an opportunity to stick to him. Holds his chin fondly and comments that it shows. Quite red. Then Hao resists, blushing and embarrassed, and denies it even though he is lying. He says he doesn't want to stay at home one more day, and that he wants to go back to school. Tangy notices how sick he is and asks him straight down if he has a girlfriend there to make him have a good time, stinging him for how impatient he is about to return. Manhwa quickly says he's not having an affair, and who has not fallen in love. Chen Chen hugs him tight, saying he just wants to make sure everything is okay, and that he is not lying to his half-sister. She admits it's a real problem, having such a handsome stepbrother, even whispers that he wished he was always his own. But he says it so softly that Shunho doesn't hear it. He asks if he said anything, and Chen Jian merely says that it is nothing important, then tells him who will take him to school the next morning. The next day, Shen Hao dia Shen Chen, and she says she will stay at home today, wishing you good luck. And at school, Ji Long finds him and immediately updates him. As Shen Shu was not many things happened among them who are now harassing Yu Hua. Shen Shu is confused, but Yilong explains that he is not directly blamed, but they heard that some students went to the hospital, and now everyone thinks that Yu Hua is dangerous and can harm others. Avoid it and leave it isolated. Sen House knows it's all guilt his and says he will go to see her later. He finds her in his classroom, and she lights up at the sight of him. He sits next to her and apologizes for getting her into trouble earlier. Tells him that the next time something like this happens, must be more careful, because they have already learned their lesson. He who innocent asks if he is also afraid of her. San Hao bites his head in pants and says never to. I might be afraid of someone as obedient as she is. That makes the mayor happy, knowing that as long as Shang Hao is fine with her, she will be too. Classes start soon and Shang Hao is leaving, but they stay to eat together. Everyone notices Shang Hao talking to Yu Hua, and they start gossiping. They say he must be a very good friend, because even though she may be violent, he continues to talk to her. During recess, Sun Hao eats like he's really hungry. Yu Hua opens his lunchbox and shows quality food. Micheline offers it to Shang Hao, starting to salivate, imagining the dishes that her cooks must prepare every day. While he eats, Yu Hua comments on his hands, and then bluntly asks if he can play them Zenjosi. Realizes that she asks for things in all sincerity, and blushes a little. Ask if anyone has ever taught you that. Yu Juan denies with his head. No one showed it to him. He just looked at them and wanted to give it a try. Sun Hao thinks for a moment and offers him a smiling hand. Says it's a good thing he asked him, because if I asked Yelong, I would have probably yelled at her as a pervert. Sun Hao recalls that last time, Yu Hua allowed him to touch his legs as a courtesy, and now by holding hands, almost seems to fit perfectly. Mare seems to confused and says that her colleagues call her Mojigetta for never having kissed, not even taken a boy's hand, and she gets picked on for it. San Hao explains that some people make mistakes thinking that early experiences make them superior or cooler, but in reality, is just vanity. Tells him to ignore what they suddenly say. Mare blushes and bluntly asks her if she can give him a kiss. San Hao is surprised by its boldness, but at the sight of his innocent and hopeful look, understands that if a kiss makes her happy and guilt-free would not care. She is such a good girl who could resist. Approach and Shanhao takes the initiative. Tells him that, as it is his first time, will be soft but dominant, and that if she gets shy she can close her eyes. Does not break the distance between them, and for an instant, everything seems to stop San. How like a bewitched master keeps kissing you Fual. Feeling the warmth and intensity of your connection. Your hearts beat fast and every moment suddenly feels electric. Someone knocks on the door, and he jumps out, but fortunately I had already locked it. Outside some girls try to get in for the food but Shanhao breathes relief, knowing that she has protected his intimacy and his friendship. Comments that Yu Hua finally kissed a boy, and now she can feel proud and confident. Yu Hua, still blushing, takes her hand and puts it on her shoulder, asking if he is playing, because his heart beats, and he feels it in his throat. Senjo panics for an instant, realizing that she made him touch her breast, but soon calms down, thinking it's just a reaction of euphoria in the background. Senses that Yu will like the kiss, and that maybe she has feelings for him. Yu will then ask if they can kiss more often, because he loves the quick beat, and that warm and comforting feeling. Senhao almost went blank, thinking that maybe he doesn't understand that kisses are usually a couple's, but he decides he doesn't care as long as she asks for it. He promises that in due course he will teach him everything, but for now they should eat. While in his mansion, Yu Hua check out the videos that already sent him waiting for emotion, but nothing compares to the tingle of his kiss with San. Hao picks up the phone and calls him, remembering his promise to teach him new things. San Hao is about to take a shower when he answers and asks him what he wants, but his mind returns to the kiss and feels strangely sensitive. Mayor explains that she saw the videos sent to her by Jan, but it did not accelerate his heart, and wonders if something is going on with her. Senhao realizes that Jan tried to teach him something impure, trying to corrupt someone as innocent as Mayor, who also lacks some common sense. Yu Hua blushes, admits he finds it strange, asking these things, and says he won't mind anymore if he doesn't like it. Senhao reassures her, is glad that it came to talk to him, and not with a mirror, and not to worry, because he doesn't mind talking about it. But first he has to shower. Yeja gets up by jumping out of bed, insists that she will also take a shower and proposes, stay online and talk the whole time. Signal accepts, and while undressing, asks Yu Hua what he wants to talk about, thinking in his abs, and that they are not very noticeable because he is maintaining them is a challenge. Also reminds him of Yu Hua to be careful and not to wet your cell phone. She leaves it on the shelf before undressing, and Shanhao blushes when he realizes that she is also alone, and Nate. Yu Hua begins to relate everything he does, explaining how to wash hair and soap the body. Sanja follows his example and does the same, comments that the front of his hair is a little long and asks him if he wants to cut it. He finds it strange to talk like this, almost intimate, which makes him blush slightly. Tannen. Jin brings some clean sheets to Shenhao's room. Hey. Voices and wonders who he is talking to, and if he has a girlfriend in high school. Finishes the wash and enters the room. Shenhao to investigate Chen. Chen writes to Yilong, asking if many girls like Chen Hao. Yahello replies that as Chen Hao is handsome, everyone likes him, but he does not have a girlfriend. So don't worry, satisfy Chen. Chen leaves his cell phone and thinks that if Chen Hao doesn't have a girlfriend, this could be your chance to launch. Gets into his bed while waiting for him to finish the shower. In the call, Senmu tells Yu Hua that now that he is done, we'll search the internet, some reading, to send it to you later. Because it is better to read something serious instead, to watch those little movies that do not teach young people to take care of themselves when they heal. Hao walks into his room, notices someone under his bed. When lifting the sheets he finds Chen. Chen trying to sleep. San Hao asks what Chen is doing. Chen in her bed, and she looks innocent. Says he just wanted to ask him to watch a movie, but fell asleep waiting for him. San Hao, still nervous and blushing, says it will shut down soon, and that you can always watch the movie under in a while, then search for frantically in secret erotic readings on the internet. Knowing that he should not, Shinjo Heisa awaits Kuiwa, but being a very delicate topic, it is said that perhaps have to prioritize Tingchen for now in place of Kuiwa. Asks Tingchen what kind of movie he wants to see. She replies that she has no specific preference, but except a Sanjo horror movie. tells her that she is going to take a shower and that he will wait for her in the living room, as well as turning off the lights to set it up. Sitting in the living room, Manhwa thinks that in his previous world, when a boy and a girl were watching a horror movie, the girl would hide on the boy's arm if she got scared. Here it could be the other way around, with boys looking for comfort in a girl's arm. The case is that he is not scary about horror movies, so you will limit yourself to waiting and watching. Yet the idea of seeking protection in a girl turns it red, imagining that it would never happen soon. Chen walked down the stairs with nothing but an old shirt, enters with, listens innocently, and asks if he has already chosen the film. Manhwa blushes instantly, stunned and by how provocative it is too. That simple shirt. Even Chen notices his reaction and provokes him to, asking why he blushes and avoids his gaze. Manhwa says he is not blushing, that it's just a little hot tonight, that's all. Inside is panicking because he doesn't know what will happen if Chen approaches. She looks at him with a playful expression that makes him even more nervous. Chen knows the effect it has on Shanghai, but does not want to overwhelm him, so decide to take it easy for now. Also during the horror movie, every time Shanghai is scared, will end up hugging her, and that is precisely his plan. The movie starts, and Manhwa notes that despite the terrifying scenes, the no fear Chen instead is really scared and clings to the arm of Manhwa. Manhwa smiles and asks her if she is afraid. Chen asks if he thinks she is weak, because a boy like him is not afraid of him, even if she is from top to bottom. Never wanted to be ashamed, but he can't help but be scared. Manhwa tranquility is normal, be scared of those ghosts and not feel guilty. He doesn't mind being there to support her. Chen is moved by the kindness, and Manhwa and snuggles with him openly. The heart of Manhwa accelerates because she is so close and perceives its smell. Comforting is remembered. Keeping one's composure and thinking about appropriate things. A memory of his father scolding him happens to him, and moves a little to make room for himself. Is to Chen a moment confused, but he changes the subject naturally. When the film ends, Manhwa gets up to go to sleep, but Chen holds his hand gently and says they should go up. Together Manhwa feels proud and protective, enjoying this closeness for the first time. Upon arriving at Chen's room, she does not enter immediately when Manhwa asks if something happens. She shyly admits that she is afraid of sleeping alone tonight. Manhwa doubted that sharing the bed prevents you from sleeping, but does not want to deny it. Seeing his sincere and nervous expression, agrees, thinking he can't say no with that little face. In bed, Manhwa stays awake while Chen explains that he saw a shadow and was frightened by Manhwa the console, who can always tell him about his fears, and that there is nothing to be ashamed of. Chen feels safe and calm, hugs him and rests his head on his chest. Manhwa experiences a warm sense of closeness, and notices that its small member is getting too hard to control it. Chen wakes up the next day rested and relaxed, thinking how nice it was to sleep between the arms of Manhwa. Imagines that if they had kissed last night, would have been the icing on the cake. By looking back at Manhwa, realizes that she looks like a mommy and starts to panic, thinking that during the night something might have happened to him because he looks so exhausted. Manhwa quickly assures him that he is fine. Chen hugs him, resting his head on his chest, and says she fell asleep in his arms. Manhwa is feeling a little upset because Chen clung to him so hard, who could not sleep all night. Chen feels his frustration and says that if so, they better not watch any more horror movies. Also promises cooking him breakfast to compensate for last night. Manhwa says it's time to cool off and take a cold shower. Although nothing happened last night, it feels dirty and empty. Later, while brushing your teeth, Manhwa receives messages from Jilong. Stickers of his gets irritated. He thinks that Jilong is being, and vows to teach him a lesson and regain his pride because he behaves like a child. When Manhwa goes down, Chen is already dressed and ready for work. She wishes him luck at school, and Manhwa asks what he looks at. Chen explains that she was talking to a friend when a sticker came to him. Manhwa blushes and says that Jilong has nothing better to do, and do not use these stickers, because he does not want unwanted attention. Chen promises it won't. But inside she is frustrated, because she doesn't want anyone else to see her beauty, and he says it so softly that Manhwa does not hear it. With that, Manhwa goes to school. Soon notices that many people talk about him. I've recognized this by the stickers that circulate online, and Changdao realizes that he has become something of it. Again, even though he has not published anything in networks. A girl even approaches him, managed to and ask him for an autograph, but Chunhouse leaves saying he is late for class. In the classroom and rumped through the door furious with Ji. Long says he's going to kill him, but Ji Long seems not to realize his anger. Hilong says he can make more stickers if he wants to. Who has more pictures of Shenhao than this one I had not noticed. Shenhao takes a look at her and orders her to delete them all, saying that a real man, I would never allow those images to appear on the internet. Suddenly Yu Hua arrived, asks Shenhao if you are upset, and says he has to do something about it. Shenhao reassures her by saying that everything is fine. But notice that now his hair is shorter. Yu Hua explains that he cut it off after. Shenhao will comment on it. San Jiao praises for his new cut, thinking it is so docile, who does not even question his words. Yu Hua whispers he will take her to his newly discovered base. Secret where the atmosphere is fun and dynamic. In the old school building, Yu Hua guides him. But they soon realize that they are not alone. There are many couples hanging out in Shanghai. That he may have entered a lovebird's nest. Suddenly Yu Hua starts talking and Sun Hao immediately shuts her up, asking for silence. She licked her hand as a naughty girl. And he realizes that perhaps she's more naughty than I thought she would be. Sun Gao withdraws his hand in surprise, and Yu Hua sighs by saying he only thought he would like it. Before Sun Gao can respond, she throws herself on him, kisses him and drags them both to the ground. Shin Gao understands that Yu Hua likes Yu Hua very much, are about the same age. And she is so sweet and obedient that he thinks about going out with her to see what happens. And it would also prevent Tianjin from hitting on him. He kisses her again but then gently pushes her away, telling him to breathe when kissing, if not both. Mare says she is learning, and that next time it will be taken into account. Sun Hao reminds you that they are late to class and that they should leave the conversation for later. On the way, Zhang Hao takes Ye Fua by the hand, and they walk side by side, while he wonders if he should date her or not. Faces an impossible choice between the mature charm of Chen Shen and Ye Fua's and obedience. Can't make up his mind, and feels like the world is coming his way. At the Hong Kong headquarters, Nan receives news from its assistant at Sun Hao took pictures of him on the sly, and its images and stickers are being disseminated on the web, has once again become an international. Without intending to, Nan is fine with the man who is interested in it, but does not want to see all those images circulating. She is possessive and is concerned that her normal life may be affected. Tells his assistant to find how to remove images from the internet. The assistant replies that the photos have gone viral, and many people have downloaded or altered them, so they can't delete them completely. Nan throws a threatening look at him and the assistant comes out in a hurry to deal with. Nan log onto the internet and see all the photos, feeling like intensely jealous of the other girls who look at Shanghai with obvious desire. Fortunately the photos look like old, so there are no new images circulating yet. So she realizes that this takes away her concentration. Piles of documents claim your attention. But he keeps thinking about San Hao and ends up forgetting the job. Understands that San Hao is not only a crush, but also its rival. And right now he is winning the battle. Suddenly remembers the kiss, and the soft lips that were, and has to be controlled, because it needs to act with strategy. Now has its eyes on one man, and is determined to make Shan Hao hers soon. Shan Hao walks back home and sees a luxurious car parked in front of his door, as expected. She is inside, but he is not happy to see her at all. Asks him what he is doing at home, and reminds him that the last time, agreed to forget each other. So you should leave it alone. Man responds that, in a perfect world, would have fulfilled his promise. But what if it can't be fixed? San Hao argues that as she is a woman, wealthy and highly prepared businesswoman, should be able to control their impulses. Nan interrupts him and his tracks. His photos are all over the internet. Right now it is impossible not to see them. And it drives him crazy that so many women have the idea to say vulgar things about him online. Then brings it closer, pulling her and whispers to her that the man who has set out to will not escape from it so easily. Senju realizes he is playing with fire, because if his sister finds out he is with another woman, will lose his mind. So he says he's leaving, but somehow Nan gets him to sit in his car. Senju Pomaro, and complains that he should disregard to such a spoiled and controlling girl, because he called obedient girls feels tired with her, because he always has to be on the lookout of all its little habits, and sometimes overwhelm him. But instead of being offended, Nan just smile and cough like laughing at Shin's taste. How lights a cigarette and jokes that may be in his world. Women be like this, but this is not the case. Sinjo realizes that for a moment may have been recorded while Nan continues. She says that those women without talent do not compare to her, because she has it all. Money, status, and skill. That it can keep it, and that there is nothing wrong with it in making him a husband to stay at home while she takes care of everything. Senjose gets nervous, because the idea of not working never sounds tempting but does not sting the hook. Says he should think about more options, because it may not be available, and approaches his cheek, pinches his controlling side, and demands to know the name of the girl he likes. He even asks if it is Yuhua, Mentian's granddaughter. Hai, because as far as it knows, Yuhua does not fit with the usual description of Shenhao him. Immediately Amanda to stay out of the way with Yuhua, but at the same time it has an olive branch. What makes Nan? He thinks he really likes it. Senjo panics, fearing that his cover is about to fall off, and he will, begs to calm down. Nan instead blushes, realizing that she has weakness when he calls her with a nickname. Senjo tries to downplay the importance, saying that friends use those nicknames all the time, but Nan is still puzzled. With that, Senjo proposes that they go eat something, although he says he is leaving now because he has to go home. As he walks away, he nervously asks whether Nan will chase him every day. Suddenly a hooded man approaches Shanjo and claims to be Chinjin's friend and asks him to, if you can give a gift to your half-sister in her name. John Hao examines man thinking he is familiar with him, and then it falls into the account is the same person who sent unsolicited photos to Chen Jin the other day. Sen Hao confesses that he saw the photos that the stalker sent to Chinjin. The man introduces himself and warns him that if he ever messes with his half-sister, he will give you back the play. Sen Hao warns him that if he sees him outside his home again, or trying to harass Chinjin, will call the police. That said, San Hao leaves behind the frustrated and angry stalker. The guy thinks San Hao is just astute and easy to ignore, and is convinced that he will soon get Chin fell in love with him. When San Hao returns home, Chin is practically radiant with happiness. Says that since his parents are not brought food from a fast food restaurant, and they are going to have a quiet dinner and lazy sit down with hamburgers and fries, enjoying Senja mutual company. Where you have to think about how difficult it is to stand firm when someone as tempting as Chinjin sits in front of him, wonders if she does these things on purpose, although he has no proof, and Chinjin keeps quiet and looks a little sad. When Chen Hao asks him what's going on, she asks him directly if something bothers her. She knows because he had become something of an internet, and says that today he saw people looking at his photos and even raving about them, and that made her jealous. Sen Hao tells him that he is not at all, and that the attention only shames him. Shinyan insists that fame is not good for him, that nowadays people on the internet sold because it is. That's why I should dress morely. Even tells him that when he streams, should cover his arms and back. Somehow those words sound too possessive, and inside he panics. Chin tries to soften him up by saying he was just, but ends up confessing that he is actually afraid. She does not want them to be. Hao gets into trouble and wants me to be safe. The inside is terrible, because he always knew that they are. Hao was attractive, but now that it is becoming famous, more and more people are by it. Knows that they will soon appear many suitors and is becoming more difficult for him. Have a sand house only for her, feels the pressure to act and do his thing as soon as possible. Later that night he bursts into her room and asks if he needs help. Looks like a real hottie in her new outfit, and even San Hao notices it in doubt for a moment, but accepts his company. She sits down at some distance and then says he wants to give her something. Shen gives him his daily salary, about 3,000 yuan, and places it in Shen Hao's hand. Shen Hao can't believe it. She earns that amount in the hospital while he works so hard, and does not even take out a quarter of what she earns in a day. Chen explains that although he is still a student, sometimes assists senior surgeons, assists in minor operations, and receives that salary, but deep down she knows the truth. To please San Hao has to catch it somehow, and money could be the way. Shen is not just any student, she is exceptional. Entered with the highest notes, followed his mentors in research projects, and soon got the opportunity to start clinical studies at the hospital. Not only is she capable, she is already accumulating 3 years of real experience. Is not the boss, but with her skill and security feels as if it is. Sanhao realizes that Chen is not only beautiful, but brilliant, and admits that he would like to earn money like this someday, in order to help their parents. When I heard that Chen gets excited and hugs him tight, telling him it's not his job to ensure the early retirement of their parents. San Hao asks if they are still on business trips, and when she says they won't be back soon, the idea falls on him like a sledgehammer. The girl and the boy have been home alone for a long time, and Shan Hao wonders what will happen between them. But it's not the easy vacation he imagined. Alone with Chen and recognize their impulses is so difficult that his nose often bleeds and can't think of anything else. After cleaning himself, he changes and returns to his room until Chen notices it and tells him to wear his pajamas to go to bed early. San Hao is too irritated to talk too much, but Chen laughs silently at his frustration. She finds it adorable to see him fight his impulses. Sits on Shang Hao's bed with almost nothing on, and he realizes something important. Although they spend almost every hour together, Chen has never tired of being with him or looking at him. Then he surprises her by looking at him again, and Chen takes it as his chance, says his shoulders are crammed by so much computer, and asks for a massage. San Hao knows it looks like a trap, but he still can't help it. He starts massaging his back, and Chen praises how soft his hands are, then offers to take him out because he has free time, and tells him that he has been a very good boy. San Hao lights up and accepts he has never gone out alone with her. She also remembers him and smiles when she says, which will be your first date. San Hao realizes that everything could be moving forward much faster with Chen from what he notices, and after 11 o'clock, says it's time to go to sleep. King Sun and Odds say goodbye, and she says she will go back to her room. But inside it is screaming, because what he really wants is to spend more time with San Hao, especially in his room. Now he doesn't want to tempt luck, so he goes back to his own. It is repeated that for now everything must be done perfectly. Cannot risk another mishap that generates unnecessary drama among them. San Hao sighs of relief when she disappears, but is already looking forward to the weekend's release. Suddenly his phone rings, and you know it before you look at the screen is Nan. Senja or grunts and asks her to get a boyfriend and a lie, because it keeps bothering him, but Nan responds calmly that he already has lie, and that is for boyfriends he does not like men. Yet he insists that he wants him to continue talking to her. Explains that since she became an adult she has been surrounded by men who were only looking for her for the money and the power of his family. Has seen countless men killed, ascend to the top, only to become feeding parasites of his mother's influence. That left her disgusted and vowed to stay on the sidelines, but San Hao is different. She is not like the others. As a child, Nan spent her life working and dedicated to the company, and the only pause was the time in the army. That's why he never learned well about men, like support them or how to make them happy. However, one thing is clear: has delivery, and to conquer Shun Hao he will do whatever it takes. Anne tells Shun Hao that if he wants the stars, to ask for them, has invested heavily in rockets and space science, and for her it is not impossible to bring her sand stars. Hao, still trying to accept what he hears, tells him he doesn't want stars, who just wants me to stop bothering him all day long. Yet his words stay in his mind. Can't stop thinking about her, and understands who is one of those girls who never stopped working. Not even small. One thing is clear: he is no longer afraid of it. That night Chan Hao dreams about his past life. In the dream young Chen asks him if he has a wife. The next day Chan Hao arrives at school. But as always you have to warn Chen that arrived well, since their stickers went viral on the internet, has become increasingly concerned about his safety and health. Shin suggests picking it up and leaving it every day. Suddenly appears Yuhua and greets Chen Hao, who immediately asks him why he is late again. Yuhua blushes and admits he got lost thinking about his kiss. Says he had a strange dream, and Yuhua seizes the moment, takes Chen Hao's finger, and with innocent air asks, yes, since they are alone, why don't they kiss? Chen Hao made a bunch of blushes. struggle to find words, because it is hard for him to resist so much. Explains again that kissing is something intimate between two people, and that at school it is not allowed. Yuhua immediately suggests that they can always go back home if they want to kiss. Sunhao says they will think about it later. He insists that they must now concentrate in class. But when he sees Yuhua's expression, he understands that he is sad for having told him no. Senjo knows that she is disappointed, but deep down, fears that if I know too much he will lose control. Although it does not share the same ideas of chastity as the men of this world, he is terrified that temptation overwhelms him and everything gets out of control. No one fears that more than he does. At recess, San Hao invites Ye Long as usual to eat with Yuhua. But when he leaves the classroom he is stunned. Hundreds of fans are waiting for him, shouting for his autograph. Realizes that for a few emoticons these girls have gone absolutely crazy. Even Ye Long is impressed. Observes the footage and shows Sean how a video recording that someone uploaded is full of photos of San Hao, and everyone calls it a unique beauty. In each image looks impressive, but suddenly he feels a hand in the mirror. The shock is huge when he realizes that he has just been assaulted. First time harassed. Before it can react, someone grabs the girl's arm, is Yuju, and she is furious and warns him to take care of his own, saying that Shang Hao does not like to be touched like this, and she cannot do it without his permission. The darkness is silent, because everyone knows that Yuhua has already achieved fame again, high school bully. He tries to calm the situation, but tension fills everything. Then the furious star professor arrives, ordering everyone to return to your stalls and stop piling up in the hallway. Students in fright. Me interest to Sean and the class president, who still keep him rancor to Shinjo, are still together. The president, Musada, who has rarely seen Shinjo ignored by the girls, now that everyone is him. Shin mocks. This madness will happen, and soon everything will be back to normal. Says he doesn't care, and doesn't feel any threat by Shinjo. Suddenly, someone screams that a long row of luxury cars has arrived in front of the school. Rumors fly. A rich girl has come to pick up her boyfriend Song. He hears it and his face stands still, twisted by jealousy. Murmured over and over again that it's okay, remembering that he is also handsome. The interest Anto outside the school doors. The rumor turns out to be true. Nan Wei in front of Shenghao Institute in his luxury car. Everyone crowds to see who is the seventh boyfriend that the rich woman has come to look for. Up to Ye Long stays with his eyes like plates in front of the line of luxurious cars. Shenghao tries to arrest him. Says they'd better go eat something. Is tired of so much attention and to become an internet sensation overnight. In his past life he never liked to show himself, half-naked, and yet now he has become famous without intending to. Suddenly the cell phone rings. His Nan. Sunhao answers in an exhausted voice and asks if he really had to come to school. But Nan just tells him to go out and eat together. Sunhao instantly sees his card and refuses, saying that he already has plans with his friends. Nan responds that he expected me to say no, so it came prepared. Getting out of the car and snapping his fingers. Her servants surround her with trays of food. She smiles and says that Sunhao will not go with her. She has brought him the food. Sunhao almost melted from nerves, worried that everyone thinks they are together. Yehua notices it and asks if it is wanting to know who he is talking to on the phone. Sunhao Mient says he is busy. Quickly asks Yelong to keep Yehua company while running away. Yehua watches him leave again, disappointed to have stood him up in the mirror. Sunhao stands aside to attract Nan's attention on the phone, and she laughs at how nervous he sounds. Embarrassed, he releases some affectionate nicknames that he does not mean seriously. Nan responds with innocent charm. I guess men like the big shows at the end. Shen Hao accepts see her but warns her to march the entourage. Tells him to wait at the side door, and that no longer attracts attention. Threatens that if there is any rumor about them, I would never see her again. And hangs up, funny knowing that Shen Hao is even more tender when he gets angry. With another click he orders his personnel to pick up and leave. Is soon disguised and waiting by the side door. Shen Hao shows up and asks if they are really going to eat. Nan says yes. She wants to have lunch with him. Shen Hao replies that they are going to his house today, and that it must go with the flow. Nan smiles and accepts. Soon after are in front of a flea market, and Nan can't help but openly criticizing the choice of food stalls of Shen Hao. Sun Hao hires here with a trap. says he likes this place, and that if she doesn't want to eat here she can leave. Deep down he expects me to do it, but Nan. As always, she enters the restaurant with him. She watches the place for a while, puts your credit card over the counter, and tells the owner that he wants to buy it. Senjao almost spits the water from the scare, asks him to stop, and explains that there is no need to throw money away like this. He says that since he's poor, eat in places like this, and that if she just wants to show off her money, there is no point in eating together. Asks him to be governor. At least for a while Nan accepts, but inside, murmurs that men are a real pain. Senhao orders a bowl of veal noodles with fried egg, and Anne studies the menu, wonders how noodles can be so cheap, and assumes that quality must fail. Senhao assures him that he does not, has been coming for years, and has never been intoxicated, so the food must be fine. The owner tries to warn Nan to behave, but Senhao places the order anyway, and demands that the chef wear gloves and use fresh ingredients because I don't trust it. The cook is not amused, the demand, and is willing to discuss and even to beating around, but Nan leaves a bundle of bills on the bar. The cook has no choice but to give in, thinking about how much you are going to get out of these two clients. Senhao feels restless and wishes that Nan show a little more dignity. She instead approaches and pinches her cheek, telling her that her attention should always remain with her. Senhao can't believe that Nan be jealous of older women working there. Then she asks him why he eats in such a place, and he replies that here people eat on foot, and does not wear pants because of it. He says this is real life, but Nan, surrounded by her wealth, does not fit in with her. Confesses that he has no Cinderella complex, and that's why they don't make a good couple. Soon the cook will be back with appropriate sanitary equipment, and Nan smiles, saying he has no problem to eat in such a place. Says that he served in the army, and that he has eaten things much worse at the front. He just feels sorry for Senhao, and that catches his attention. Nina explains that he does not want him to eat in places like this, because they are neither clean nor nutritious. Senhao wonders what its real plan will be to suddenly act so attentively, but rules it out. A moment later Nan asks him why he kisses so well and if he has practiced with other women. Senhao spit the soup instantly, surprised that I'd bring up such an intimate theme in the middle of a meal. Nan naturally warns him that if he ever finds out he is with someone else, he cannot promise to continue to behave. Later that night, Senhao is still lost in his thoughts over dinner with Anne is with Yahello, who keeps talking about. But Senhao is tired and says he wants to go home. Yahello sticks to it, calls it party pooper, and then asks Senhao play with his little sister Sophie. Senhao remembers Sophie too well, the sticky girl who would not let go his leg even if he pulled it away. Soon after, Senhao and Yahello are in Sophie's room. Senhao takes his notebook and is paralyzed. Between surprise and shame is a detailed comic book where Sophie has imagined herself in Shanghai in situations that should never happen. Shanghai realizes that the girl has been fantasizing about him and confronting her, asking him why he drew those things. Sophie lies right away, says that a friend did everything and blamed her, explodes in begging San Hao, who believes him, and stating that he did not even dare to read a page. San Hao tries to comfort her and asks her if she is sure, because on your computer has seen more than 500 material jigs, of which Sophie could have sworn again. Trapped collapses in a cry and let go that he is far beyond her reach. Senhao sighs and tries to calm her down, as the sister of her best friend feels responsible for disciplining it. So he says he's going to confiscate everything, sits down and explains that all this is an adult thing, and that she is still a child, to focus on studies. Senhao reminds him that he likes Sophie, tender and simple. In addition to being a good student, they reach an agreement. If Sophie corrects his bad habits and improves his grades, he will grant you any request you wish to. Sophie makes him promise and Senhao accepts, although he secretly feels guilty for having made a false promise. Sophie promises to behave well and be a better person from now on. Just then Senhao gets a call from Chen Chen. She asks if she is still at her friend's house, because he comes home and offers to take it. Senhao says he can come back alone and Chen Chen hangs up. She is still in the laboratory, where her friend asks her who she was talking to, but Chen avoids the question and gets dressed to leave. Her friends invite her to the bar the weekend to meet handsome boys. But Chen too says he already has a precious man in mind, and that he has an appointment with him on Saturday in Bandy Plaza. Her friend stays by secret and begs him to release more details. Chen responds that he will only speak when I have the final confirmation. Her friend takes her as a joke and tells her not to do anything drastic and reminds you to use protection. What no one suspects is that Chen's stalker. Shin listens to the conversation and feels betrayed. After years of devotion, Shen continues to refuse to choose him and prefers to see other men. Shin comes home and asks where his stepbrother is, but no one responds. It's supposed to be streaming on his part. Sun Hao has a hard time being harassed. Online girl dinners, who claim he is identical to the guy in the viral emoji, with the same eyes and the same hairstyle. Shanzhou denies all rumors, calls them, points out that if it were true, why he would do a live show covering his face. Girls are not convinced and bombard him with messages. Shen Hao gets more and more frustrated until he suddenly enters. Chin. She turns off the computer and puts an end to her suffering, then approaches with voice sharp and threatening and warns you to stop broadcasting. Right now, the next day, San Hao is at school, still thinking about yesterday's Chin reaction. She was angry and squeezed his hand so hard while telling him to stop broadcasting. I looked panicked and almost cried. Explained that now that he has been recognized, if it comes back live, everyone will know who he really is. Told him he doesn't want him to become famous, because she will not always be able to be by his side, and will not be able to protect you from stalkers or dangerous women. His voice broke with despair when he admitted that what he was most afraid of was, imagine him finding someone who loved him more than her. At that moment he said he would surely forget her. Sun Hao tried to calm her down, saying that streaming is only temporary, a way to kill time, and that no one else cares like she does. Promises him that he will never forget her. Sun Hao knows that Chin had become more sensitive and possessive lately. It is as if he wants to control his every move. Sometimes she even acts like a mother-in-law who watches over him with a magnifying glass. Shortly thereafter, Shen Hao receives a notification. Has received a good sum of money for the previous night's live performance. Did not sell anything or ask for gifts, and yet costs an incredible amount. If this continues like this, think soon he will be a millionaire. Sun Hao finally understands the power of influence, but deep down he knows that this is not the life he wants. Upon arrival at school, sees a crowd of girls waiting for him at the entrance. Yahello is also thither, shouting that Sun Hao already has a fan club. Sun Hao thinks for his what he, unemployed who must be, those girls to pass, all day long shouting at him. They beg for his picture, an autograph, or just be around. And the class president looks from the side, burning with envy. Yet it is not fully consumed. Because you know just as fast that someone becomes a star of the web, may fall into oblivion. Later in the San House boys' locker room, is changing without realizing it, that the class president has hidden a camera from him inside the shirt to take secret photos of him, and suddenly enters and crashes into it, changing the camera angle. Then Ilon approaches Chun Hao and starts washing his abs, with no idea what is going on. And the president, although nervous about being discovered, continues to attempt a photograph. But when he checks the recording, he realizes that the boy ruined all shots. What he doesn't know is that Chun Hao and Jilong are already behind Yi, waiting for him to turn around and look at them. Chun Hao decides to play with him, ask for the phone to watch, and when the president refuses, Sun Hao snatches it review. The smile and sees that the boy even forms part of his fandom. And yet he tried to take pictures of her on the sly. Shan Hao sketches a smile, mocks and offers to take off his shirt, saying that if he wants nude photos with so much anxiety, at least let him pose properly. President thinks Shen Hao has gone crazy. But it is not so. With a threatening look demands that he delete the photos, warning him that he will teach him how well he knows how to fight. Terrified, the president shoots out of the room. And even Jilong feels sorry for how pathetic he looks on the run. Sen Hyo then says he is not afraid to be recorded, because he now has abs. If your body makes it to the internet, could inspire all the kids to make an effort. More and Gedas, many like him, but still does not want to compete in online exposure. That is why he takes the matter very seriously. But Chang is not done with the class president. Wants to make it clear that from now on, you must never do something like this again. That's why he follows him into an alley. The class president keeps smoking up, thinking about how San Hao keeps bothering him and how San Hao will take revenge. Wait for it to turn to the alley to surprise him and give you a real warning. But before he can move, he sees someone grabbing the president of his class right in front of his eyes. runs towards the thugs and recognizes the same guys who kidnapped him earlier by order of Nan. If you are one of the thugs, admit that Nan sent them. Although he claims to know nothing more, tells Shanghao to pretend he hasn't seen anything and go home, so that this does not become a major problem. Shanghao does not understand why, go after the president of their class, and wonders if Nan has spies at school, because that level of control seems excessive. At Nan headquarters, she is busy working one, Shanghao the Flame, and demands that he know if he has his grandmother. Nan is surprised that he picked it up, but he explains that he used the same thugs as before. He asks him why he kidnapped him. Nan calmly responds that the president messed with him, so now he has to pay for his sins. Tells Shanghao not to worry, that this is his business, and that he should relax. Then Shanghao confirms his suspicions. She really has spies at school to protect and monitor him. He protests that he does not need so much Lime who can take care of himself, but Nan does not give in. He doesn't give a damn what he prefers, only what is best for him. And if paying people to spy on it, it is necessary to. She will, she just has to behave like a man. Live under my wing and you will always be safe, says Shanghao. Completely fed up, cut the call, thinking she has no common sense, and wonders whether he should ignore kidnapping or call the police. The next day, when crossing the hallway, sees the class president, but the boy acts as if the Nan guards would have indoctrinated him completely, showing a strange respect for Shanghao. Even he feels uncomfortable, because it shows the power that Nan has. Later during recess, Shanghao and Yehua sit down to eat, and she comments that he seems distracted. He overlooks it, saying he only has a headache. And then Yehua gets up and pinches his nose, asking if he feels better, repeating the gesture that Shanghao made once for her at the par when he was not feeling well. Sanjo laughs at his and pure heart, then lies and says he feels better, but Yehua is not satisfied. She sits on his lap and tells him in low voice who wants a hug that would make her happy. San House blushes, feeling how perfect they are at that instant. Realizes that he wants that hug too. And, while they are there together, notice the warmth of love that he cannot deny. He thinks that, although it has embraced Chanchin and Nan with Yehua, relaxes completely. Maybe it's because Chin is practically a family, and does not dare to see her like this. Nan instead it is dominant, and Shanghao. Here's what would happen if he deepens his bond with her. But with Yehua everything feels at peace, enjoys its tenderness, its smell, and its warmth. Then Shanghao suddenly notices that Yehua has begun to lick him, her leg begging for a kiss because she is desperate. She tries to lift his shirt, but with all its self-control, Sanhao stops her, asks her not to be impulsive, because he does not want to make scandals at school, although deep down he really wants to be with Yehua. Can't believe that he rejects it, and while Shanghao tells him to calm down, gently pulls her aside and pinches her cheeks. Explains that all these things, and the scenes he has seen in movies, are things couples do. Tells him that they should not try that line unless they are dating or in love. Yehua admits he doesn't even know what love means. So Shanghao explains to him that loving is to like someone so much that you want to pass life with that person, and you would do anything for her, is when you can't help but smile every time they are around. He thinks that may be too complicated for him, so he simplifies it, and tells her that love is simply to be honest with another person, and asks her if she feels that way about him, because he wants them to be sincere. Whenever they are together he wants it to be for love, not out of lusts. Mare still doesn't get it right, so Shanghao sighs and tells her it may be too much for her now, and suggests that instead of watching adult films, watch teen romance series to catch up. With that they both go back to class. Sanhao knows Gui well, and does not want to hurt her or take advantage of her, because if something goes wrong, could not protect it, and others would take advantage of its purity. At home Wiki asks him to lie down on the bed. Sanhao is felt in heaven, lying on Chenchen's lap, thinking about how considered she is, and she suggests that he do less direct to protect himself, and not show his body so much. For an instant, Sanhao even thinks that she thinks she is dedicated to, almost undressed for work, but she quickly clarifies that it will measure it so that from now on it will all your clothes fit you perfectly, loves it, and is annoyed by the idea at the same time. While Chin takes his measurements, Sanhao notices that they are so close that he starts to sweat. Even its fragrance is overwhelming. She raises her shirt to measure accurately, and then comments his abs, confessing that he is a bit envious of her. His hand touches them, palpates, hard muscles like stone, and Sanjo is alarmed because he finds it too bold. Mientras tanto, the thoughts of Shinhyun accelerate because Sanjo looks almost too much sexy to handle it. Let his fingers play with the waistline of his pants, almost as if I was going to put it down when Shin Hao asks in a low voice what he is doing. She laughs and says it's part of the job, reminding her that she is a doctor and that nothing of the human body finds it strange to you. In your world, measurements can include everything. Sanjo is practically sweating by the time Shin joins in and tells him that he was just joking and warns him not to be so carefree, showing that side of you to anyone, and to be cared for in the future. Then tells him to sleep when Shin leaves the room, starts to get nervous because Shin Hao was too close and could barely control herself. And he notices that he blushed. To him, she looks incredibly cute like this. During the weekend, Jaehyun brings her breakfast, excited about going out together. Says he goes to his room to be banned and that they will find when they are ready. And Shin Hao, the whole situation is starting to seem to him more and more an appointment. Anyone who saw them could misinterpret it. In the background, it is recalled that Shin is almost family, and that he should not let these thoughts take root in your head. Half an hour later, Shin comes down the stairs and looks spectacular in her dress. Shin Hao thinks she is even prettier than any internet influencer. She blushes with the flattery, and suddenly, he feels he has to change because he passes by Bland next to him. There are many people in the market, but Shin Hao notices the Chin stalker watching them. The man keeps his eyes fixed on her chin. Shin says he is upset that he is constantly following her and tries to meddle in his life. Wants to be her boyfriend, but Shin has rejected it over and over again. Is now nothing more than a headache. Shin Hao offers to intervene if she wants to, can give a warning to the stalker. And the next time he approaches, give him a lesson because he is upsetting it, but Shin asks him to calm down, reminds him that they are both colleagues from the same institute, and that he does not want his professional relationship to drifting into violence. Then he comes up with an idea and asks Shin Hao for a favor. Wants to put an end to the stalker's last hope. So she seriously asks him to pretend to be her boyfriend for a day. Thank and please ask in such an adorable way that Shanghai cannot refuse. He finally accepts, as long as she doesn't care, and Shin blushes, surprised at how quickly she said yes. Shin Hao comments that they are going to a fun place. So they go to the game room. Shin immediately says he wants to try to win some of the teddy bears, and the day comes out perfect. Play ice cream, eat, take pictures, and behave like a real couple, enjoying mutual companionship. After a while, Shin suggests getting some rest, but Hao stops it. Note that the stalker is still nearby, observing them, and realizes that they need to get closer to them. Shin comments that he has known her for years, and yet he does not understand what he really feels. Shin Hao thinks that maybe the stalker doesn't think they are actually dating then. Shin is approaching, saying that he is coming to them, and that they must act quickly. Without thinking about it, she will put her lips against those of Shin Hao and kiss Sam. Hao is momentarily stunned. I just fully understand what is happening. The stalker sees them and starts to cry. Hurt and offended by the public scene, turns around and runs away. Shin notices him leaving and remembers his friend's advice about using protection, which makes her hesitate for a moment. Sanjo goes back to look for the stalker, but it's already gone while Shin is. This looks like a dream come true. Shin Hao does not push her away, does not scold her, shows only a slight blushing, and that simple reaction. He says it all, he doesn't mind a little of his affection. So she feels relieved and euphoric. Tianjin pretends to make it strong, blushes and apologizes to Shin Hao for kissing her like this, saying he panicked when that stalker came over and didn't know what to do. Shin Hao wants to be driven, almost as if waiting for a scolding for losing control. But he says he is not angry, and they start doing mental juggling to justify oneself, that she is not really family, who is his half-sister. Although he shows some hesitation, he adds that it no longer matters. The important thing is that she got rid of the stalker, and he is happy to have helped her. Shin clarifies that they should not be turned around. They are not related, and that in some countries, carrying a stepsister has no. She gets excited and brags about how close they are to each other. that they can do everything with their faces uncovered, and who are more than friends. Then provokes it, saying that he also likes kisses, and Shen Hao gets nervous. Why do you ask him like that all of a sudden? As a man cannot feign repulsion. In fact, he liked it, but her mother is married to her father. So if you answer in the affirmative, the relationship could move forward, and at the same time create a good family mess. So he gives a very diplomatic answer. That they are friends, and that this should not be repeated. Chen try not to be offended, but he's glad he doesn't look totally repelled. Interpreting that it only marks limits by appearances. And who doesn't really dislike his Chen kisses? Clarifies that they are a couple, and that they are going to spend a couple's day. Monkey because that stalker doesn't give up. Have to show him that they are really together. And then they both go out to eat something tasty. Go hand in hand talking, when another couple who look like drug addicts look at them. Confused and half pissed off. Because the woman seems to have passed her. And the boy is handsome. The bully demands his money, and Chen asks them to stand aside. Puts his hand in the pocket where he keeps the knife while the guy yells in her face. Knows that if she is attacked, could dodge vile points and incapacitate them, but fears for the safety of Shen Hao because those goons could hurt them. You have no choice but to access. Throws them money and asks them to get lost. But when they see what the thugs give them, they become greedy. Believing that she hides much more. Try to extort her again. And this time she is threatened, saying that they will smash the face of Shen Hao. Him carefree as always. Responds that threats do not work. And that if they are serious, let them fight like men. Chen thinks he tries getting them into trouble by provoking the thugs. While the initiative is in San Hao, Chen fears for her safety. Until he sees that San Hao prepares to throw a punch, and the bully ends up falling backwards. San Hao smiles. Confused and asks if the other also wants a good beating. But the guy just grabs his partner and runs away. San Hao turns to Chin and says he can take care of himself. Although Chin cares, because since she's known him I've never seen him so strong. It's almost like I'm another man. When Chin and San Hao they were children were glued to each other. And although at the beginning, San Hao told Chin that he didn't want to see her anymore, she did not stop following him and observing him from a distance. Was always behind. Following him in the shadows. When Chin saw that Shanghai started using his Cuckoo account, immediately became a friend with a secondary account and started to spoil him. And after so much effort he was the one who conquered it all. Mine. But now all that is no longer enough. Qianenwei comes back and realizes that Shanghai has not logged into your QQ account for some time. No longer talks about his parents or his novel, chats less and has been involved in martial arts. And Chin thinks he may have grown up. Or that something bad has happened to him. She watches her thoughts when Shen Hao interrupts her. Chen blurts out the subject and tells him to go relax and take a shower. Then sneaks into his room and opens his computer, looking for something incriminating to help you investigate what happened to San Hao and why it changed. Then noticed the novel he had written, and that he did not tell Chen. Me interest tanto Shen Hao in the shower. Thinks he has not updated the novel for a long time, and that night he has to get into it, and Chen for his part, hurry up all the chapters. But she is puzzled, because she does not understand why I would write a story like this. At that moment Shen Hao is about to enter his room. But fortunately, Chen is gone. He sits down because he feels like writing. Then notice that the icon is open and does not remember if it was he who activated it. Although he apparently does not suspect much. Then Chen knocks on the door and offers him a glass of milk to soothe him, their creative juices, before going to work. Suddenly asks him what kind of story he is writing. Shen Hao is on guard and dismissive because Chen has noticed his change of personality. Was too naive thinking no one would notice. So better than Chen no read it no but no Chen catches him and asks him if you are writing something very raised in tone that she should not read. Which sounds absurd because almost nothing is hidden. Then Chen Yang confesses that he has become a bit of a weirdo since he started with martial arts, and that he has shown strange behaviors. San Hao questioned, incredulous if they really knew each other since Chen children, explains that they went to the same kindergarten when they were little, and his voice becomes softer when he admits it hurts, that he does not remember her. San Hao tries to disguise himself nervously, realizing that this shared past is the reason why she was so strict with him, when they met. Now she must believe that he really forgot her, and just thinking about it must hurt her. But he can't tell her. The truth is that he was reincarnated by the blood moon. If I were to say so, it would just complicate everything, and who knows how she would react. After all, he is technically a surrogate for the real, her stepbrother. So Shanhao decides to be honest in his own way. Says that he sometimes dreams of a little girl, with fear in the eyes, and panic in the heart. Adds that they tend to pick on him at school. And every time it happens, feels he must become stronger, and protect himself. That's why he learned martial arts. Admits that the only reason for which he had the courage to confront these thugs, it was because she was with him, and somehow his presence gave him strength. Because deep down he knows that Chen would never let anything happen to him. His words hit Chen in the heart without thinking about it, embraces her tightly, and promises her that as long as she lives, no one will hurt you. Although in Shenhao's mind this is in part a strategy. Knows that showing a little weakness always melts him. The heart. Chen, however, does not suspect anything and looks at it with sorrow, thinking that his poor stepbrother must have buried childhood memories of trauma or repressed pain. Is promised in silence, compensate you for all the hardships he suffered, and suddenly his tone changes. Says she is still angry because she put herself in danger, so it will punish him. Before saying, I'll react, she pulled up his shirt and starts to do it. You tickle mercilessly, until he laughs so much that tears run down her cheeks. When they finally stop, they are both breathless, lying side by side in bed. Chen looks at him tenderly and begs him never to scare her like that again. His eyes reach down to his neck, and he bends down, reminding him that they had promised an appointment, and that the date is not over yet. Are still lovers. Shenhao almost trying to explain that the appointment should be over by now, but Chen just smiles and says they have already kissed once, and how bad it would be to repeat it. Shenhao stays paralyzed at the realization that his worst fear could become a reality. Chen's feelings for him are much deeper than they should approach. Lips in centimeters. When suddenly the voice of the father of Shenhao rumbles through the house that they have arrived. Chen rises with a jump, babbling that the parents were supposed to be out one more day. Shenhao is just as disappointed, but the two separate quickly. While she runs away, he tells her to go to his room, before anyone sees his face, because she is too blushing. She nods and disappears through the door. The truth is that his mother left him too young, and his father took refuge in the work, leaving Saint Bao almost always alone. That's why he was sent to daycare, and it was there in that kindergarten where he met a lonely girl. That lonely girl was Chen. Although Chen looked at him in a weird way then when little San Bao asked him to play with him and his friend, and tried to introduce herself, she ignored him and left. I found the poor boy completely confused. Now years later, she blushes just thinking about it because her little plan, Sanjian, had worked. Had not rejected it, and it could even mean that he also likes to hits on the clouds just imagining it. Because she is completely in love with that poor boy. On the other hand, Changhao has realized that Chengxin loves him too. And if the parents had not arrived at that very moment, would probably have crossed all boundaries. He knows that Chengxin is kind, attentive, sensible and reliable. And deep down he knows that he also likes. Because every time you are around, his heart beats and his face blushes like a tomato. That can only mean one thing. Are in love. But she suddenly gets frustrated remembering how she dreamed of dating with a girl as pretty as her. And now that they really love each other, he cares about how society would react. Before their relationship, a while later Chen Yang and Shan Hao have dinner with their family, and his parents ask if Chen has been a good older half-sister and has taken care of Shen Hao. Chen provokes it with a curious, saying that it has grown so much that now he is the one who takes care of her. San Hao laughs and for a moment seem to be in their own world, fully synchronized and in tune. Then Shan Hao gets up and says he's going to a friend's house, and that he won't be back in a while. After Shen Hao's father leaves, he looks at Chin and asks why it looks so lively tonight. Tianjin responds, I guess he has finally found his happiness. On Shanhao Street he keeps thinking that Tianjin said nothing, and did not stop him when he said he would leave. She is usually attractive and a little jealous, so that silence seems strange to him. Suddenly sees Yuhua standing in front of him smiling like nothing happened. She says she went there just to pick him up. Sun Hao looks at her in surprise and asks if they weren't supposed to be seen in his Yuhua house, laughs and says he missed her and wanted to see him as soon as possible. so they would have more time together. Sanhao can't help but think that Yufua may not be as innocent as he seems, but he is still agrees to accompany her to her mansion. Upon arrival he looks around, and can't help but imagine how luxurious his life must be. Then Yufua turns to him with a smile on his face, and tells him that tonight his parents are not home, are alone and can play with whatever he wants. She is willing to do anything. Sanhao does not believe that the house of Yufua even has its own pool, although of course I would have to wait for it. After all, he lives in a mansion, valued at billions. Yufua tells him, excited that she also wants to show him her arsenal of weapons, but his brother once told him that the kids may not be interested in those things. Then Shanghai falls into the account that it must be the same armory you saw the last time you were there. When he mentions that he did not bring a swimsuit, Yufua smiles and says that his butler has already prepared for him several options, so Shanghai proposes a swimming competition. Whoever completes the freestyle tour first wins, and the loser invites the winner for a whole week. Yufua smiles and accepts, and the two of them head out to change. Inside the wardrobe, Shanghai encounters a new problem. In her world she could wear simple little swimsuits, but here people probably, I would call it crappy for showing so much skin. Check the closet and discover that all the swimsuits are for women, not a single man's swimsuit in sight. And there is no way he is going to wear girlish clothes. Cursed by bad luck, Sean House keep looking for until he finds another set hidden in the locker. Looks simple and has no open parts, so he decides to wear it. Something small falls out of the suit, but pays no attention to it, and puts it aside. When the swimsuit finally infuses, it fits perfectly, glued to the body like it. When Shanhao comes out, Yufua opens his eyes and tells him how good he looks. Shanhao's face is lit up, but also cannot avoid. Look at how beautiful she is. Both are approaching to the pool and revisit the rules. Have to swim to the other side, and whoever wins will be crouched by the loser for a week. They do the countdown and jump into the water together. Senjo moves quickly and deftly, cutting water like a professional. But then out of nowhere, hear the instructor trying to, Yufua is drowning. Senjo's soul is falling off. Look around and see the bubbles coming out where she's saying. That's where it counts. Yufua can't even swim. Yufua off hard, practically out of breath, after having been on the verge of drowning while San Hao and his servant run beside him, asking if it is so. San Hao does not give credit to that, despite living in such a huge mansion. With such a swimming pool, she can't swim, and if I had told her earlier, would never have competed in such a dangerous game. Almost lost his life. Yufua defends himself, saying he saw others swim and thought he could do it too. But Sanhao is not amused by that. Scolds her by telling her she is missing common sense to care for your own safety. Diego's weakly with his voice trembling. But before finishing, notice something strange. Even the servant starts screaming for the clothes. Shanhao. Confused, Senja looks down and understands what happened. His swimsuit, tight as a second skin, sticks to the body, leaving almost nothing to the imagination. Poor Yufua turns red as a tomato, and almost did from the impression. Embarrassed, Sanhao quickly grabs a robe to cover himself with his face burning with shame. Check that Yufua is well. But his mind keeps reviewing how humiliating it was. Practically, they had exposed oneself to it. Trying to change the subject, Yufua suddenly gets up for it and says there are more fun places in the mansion to be explored, like the beauty room, and who wants to show you. Sanhao, still concerned, asks him to rest, but Yufua denies it and insists. She says he rarely visits her at home, though he wants to take advantage of the maximum amount of time they spend together. Sanhao perceives something deeper in his tone and asks him why she acts so weird. After hesitating for a moment, Yufua whispers, who lately does not have lunch with her or return home, walking with her after school. She asks if he is angry with her, because his behavior feels as different not as the Shanhao who knows. Shanhao tries to arrest him and tells him that he is imagining things, but deep down he knows the truth. Nan's threat still weighs in over it like a storm cloud. She is controlling and dangerous, and Sanhao fears that if he gets too close to Yufua, can't hurt you. Can't tell him. So he explains that he has some personal problems, and promises that when everything calms down, they will spend more time together. Mayor looks like a boy and asks if someone is bothering him, because his family could easily intervene if blood was needed. Refuses all help, says it's his problem, not hers, and that he wants to protect her as best he can. He tells her may he spend more time with his other friends for now. His words hurt the eyes of Yihua get wet because he really wants to help him, repeats that as long as they are together, is willing to do anything for him, but Chanhao continues to refuse. Although he says it politely, she feels the reflection in the deepest part. Concentrations are falling for their cheeks while crying that she wants to be part of her life and stay with him forever. Sunhao was stunned, not knowing what to answer, and only knows how to ask for forgiveness. Yihuo can't believe I still don't understand what she really means. With your heart in pieces, turns around and walks away. I found Sunhao there confused and speechless. Is still puzzled when Yihuo and the butler arrive and interrupt his call. The butler asks if Yihuo is causing some trouble, and Sunhao responds immediately that it does not. The butler comments that he heard part of the conversation earlier, and that Yihuo can sometimes be a bit temperamental. But what the hell should you take it to heart? Sanjo says it's not his fault, of her, and that he also has some of the guilt. His intention was to distance himself for a good reason. But she doesn't understand why she seems so hurt. It is true that it has been somewhat insensitive, but he never wanted to give to understand that he wanted to put an end to his reputation completely. The butler sighs and tells him that Yuo thinks very highly of him. Every time he comes home, talks about Chanhao and how much he enjoys eating, exercise, and study by your side. Explains that it is rare to see her smile so genuinely, especially after years pretending happiness with false friendships. So if San, how suddenly it will move away, she would automatically think something bad happened, would close and think his world was falling apart. So distancing yourself from him is the last thing I would like to do. Then the butler asks if Yuhua ever mentioned having been blackmailed by her colleagues. The question calls Chanhao's attention, because she remembers that she said that her former friendships, they took money from him, although he never told her the whole story. The butler goes on to explain that the colleagues of the Yuhua found out that he came from a well-to-do family, so they started demanding money from him. Innocent Yuhua thought it was normal and never resisted. But over time, his greed increased. He began to mistreat her until one day she returned home, bruised and crying. Her family was horrified to see her like this, and her mother, furious, she went to school the next day and located the responsible and forced them and their parents to ask for forgiveness in front of everyone. It was humiliating for them, but the damage was already done. Since that day, Yuhua became the object of gossip and amazement. No one wanted to approach her, and was completely isolated. The butler says that now that it is finally opening up and making new friends, must be afraid of losing them again. That's why he's so afraid. The butler apologizes for speaking so frankly, but San denies with his head and says he does not blame. Yuhua, you are welcome. He admits that he cares about her deeply, so much that he only wanted to protect her from harm. What I did not know was that he had so many insecurities and fears about his past. And then Chanhao says he needs to see her right away. The butler nods and tells him that Yuhua must be in his room. When Chanhao enters, he finds her standing in silence in front of the great windows, looking at the beautiful scenery with a lost gaze. The light of the setting sun is gently reflected on his face. Seems isolated yet distant, as lost in his thoughts, but Yuhua already perceives his presence and says in a low voice that he likes to look at the sky. From this sight, his father, Lane, had gone on a business trip, and she imagines that she must have flown through that same sky. Any connection to it, no matter how small it may be, brings him comfort and says he hopes to return soon. Sanjo realizes that Yuhua's pain is much deeper than he ever imagined. Comments calmly that the butler told him parts of its past that he was unaware of, and assures him that he has nothing to worry about, who are good friends, and that he will not abandon it so easily. Yuhua nods by saying he knows it, but her voice trembles when asked if he has been avoiding her because it is in some danger. Sanhao doubts, and in the end, admits that something gets in the way between them. She tells him that this is precisely why she wants to help him, isn't it? Won't work. Get involved, even if I have to follow it to the end of the world. Never wants to be remorseful again like before. Remember when he gave a bracelet to a girl he thought her friend, and when they saw him, the thugs also demanded gifts for them. When Guefuo refused, they turned against her, just as they were about to hurt him. His mother came and scolded the other girl hard. Yihuo tried to stop her, knowing that she would only make things worse, but a stern glance from her mother left her in silence. After that, all at school began to avoid her, and she was left alone again. Now looking at Sanhao, Yihuo, he says he is his best friend, and that if it protects it, would face a dungeon over and over again without thinking about it. San House is touched by his words, moved by how deeply he cares about him. Tells her it's not fair to make her care so much. But now things are too complicated to accept their help. And for a time, they may have to stay distant at school. Not only among themselves, but with everyone. Yet it promises him that as compensation, we'll visit her at her home, whenever I can, so that I am not alone. Yuncho looks at him incredulously with his eyes softening. I just believe that someone is so kind and attentive to her. Senhao smiles, and adds that like at home, there is always so much to do. You can spend time together there. He could even teach her to swim, and she could teach him to military boxing. And as he speaks, Mare suddenly approaches and hugs him tightly. She whispers thank you, over and over again with a crackling voice. Senjo stands still, surprised by how delicious and warm it feels in his arms, and without knowing it at that instant she heals something inside. After years of sadness and loneliness, Mare finally feels seen. And for his goodness he falls even more in love. Nan is in the center of a city, razed to the ground with a bloody and shattered body. Had fought bravely to the end. But its time has come. Look down, see the deep wound in the chest. And at the last breath his eyes open. Was another nightmare panting. Gently incorporates and calls his assistant to ask the time. When they reply that it is already 11 o'clock, Anne realizes that she has fallen asleep again and sighs. Frustrated lately, I understand. Falling asleep. And even his assistant is beginning to worry about this. Suggests carefully whether you should make an appointment with your doctor. But Nan rules it out and decides to go straight to work. And while it is being fixed, asks about the blood moon research. By admitting his assistant that there is no progress, Nan denies with his head. Another day, another disappointment, wears work clothes. Preparing for what it already feels like another long and boring day. But when he looks in the mirror, his mind is distracted. Can't stop thinking about Sheng Hao, and wonders what you are doing right now. Mientras tanto, Sanjiao spends the morning with Yu Hua and are closer than ever. Yu Hua laughs and says they will be best friends forever and ever, and Sanjiao smiles, nervous without knowing if he is talking about or something else. Then without warning, Yu Hua blushes. And Shai asks him for a kiss. Senhao gets paralyzed, red face loose. A nervous laugh and warns him not to say those things inside the house because someone could hear. Before Yu Hua can answer Jane's phone number. House sounds, suddenly the noise makes it jump a little bit. And when he looks at the screen he drops the expression is Nan. Hesitates and answers with a somewhat tense voice. Nan asks immediately where Jen is. Hao responds that he is at a friend's house. But Nan hardens the tone and orders him to go to his house. Billy refuses, saying he is busy right now. The two begin to discuss. The voices go up until Anne coldly threat that if it does not go, she will personally go to her parents' home and will bring them gifts. Damu panics because he knows he is not bluffing. She is capable of doing something extreme. With a trembling voice he begs her not to make trouble. Nan softens a little and says that if he doesn't really want that, he better leaving the mansion right now, because he is waiting for her by the door. Shen's eyes open in disbelief. Before he can react, the butler bursts in alarm and says there is a group outside who claims to have come to take Shan Hao home. San Hao and Wu Hua look at each other, totally confused and powerless, by realizing that what is about to happen. Anne's black tie bodyguards escape them. Are stationed everywhere, filling the atmosphere with tension. At the same time, Yu Hua maintains its position, supported by all its domestic staff, including his butler and security equipment, and in the midst of this chaos is San Hao. Caught between the two, silently wondering how the hell ended up in this ridiculous situation. Yu Hua steps forward and tells Chang Hao not to be afraid of a bully like Nan, because she will protect him. Chang Hao, however, he cannot help but feel Yu Hua's fierce defense is at the same time unflattering and scary, especially with Nan so possessive. Observing every movement until Nan finds it amusing, sketches a curiosity at the idea that a little girl like Yu Hua, with only a few years of combat training, believes she can confront someone like her. Yu Hua responds with a sharp insult. But before this goes any further, Sun Hao raises his voice, frustrated. See clearly that if I don't understand now, the two women will be destroyed. So take a deep breath and head first to Nan. If she really wants him to be with her, has to stop being so aggressive. Then turns to Yuhua and explains that he only has one couple of meetings with Nan and that nothing happens. Assures him that he can take care of himself, but Yuhua does not want to hear reasons. This comes out and says it doesn't look like it. Too unfriendly, and that with the security of Jed Hao is not going to risk Sane. Looks sideways at the butler waiting for him to calm Yuhua down, but even the butler seems furious. Nian's bodyguards have parked their elegant black cars in front of their house, blocking the entrance, and that's enough to piss anyone off. Nan more and more impatiently fulminates Chanhao with his eyes and orders him back in his car. Before he can respond, Yuhua will interposes and yells at Nan to stop addressing his boy in that Senjo tone. Panics when he sees that Yuhua is about to do something reckless. Tries to intervene, quickly asking him to stop, and that it is not the end of the world if he lets it go. But Nan, always cold under pressure, stops Yuhua's sudden attack with one hand. When Yuhua raises his leg to fight back by a hair's breadth, dodges the blow, Nan's kick impacts the ground and departs the concrete under his feet with brutal force. Yuhua and Chanhao arrested. Neither of them expected that the strength of Nan was so scary. She stands upright with cold eyes and says that maybe the fight didn't start, but if necessary, it will be finished. Voltage in the environment is electrical. Then the butler, feeling the danger, step forward and firmly asks Yuta to put down his attitude. His voice trembles a little while affirming that the woman they have ahead is no ordinary person, that to him Nan looks like a demon. Inside the car, Sanjao looks silence with rage boiling under its calm, turns to Nan with a sharp voice and asks him what he really wants, but Nan, impassive, tells him that they will talk when they get to my house. Senhao squeezes the jaw without being able to resist. Accuses her of fighting in front of her friend's house for no reason, and Nan defends itself instantly, saying that it was Yobua who attacked her first. Senjo puts his eyes blank and replies that he has a character, terrible and no self-control. Adds that if it continues like this, it will end up in the news. Because if the police had not arrived, could have done something outrageous against a high school student. Nan looks at it with a hint of guilt and says it was all because of him that he continues to see other women, and what if he had stayed at home? She would not have lost her patience. Senhao does not believe what he hears. She admits that it becomes irrational whenever he is in the way, and that it frustrates him even more. He tells him, who is not one of those men with whom she usually surrounding oneself, that is different. And then Nan releases something that leaves him out of place. Has never been with a man before, she says. Sanjao looks at her in disbelief. He finds it hard to believe because Nan is a CEO, powerful and dazzling, whom they surely pursue men on a daily basis, but something in his tone makes him hesitate. Maybe he is telling the truth, and the idea astounds him. The more time he spends with her, the more complicated everything becomes. Upon arrival at his home, Sanhao tries to keep his distance, and as soon as you feel a nod, asks him if he is having an affair with Yuhua. Sanhao immediately denies it and asks, what do you really want from him? Nan approaches and reproaches him why he told everyone that she threatened him when I was just trying to talk, and he reminds her that it was her who said he would go to visit his parents, something that sounded like a threat to his ears. Nan respond calmly that visiting parents is part of the process. When you think about asking for marriage, Senhao jumps out and looks at her like she's crazy. Shouts that it is ridiculous because he has not even accepted anything. And Nan smiles sufficiently. Will not find anyone better than her. She insists that she is the best person for him. And what is so cute that make him want to threaten him? Senjo grunts in disbelief, saying that there are many men in the world, and that it could have anyone, he adds, would not make a good match, because he does not like aggressive women like her. Ning remains silent for a moment. His expression softens in surprise, admits that he may be right, that maybe someone has been living a life parallel according to her. Senhao realizes that he is hinting at the blood moon, and gets up quickly trying to cut the conversation. But before he can leave, Nan grabs his arm, approaches him, and whispers in his ear that he has been going on for a very long time, investigating the blood moon. Senhao stands still, feels its breath in your skin. And despite the confusion, he notices a heat wave. Try to take a step back, insisting that he cannot do that. But in his panic he crashes into a table, a ceramic plate falls to the ground, and shatters. Ansais looks at the mess, and says that in reality, like that dish, Shenfu swallows saliva and asks how much it cost. Nan lifts 2 fingers in the air. Shenfu's eyes open and let go. That 2 million is crazy for 1 plate. But when she calmly corrects him by saying that he was worth 200 million, Sanhao feels his legs falter and almost collapses, thinking that his soul has left the body. Nan stretches her leg towards Sanhao with a calm but authoritarian voice, asking him to look at his foot. Sanjo immediately refuses to turn his face in frustration. Patience is running out, and this time he feels as if his soul is being squeezed. Nin sighs and tells him that if he does not want to obey, has 2 options: either pay him or become his man. Either way for her it is a win-win. As he also feels responsible, will be generous, and will only charge you 100 million instead of the full 200 million. Even gives him 10 months to return it. Until then declares, his body belongs to him in every way. Sanhao almost knows he can't pay 10 million a month, but to become your personal servant for that sum is just as terrible. Nan is approaching with in tone, asks him if he is sure he cannot pay. But then too, Sanhao something turns on in his head, and he straightens it up and tells him that he will find a way to pay him to the last penny, and Nan smiles satisfied, thinking his man is taller than he thought he would be. Later that night, when Sanhao comes home, finds Chen waiting for him. She breathes relief as soon as she sees it, and when he asks her why she is still awake, she admits that she just wanted to see it because it makes her feel better. She notices the paper bag in her hand and asks what's inside. Sanhao responds quickly, which is nothing more than a broken pole given to him by a friend, and for a moment he doubts before asking how much money she has saved in her account. Changqian arcs an eyebrow and says it has about 3 to 4 million. Even though she is upset that I asked her about her savings, by realizing that he may be in financial straits, panics and goes to take his credit card, but Sanhao stops her by her that she does not need her money. Only at hearts. In the background, however, it is screaming inside. Not even Chan's complete savings. Chen would cover a fraction of their debt with Nan for the time being. Chen is moved, thinking that her stepbrother must love her very much if he refuses her help, is proud that it will not depend financially from it, although a part of it. I wish it would. Later that night, Sanjo decides to make a live broadcast on his channel, because he thinks that streaming may be the fastest way to get money, but their daily income has been flat lately. So he needs something new that increases his earning potential. Calls his manager to exchange ideas. The manager tells him that some followers has been asked to remove the mask on camera, and he even promised to send large donations if they do. Cheng Zhou is tempted for a moment, imagining easy money, but his manager warns him not to do so yet. Have to choose the right time for revelation, thus attract more views and higher profits. Sencho agrees and says it makes sense, but still needs fresh content for tonight, so asks ideas to its viewers during the live broadcast. Some in the chat room ask him to dance, others who go out with fewer clothes. Senjo or Lass calls them little perverts, and says he cannot complain. Every one of they're crazy. Then he is left thinking out loud, that maybe I could sing tonight. Not bad at it. In fact, in his previous life he was quite good. So try. As soon as the chat starts singing, his followers explode with emotion. Love your voice in the comments section is filled with compliments and gifts, and several fans even send generous donations. For the first time in days, Chen Hao feels that something is finally going well for him. Although judging by the song variations, suggestions starting to arrive, its audience seems a little too enthusiastic for his own good. Chen Hao scrolls between bets, humming softly, until you click on a title, and it freezes, reads the lyrics and almost drops his phone. The song is too much. The chat is flooded with emojis, laughing, and understands that his viewers are totally then tied tonight. Alarmed murmurs. Who really has to hire new moderators? Because everyone is getting too much bold with him, and this is no longer useful. Trying to keep calm, tells them that he can't sing that song. He will choose to sing another and will still try to give his best for the gifts, especially for the Yach breathes, and instead begins a romantic ballad. His voice becomes softer, and emotional, and the comments section explodes on all. They go crazy because their voice fits perfectly with their face. Spectators begin to bombard it with gifts. Pink Yachs to princesses, and Sean House remains there confused but fractured. Can't believe how fat his fans are. Or perhaps he simply underestimated how powerful his charm is. 3 hours go by, flying before realizing how late it is. Finally says goodbye with his hand, thanks everyone and promises that tomorrow there will be more encouragement, if they are still connected. And at the end of the transmission the mask is removed, exhausted but sick. Murmurs that if it weren't for the fact that Shinchin got angry with him for staying overnight, it would probably continue to broadcast all night. When he checks his statistics he is stunned. I need more in one night singing than ever. Even after taxes he has about 50,000 left. Even so, that is far from covering 10 million per month. Just when it calculates how many lives it would take to pay Nan, her phone rings as her son Hao Grun answer and asks if he calls him to hang up again for the debt, but no. Surprises him with a serene and playful voice, says he just wants a selfie of himself. Sun Hao's completely baffled joke nervously, saying that maybe she should ask her father Anan. He is not amused by his tone, becomes cutting when reminded of him that it was she who financed the money he owes. So she better not get angry, but she realizes that he is cornered and needs to think fast. Then you come up with an idea, tells him that each photo will cost him 5 million, and gives you 30 seconds to decide. Smiles thinking he has finally found a loophole. He is not selling itself, only your photos. To your surprise Nan, no doubt. She smiles with Zornat and counter-offer to pay only 1 million per photo. Sun Hao instantly accepts by deciding that 1 million is still better than nothing. Takes a nice picture, a little naughty, and send it to her, proud to have turned the situation around. Then when looking at the total recording, suddenly falls into something. If Nan is willing to pay for photos, perhaps Yuhua could also help. Sun Hao sends a message to Yui asking him if he can lend him a few million. Yuhua, as the spoiled Hares who is an opener, immediately his drawer, but does not find enough cash, calls the butler and asks for his card, saying he needs a few million for something important. The butler almost when he heard the figure reminds him that his mother does not want him to adopt wasteful habits. That is why his retirement limit is only 100,000. If you need more, it says, you will have to call your mother directly. Yuhua does not hesitate to ask him to make the call, explaining that Shen Hao needs the money for a business deal. The butler's face remains white. Knows that if the mother of Mare learns that she lends money to a boy, there will be a scandal, so he decides to act with caution. Later he comes back and tells Yuhua that his mother refused to give authorization for the transfer, which for now could only lend small amounts. Yuhua is clearly disappointed and says he only has about 500,000 to give. Sun Hao tries not to show it but is desperate. That amount barely scratches the surface area of its monthly debt by 10 million. Reclines by grabbing his head, realizing that he is completely doomed. No direct, no selfie will save you from the impossible bill of Nan. The next day Chan House is left wondering how to earn 10 million a month. For now you can only live as before as in your photos, and understands that today is another day on which he will have to, working like a slave to make money. The first 2 days, singing, went well, but now the audience seems to want something new every time. So decide, call your manager to see if you have any suggestions. When she speaks with Song, frowning at his star's question. But Jane gets straight to the point and asks if you have ideas for new content. Something cute or funny that can bring you good money. Song says that what we did the other day was quite. But if you want to try something different, there is a new game that has just been released. Chudhao looks at the game and notices that it is already popular. Several streamers dominate it, but it is quite difficult to learn, because it is a competitive shooter. Smiles and says he will try it during the day. Song can try to get you more ads, or promoted on the live cover. She accepts, and comments that her popularity soared after 2 singing sessions. So if you play, that night will be in charge of putting it on the cover. The kid knows it and opens the game. He immediately realizes that he is a shooter, something he is very familiar with. Practice all afternoon, polishing his technique until he feels ready. When it comes time to broadcast, San House greets everyone with enthusiasm and tells them that he is going to play a new game that night. Some fans apologize because they wanted to hear him sing again, but he doesn't care. Wants to try something different to keep them entertained. And when starting to play, it is clear that he is as good as expected. Hours go by, and their departure attracts many people, until some begin to accuse him of cheating, because their movements seem too perfect. Sanjo gets a little upset, because every time he gets it right, people doubt whether he is the one playing. So turn on the camera, even though it is still wearing the mask, to demonstrate who is really him behind the screen. The interest hand Tianjin is lying on the bed watching her live smile at how popular her stepbrother has become. Soon it rises, knocks on the door, and enters his room, asking if he is hungry, and if he wants some noodles. She caresses his head with tears, knowing perfectly well that he is still alive, and tells him that after eating, should rest, because it is too late. The chat bursts instantly in comments, finding their interaction both tender and a little strange. Some wonder why Chen lives with Sanhao, others bother them, joking for looking like such a close-knit couple. Sanhao blushes in shame, trying to concentrate on his game while everyone comments their relationship, but Chen just smiles and enjoys the moment. She even throws a joke at the spectators, asking, in a playful tone, if they think they make a good couple. Chanyeol approaches impossibly with his eyes shining with mischief and asking if they are really talking about a forbidden love between them. For her, everything is part of the game, every word. Each looked calculated to move one step further every time he is with Chunhao. Then with a smile, Leadina tells him to finish the live show. To go to bed early, she says, because the chat room will be waiting for him there. Immediately explodes. The audience applauds and mocks in conviction that Shen Hao is finally going to, while Shen Hao for his part is mortified. His face gets red while the comments become more racy. And before everything gets out of control, or the live broadcast is reported, cuts the broadcast quickly, lies down looking sideways at audience figures. The audience is good but still not enough. Making money like this is not easy, and the fatigue begins to show. But then look at Chen and his heart is turned upside down. She is in her bed waiting for him, so quiet and beautiful that she almost forgot to breathe. When she in a low voice says she is ready to give him a message, Senka almost had a heart attack. Had been so engrossed at work who had not noticed what happened, and suddenly all his thoughts are short-circuited. Stutters, saying that he thinks it is something inappropriate, and that makes him nervous, but Chen just smiles and asks him not to be shy, promising to be pleasant. Senjo, blushing and insecure, takes quick steps towards her. And even she seems surprised at how willing she suddenly appears to be. Her cheeks are red, but the snow is still playful. She pushes him gently over the bed, and tells her to relax and that she will take care of everything. A few minutes later, Sandhouse realizes that he is in fact Masa edging the back. His back and confusion floods his face. He really thought she was referring to something else completely. Tianjin laughs, mocking the thoughts on his mind, saying, how desperate to hide his shame. Ask if he is not cold with something like this on. Tianjin continues to message in a soft tone. Says he likes dresses like this, and what if Shanhao also likes them? That's already an extra. Shanhao admits that yes, although he adds nervously that he fears he cannot control himself. Tianjin laughs and says that in reality, was afraid that he would be uncomfortable with her presence. His voice becomes softer as he sits next to him, thoughtful all of a sudden. Says there is a reason why he acts this way, something that comes from its past. There is a barrier in his heart when it comes to him, one that still does not know how to explain in words. Promises that when the time comes he will tell you everything. Until then, just ask him to be patient with her. And with its little manias. For now has a plan, wants to step by step to close the distance between him. Until she is sure of what she feels.